Please be seated, everybody. This is case number 2018 CA 5321, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital versus, Jack Kowalski, et cetera, et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's take appearances starting with the plaintiffs, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiffs. I'm sorry, it's Matt.
Maybe Miss Lawrence should be the one introducing everybody.
Howard Hunter, Pat Crowells, Ethan Shapiro, and David Hughes on behalf of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Just for everyone's planning purposes, I have meetings at lunch today, Friday, Monday. So each of those 3 days that I know of right now will have to end right before noon. Okay.
Your Honor,
We're talking about exhibits, right?
yes, but before we do exhibits, the defense would like to move for reconsideration of the court's ruling yesterday allotting 4 additional hours to each side. The basis of the motion is the prejudice that's going to result in the defense. And to lay this out, the defense has respected what this court's admonition has been for the weeks leading up to trial, that each side was going to have 55 hours that would include direct, cross, and rebuttal. The court made it very clear to both parties, in fairness to this court, that that was also going to include a division of jury questions. And to the great credit of this court gave the shot clock every single day to both sides about where we were so there would be no surprises. The defense, in reliance on that, did their best. We did our best to give expedited cross-examinations, including a relatively brief cross-examination of Dr. Duncan, who had 4 reports with underlying assessments, a relatively briefer cross-examination of the economist who had multiple reports, a relatively brief cross-examination of Dr. Bifolco, who had 2 different reports and also had categories for each relating to different illnesses that I intentionally expedited to save ourselves time on direct for the witnesses we needed. We cut down our cross-examination of Dr. Chopra, including not going deep into his credentials, even though he misrepresented his connections to Harvard. We shortened our cross-examination of Dr. Kirkpatrick, and even when our case began, we cut down several designations of Bonnie Rice in order to make sure we had enough time. The plaintiff was well aware of the shot clock, and instead of resting when the court was looking at them to rest, they continued to call witnesses that we believe to be extraneous to their case, including multiple people from the church, Facebook friends with no real relation to this case, and at the end of their case before resting, a relative of the Kowalskis who testified through a Polish language translator. They made their strategic decisions on the order, and only after they rested did they ask for additional time. While we appreciate that the court allotted additional time to both sides, the prejudice to the defense is we cannot go back and recreate cross. The net effect of this is the plaintiff has 4 additional hours to cross-examine witnesses that the defense doesn't have. And due to that prejudice, we would ask the court to reconsider its ruling and go back to the 55 hours per side. Thank you.
The court's going to deny the reconsideration, but certainly the court has been, you can sit down now, the court has been very cognizant of the time issues. To the credit of this jury has been extremely active in asking questions, which of course has generated additional questions from both sides. I think it's appropriate at this time. I hear what you're saying. If you wish to call Dr. Duncan and some of these other folks to ask them additional questions, you are free to do it, because you also got an additional 4 hours defense. So, I don't see it as any sort of prejudice. I think it's appropriate given the length of time of those jury questions, and that's my decision. What's next?
And Your Honor, just briefly, because I do need to perfect the record on this.
You've already spent 5 minutes talking on this issue, and the whole point coming early was to talk about exhibits.
I'll merely note that we have to move for mistrial at the time decisions are rendered, so the defense moves for mistrial on that basis.
You're moving for a mistrial. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, because we don't. Okay.
Can we go to exhibits, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, we really want to get some medical records into evidence. We have not received any specific additional objections. We just gave the court our there's no new exhibits listed. They're the ones we've been trying to get. So we would like to start with 3032.
3032.
Lurie Children's Hospital records.
And what's the objection?
Before this, Judge, you may recall, just on the motion for curative or
Can we
otherwise.
stick with exhibits? Like I said yesterday, I need to trim our sails. We need to stay on topic. Exhibits.
I understand, Judge. This is designed to do exactly what you told us to do Tuesday morning. You asked us, because of the difficulty of all of these individual piecemealing objections to hearsay within hearsay and experts that are not experts, we put together a curative instruction, and it's not even really that. It's 301.5, evidence admitted for limited purpose. And the purpose was, we don't have to get into that. They can move these things in wholesale as long as there's an instruction so that the jury does not take a doctor or a nurse who may have random comments in the record and attribute to them as though they were experts on the topic. And I don't know if the court had a chance to review it or not. I have a copy of it here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Judge,
May I approach?
Judge, they filed this late last night. We haven't filed a written response, but they want some overall arching curative instruction as opposed to doing what the court asked them to do, which was to identify which pages and sections of this record they object to.
This was filed last night. I honestly don't think I've seen this, but it hasn't been docketed yet.
Yeah. 2 seconds.
I wouldn't give that. No.
Yeah. Okay. So, Judge, we've received no specific. We need to move the Lurie Children's Hospital record then.
What's the objection?
Hearsay contains unqualified expert opinion, quasi-expert opinion. I think and hearsay, mostly hearsay within hearsay.
Is there-
Those comments may contain therein that are not for medical treatment.
The other day, you said that you had a list of documents that you were concerned about. Is there something specific, or is it just this generalized statement?
Judge, I think we were hoping to have some form of generalized objection based on that, or a curative instruction that would limit our only concerns, and then we wouldn't have to go through all of these. It was impossible over the course of the evening to go through every single one of them. We understand the court's position on this, and we'll accept the court's ruling wherever it is.
The court's going to let in the medical records from Lurie's, which is 3032. Is that pages 1 through 249? Is that the complete?
It is, my understanding, it's the complete record, Your Honor. 3032.
What's next?
3047 Tampa General Hospital 73015 admission.
And that's 1 through 1148.
That's correct.
Anything specific about this, or just a generalized statement that you just needed with respect to Lurie's?
In particular, the comment that Bonnie Rice contained within where she was, and we can go through it, but we need 24 hours. If it could be admitted with the proviso that we be able to come back, and we understand over our objection of hearsay within hearsay and unqualified expert opinion, or opinion preparing to be expert, then what we could do is come back, because there are a number of, quote, opinions by Bonnie Rice, who's not a medical doctor, and they're not to a regional medical probability, nor could they.
I delayed from Tuesday when this issue was addressed to give you time, so I'm not going to further delay. So court will go ahead and receive 3047, the entirety, which apparently came through 1,448.
Thank you. Going back to the first page, Judge, 3023, Arnold Hospital.
Is this the complete set?
That's my understanding.
Mr. Whitney, are you taking this one?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have specific objections within this record for hearsay within the record and 403. I can point the court to the pages. First is at 3023-0003. If we can put it up. What do you want?
Just turn it on. The screens are off. I mean, cycle it again, but it's over to his feed.
Yeah, it's on. 3032.
3023 and then page.
I'm sorry.
3023, page 3.
Thank you.
If you could highlight the history of present illness and pull that out to us larger, please. Your Honor, within this entry here, about 3/4 of the way down, the line begins, the pediatric intensive care unit because part of her home pain regimen consists of ketamine infusion. Our objection to this record is that this theme is throughout the Arnold Palmer record. This mistake, this inaccuracy. There was never a home pain regimen consisting of ketamine infusions. So with respect to this sentence, we would just redact home. It's true that her pain regimen consisted of ketamine infusions, but other than the resident and Arnold Palmer that got this wrong, there's no evidence in the record that these ketamine infusions ever occurred at the Kowalski home.
Yes.
So it would be highly prejudicial to allow these records in and allow them to carry this theme forward.
We have evidence in the notes, the personal notes that Mr. Kowalski authenticated on the stand where Mrs. Kowalski wrote she was giving IV ketamine at home through the nurse. We intend to admit that record. We have the doctor that will come and testify either by video or live to these notes. We also have evidence in Dr. Hanna's records that he had Mrs. Kowalski sign a contract to not put ketamine IV through the port. So these are absolutely, this is not a one-off. This is part of the theme that is part of the defensive theme. They were certainly welcome to call this witness across.
Who is going to testify that there was actually ketamine infusion at home? Who is going to testify?
Dr. Brandon Alexander.
Okay.
And
that.
and who?
Dr. Brandon Alexander is the resident I'm referring to, at Arnold Palmer, who had this one interaction and put this down in his record. He has no basis.
As a general statement, the question of ketamine infusion at home has been something that's been percolating for years, and every single time I try to get actual direct testimony, it always seems to be a hearsay basis for it. So unless and until there's actually someone that comes and testifies, I am thinking I've got a 403 issue because
Well, Judge, we can then hold this back for now, this exhibit, and after the testimony come in, revisit it.
but unless I get somebody who's going to come in and says this,
Okay, we understand,
the
Judge.
reference to home ketamine infusions is not coming in.
We will not ask that this particular exhibit be admitted at this time.
What's that?
We would like to put in 3001 and maybe we should start with 3002 since they're related. 3002, the consent for
thought the consent was already in.
No, Judge, I don't believe 3002 is in. The hospital records are in, but they wouldn't agree to this part, this page of the hospital record.
This was marked separate.
Is it just Mr. Kowalski's signature? I mean, what is,
This is the consent that they signed when they came into the hospital, Judge. It's part of the hospital records. Plaintiffs would not agree to be part of the joint exhibit of the hospital records.
well, I have no problem, and the consent's going to come in, but where's the first page that I would see, and why isn't this all together?
Well,
If we're talking about the consent, it's the paragraph that talks about diagnostic treatment.
The first of the judge.
Yeah, there it is.
It's 4 pages.
it's on page 2, Judge. This is 4 pages.
Okay, so the first page is the signature page.
You go back to 1.
It's in reverse order, Judge, so it starts
Oh.
out, then it goes all the way down.
Oh.
Number 1 is the signature, what would be the last page. Sorry for butting in.
Okay, so 3002 is the full record.
No, it goes to 4. But yes, it's the full record. There's 4 pages.
Say 3 and 4, please.
It's because, and the reason it's backwards, Judge, is because the hospital, that's how they do the hospital records. They come in.
So the clerk, you're telling me 3002, page 2 is in.
Correct.
So what's the objection to pages 1, 3, and 4?
This has to do with the release and the stretching of something that has absolutely nothing to do with our issues, which are the photographs and the 48 hours separation.
This is Mr. Kowalski's signature on
It is
an
correct.
admission document.
I believe so.
Yeah, this is relevant, it's coming in. So the court will receive the totality of 3002.
Your Honor, please note we would like at some point argument on the terms of this agreement, because those would be within the purview of the court as the construction of the contract and its applicability to these circumstances, given the fact that they're not medical
Jensen.
records.
And I think I've said, if you're asking for an instruction as to the contract, that seems like a jury instruction, and your side can ask for a special jury instruction on it.
I understand that.
3001.
What is this?
It's the notice of privacy practice referenced in the 10.7.16 consent.
And
It's 4 pages.
can I see pages 2 through 4? Haven't we already seen this? It hasn't. I feel like this is already.
I don't know, Judge. They all look alike at this point. I don't recall this going in.
Is there any, I mean, anything from the plaintiffs on this one?
Well, Your Honor, we would just reserve on having an additional instruction here. The purpose of this, from the defense's point of view, is they believe this gives them carte blanche to bring in Sally Smith outside of any investigation, and so that's how they're going to try to use this. So we'll try to craft an instruction.
Was this document given to your client?
The signature on the page would indicate it was on the previous exhibit.
It's relevant, it's coming in. Court receives 3001, which I understand is just pages 1 through 4.
3027 Elmhurst Memorial Hospital record.
What were the dates of admission or service?
2013 and 2014.
And this is before the Kowalskis moved to Florida?
Yes.
So our objection would be relevance.
And this is before the CRPS,
Diagnosis.
well, definitely before the diagnosis, but before the first instance of CRPS?
More than a year before, year and a half before.
What is this for?
Back 1 second here.
Sure.
Your Honor, these are related to the asthma and prednisone that's been referenced throughout the trial.
Well, there's really no dispute over prednisone. I mean, Johns Hopkins All-Children's Hospital administered prednisone and prescribed prednisone, so it really doesn't bear any issue in this case.
Judge, it has to do with her medical history, including her asthma, which has been an issue in the case.
Well, do these records say she did not have asthma?
No, that's my knowledge.
So we're putting in documents to further confirm the asthma that no one's disputing?
Judge, we'll pass on this one for now. We'll come back. 3028. This is a record from Dr. Hannah, dated 10/5/2016.
Having trouble reading.
Okay. He's a nutritionist consult that he has referred her for 2 days before our admission.
It says nutrition consult needed due to patient being
Malnourished.
malnourished. Is that the word?
Yes, sir. It's affirmative.
So body
So
weight.
this was 2 days before the admission
Yes, sir.
plan.
403, they did not know about this. It wasn't a basis for any of their opinion. It's a hearsay, and until such time as Dr. Hannah, who they have recently subpoenaed, and I guess we're planning to call Monday, testifies as to the context of this, it gives the jury a complete misrepresentation. For the record, the record shows that Maya Kowalski was in Johns Hopkins All-Children's Hospital on October 1st. Because she was again dehydrated based on the fact she was having a relapse, and she had the stomach issues, which the diagnosis is part of CRPS. And then this is the day before, 2 days before she comes back to Johns Hopkins. This, taken out of context, they purports to show that she was somehow being abused because she wasn't being given enough nutrition. That is a completely, obviously from the record the court has seen, false premise given the testimony of her and everyone else. So, as to 403, we object as to hearsay, but more importantly, 403 out of context until such time as Dr. Hannah, who they just subpoenaed to appear Monday, can talk about this.
Sure. Do I need to say anything, Judge?
No.
Thank you.
Of course, receiving. What's next?
3031, Dr. Mendez in the records.
Give me a time frame that we're talking about.
He's testifying, Your Honor, November 2015.
October through December of 2015.
Oh, thank you. October to December of 2015, and Dr. Mendez will be testifying.
So this is around the time of Maya Kowalski's trip to Mexico.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And there has been testimony about the Lee Memorial
Yeah, that's believe so.
plaintiffs.
This alone is the only page.
Apparently it's 39 pages.
This is Dr. Mendez.
Right. No objection to the document other than a, quote, diagnosis, or it wasn't even that. Dr. Mendez is the one who met very briefly with the Kowalskis and then came up with the Munchausen as a possibility. That's not, and so we moved to exclude any, quote, opinion by Dr. Menendez contained within there. But the document itself, we don't have a problem with. We are just moving to exclude and redact anything having to do with a quote diagnosis. He had completely no qualifications whatsoever to make that.
That would seem like you can cross-examine him on.
Well, the problem is if it's taken out of context, Your Honor, then it would be, I think, a 403 issue. And so until such time as there was sufficient record, predicate in the record for the court to determine whether or not the jury should be seeing random comments by physicians who may or may not have liked Beata Kowalski and may or may not have any possible qualifications to throw these things out.
Let me ask the defense this. I have been excluding Chapter 39 matters
Yes.
at the defense's request. Why does this not go to a Chapter 39 issue? Because we're not this. What does this go to? What cause of action does this go or defend against?
Mr. Shapiro is going to respond. That's all right, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. This goes to confirm he is an independent treating provider that noticed irregularities between the relationship between the mother and suspecting whether this was actually CRPS or some other underlying psychological factors. That's been a very important theme for the defense to be able to say that all children saw inconsistencies and irregularities in their record. So did other providers as well. It doesn't go to Chapter 39. It goes to exactly to confirm that a lot of what all children saw was also the same. And there's an allegation in this case for medical malpractice, mistreatment, and the plaintiff saying, you got this diagnosis wrong in the record, you mistreated her in the record. So this is a prior physician that made a very similar or same observation and diagnosis.
But assume for the sake of argument it goes to medical malpractice. How does that help the jury as to what Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital should have done or did do with respect to treating Maya Kowalski?
Well, if the court is going to exclude the plaintiff from alleging that the diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy is medical malpractice, then perhaps this doesn't come in. But if the court is going to allow the plaintiff to insinuate or argue, as I believe they've argued repeatedly, that this diagnosis of Munchausen that was on the Morse transfer is so far out of left field and you came up with this and this was wrong, you have no support for this. We have another physician who a year earlier made a very similar or same observation/diagnosis. So it goes to that exact issue. Now, if the court is going to say, I'm not going to allow this jury to consider any of the diagnoses made at all children's as part of a medical malpractice claim, then we could possibly reconsider this. But at this point, the jury's heard this. They've heard that the Kowalskis were floored by this. This came out of left field. And here we have a doctor, an independent physician, making the same observations and diagnosis that goes directly and as a defense to the claims that the Kowalskis have raised in their case in chief.
Is this document for purposes of today?
Pardon me?
I think I'm going to need to think about this more. I mean, obviously there's been discussion of Munchausen and by proxy as well, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the concept of, sure, the All Children's was aware of that as a possibility, but how does that talk to us about what All Children's Hospital should have done or did do as far as its treatment of Maya Kowalski? Because from a 30,000 foot view, can a medical provider say, oh, well, look, there in this record from somebody else a year or two ago has this thing, therefore I don't have to do, I don't have to provide treatment for the patient in front of me that I've got my hands on right then and there.
That's not the argument, Your Honor. The standard of care defined under Florida law is what a reasonable healthcare provider would do under same or similar circumstances. So the plaintiff has introduced to this jury that part of their big defense to the reason for not consenting to the transfer is this diagnosis code that came out of nowhere. Part of the defense of that is for us to be able to tell the jury that this diagnosis that they say was the impediment was out of left field. They're saying it's out of left field. It's not part of the standard of care. For us to be able to tell the jury what would a same or similar reasonably prudent healthcare provider do, we absolutely need to be able to say same or similar healthcare physicians now in Naples, in Tampa General, at Lurie Children's made the same observations.
I feel you're misconstruing what I've heard. Maybe I misheard. I heard the plaintiffs say that they did not want to sign documents that had that diagnosis on it, and they felt that there might have even been criminal liability if they were to sign a document, so they're basically making a declaration against their own, and which is different than what you just argued.
Right, but
So did I misunderstand the plaintiff's position?
Respectfully, I think they have said that, but they've also said to this jury that that diagnosis was incorrect. They're implying to this jury that that diagnosis came out of left field, that it wasn't made in good faith. And Dr. Neuberger specifically said in his testimony that that was an incorrect diagnosis to the prejudice of the family. This goes directly to observations. That's our entire theme of the case, that there were other providers at the time raising these red flags and making diagnoses and observations that were exactly similar to this one.
I think I need more time on it, and I think we need to perhaps a memo on this one.
Okay, and I'll just one other thing while your Honor is considering it. This also goes to the issue with Dr. Wassenauer. This diagnosis, suspicion of Munchausen by proxy, went back to Dr. Wassenauer as a letter to him raising this, and part of the direct and cross-examination of Dr. Wassenauer was, did you see this in the record? What did you do to intervene on this point? What did you advise the Kowalskis? It also goes to their awareness as a potential in the record of somebody else telling the Kowalskis, we suspect there's a psychological factor. Perhaps you don't need to go to Mexico. Perhaps this is not a course of treatment that is being recommended. So it's an incredibly important note to the defense for a number of different reasons.
What's next?
Okay. Judge, it's not on the list, but I'd like to revisit the exhibit and put it up 31980001. The court sustained the hearsay objection to this document. It has to do with Charlotte LaPorte being the one on the call. So my response to the hearsay is that this is a document that the witness was essentially accused of not being truthful about this and making it up. This is a prior consistent statement consistent with the testimony offered to rebut an express or implied charge against the declarative improper influence motive or recent fabrication. She specifically states in the third paragraph, yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect you. And that is a prior consistent statement, therefore it's not hearsay.
Your Honor, I think the previous discussion is being misrepresented. I think if you zoom out again, you see at the bottom of the page, this is the exhibit that continued with Beata Kowalski's email, if I'm not mistaken, if we go to page 2.
Well, that's correct, Judge, but...
And that was the problem, is that we pointed out that this continued and there was previous exchanges that were relevant.
And this is the one where I basically said it's all coming in, or...
Exactly. And they withdrew it. There was no...
Well, okay. I think that was a different one we withdrew, Judge, but...
Well, it was a different number, but it was the complete email exchange.
But Judge, the purpose of putting this in is not to put in all of the conversation. It's to put in the prior consistent statement. The rest of the email will delete. All about, everything else. It's about yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect you as a prior consistent statement due to, and we believe we have the right to put it in, it's not hearsay, because of all the attacks on Ms. Laporte, whether or not she was the voice on the phone.
I'm going to stick with our discussion, the comments I had 2 days ago or whenever it was.
One other comment, Judge, please, briefly. If you do consider it hearsay, it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but that she was present. And I believe that that is an acceptable exception. We're proving that she was present on the call.
That's true. That's fact.
I will put the
Yeah.
I will put the whole thing in, Judge, if that's the issue.
We object. At this point, she's gone. We can't cross-examine Sean Laporte on Ms. Laporte on this email.
And she was released.
And it's a prior inconsistent statement. If they don't take a position that this proves she was on that phone call, she says here, I did not give my authorization to record a phone call. She did not object at the time, so it suggests it wasn't her.
Judge,
It's hearsay any way you look at it.
I don't remember.
Judge, we'll
the
bring her
other-
back if that's the issue. If they want to cross-examine her.
So what's next?
I'm sorry, did you just say it?
I didn't rule. I said I thought you were going to try to put the whole one in, and I don't remember the number, so until I could look at it. Remember, there was like 4 pages of this email.
All right, we'll revisit it tomorrow, Judge. Okay. Moving on. We would like to put in 3033. These are dental records, Judge. The relevance is that these are procedures that Maya Kowalski went through subsequent, well, before and subsequent.
So the dates are from 2015 to when?
Well, definitely into 2016, Judge. I'd have to, can you go to the next page? 2017, next page, please. 2018. 20.
There's nothing before 2015, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection relevance.
Overruled. Court will receive 3033. And it's pages 1 through 20. Is that the complete series?
That's my understanding.
I'm asking the clerk because
Oh,
I want to make sure when I admit the whole document that there's not 85 pages. And
oh no, that's,
Going to each name.
thank you. What's next?
same 3034, page 15 pages, similar.
What dates are we talking about?
I believe these are all after. Can you go to the next page, please? 2022.
Anything besides relevance?
Yeah, nothing besides relevance. There's no
Okay,
dispute
court.
that she went to
Hearsay.
Court's going to overrule the objection on 3034 for relevance and admit it.
3035, Nemours Children's Hospital Records.
Now, what dates are we talking about? Is this for an actual admission or is this the attempted admission? Or is it both?
1 second here. We'll skip this one for now, Judge, and we'll come back.
What's next?
3037.
ENT.
They're 2016 records.
Besides relevance, is there anything?
Oral 3 hearsay.
Well, how is this a 403 issue?
Because it's an ENT, I and there's no issues here regarding ear, nose, and throat. It's not, this is not for asthma, this is not for immunology. It's going to, not for the CRPS.
Well, it's during a CRPS episode, so it is relevant. I disagree on 403.
And I'm wondering, what
14
we
pages,
wonder
Judge.
with a lot of these, Judge, is the actual doctors at Johns Hopkins didn't have these documents, and many of these at the time of admission and what was going on there. So how, if it's coming in to show their state of mind for treatment, how are things that they never knew at that time relevant?
You can always point out the absence of these from the Johns Hopkins if you feel that that's something that you need to argue to the jury, but this is a provider who saw Maya Kowalski during the CRPS issue. And so it's relevant. I don't see how there's a 403 issue. So unless you can point to me for some specific passage in here, it's coming in.
There really isn't much to it, is there?
Well, there's 14 pages. We'll see.
Their diagnoses?
Can we scan the paper?
Yeah, I would like to see that. Okay. Is that it? Next. 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 Benny. Is that it? Next. Next.
That's it.
It's hard to see at this point the relevance of Maya Kowalski in having this exam and procedure.
Okay, the court's overruling the relevance. Court receives 3037, which took us pages 1 through 14.
3038.
What are the dates of these?
I believe 2015, 26. Oh, looks like 2016. Can't read that actually. 15. Yeah, October 2015 to November 2016.
Whose record is this? Sorry.
Pediatric gastroenterology, hepatology, and nutrition of Florida. Let me go to the next page. She's in there for abdominal pain, constipation, RSD.
Next page.
Next page, please.
Next.
Next page.
Next page.
No, get to that one.
Yeah, so it talks about ketamine, coma. You're okay now?
Of course.
Things like this, we've been spending a lot of time on the question of relevance of medical records of providers concurrent to the specific time frame. I'm just pointing it out that we spent a lot of time on that. The court receives 3038, pages 1 through 9.
All right, do you want to wait on the rest? Give them the time, or what?
Let's do the one that's 11 pages, 3039, and then
Okay.
that'll probably be it. Next page. And next page. Next. What date is this? 2015. Okay, next. Next. Next.
It seemed to be duplicative, Your Honor. I mean, I think we just saw this in the previous record. That's not sure why it's coming in twice.
It's a different facility, right?
I think it's the exact same procedure and the exact same page we saw before about she was brought in the operating room in place.
I don't know if this was in the other, a lot of these doctors' records have got records from other doctors because they've been reported to them. I don't know if this specific one was in the previous one, Judge.
And okay, I think it's fine. Question, is it in the Johns Hopkins records? I don't know. We'll see. Court receives 3039, pages 1 through 11.
All right.
Okay. Anything else before we bring in this jury?
Just a matter of scheduling, Your Honor. Did I understand we're staying until 6 tomorrow night?
We're going to keep going through exhibits. Yeah. We're trimming our sails, and our days are going to get longer.
We have two issues, but I think they can wait until the next break.
And I highly encourage, since I'm telling you our days are going to get longer, that you all need to be better at communicating and not fighting every single issue. But if you want to, we will stay longer and longer. If we need to start coming in on Saturdays and Sundays, we're going to do that too. We're going to finish this case. Let's bring in the jury. Were you able to enjoy that lovely weather yesterday? I'm glad. A little too cold for the beach, huh? Okay. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information about this case. Is that correct? And that you have not been approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct? And you have not seen any media accounts of this case. Is that correct? Mr. Hunter.
Police court, defense calls Dr. Michelle Smith. One quick question.
Madam Clerk, if you can swear in Dr. Michelle Smith.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you tell us your name, please, ma'am?
Michelle Smith.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a critical care physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
This, we got a mic problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't usually speak very loud. I'll do better.
You said you were employed at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes.
And what is your job at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I'm a critical care physician.
Now, the jury has heard a lot about Dr. Sally Smith. You're Dr. Michelle Smith.
Correct.
What's the difference?
I'm a critical care physician, so I'm trained to provide care to children in an intensive care unit. And Dr. Sally Smith is a general pediatrician who also specializes in child abuse.
Okay. Now, would you give the jury the benefit of your background and training, please?
So I went to medical school at Georgetown University. I then did my general pediatric training at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. I then went and did a pediatric critical care fellowship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore.
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am board certified.
Okay. How long have you been at All Children's Hospital? And I'm going to ask you to break down its different iterations at All Children's and then Johns Hopkins All Children's.
Okay, so when I first started, it was All Children's Hospital, and I started in 2002. And I have been there since 2002 and went through the transition with the acquisition with Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore.
Okay. And what is your primary role at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital today?
I'm a critical care physician.
Okay. Have you had occasion to contribute to the literature in your profession from time to time?
I have done mostly quality projects. I have presented at a conference most recently in Portugal on simulation use in the ICU for cardiac arrest.
Okay. And do you work purely in the so-called PICU?
I work both in the pediatric intensive care unit and in the cardiovascular intensive care unit.
Okay. Did there come a point in time at which you became involved in the care of Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
And when was that?
I believe the date was October 9th. It was a Monday. I took over the care on a Monday.
Okay. And if that were to be October 10th,
Okay, it's the 10th. Okay.
would that comport with your recollection?
I believe so, yes. If
Okay.
that was Monday.
I'm going to ask our faithful tech folks to put up. Did you bring your notes with you this
I
morning?
did not bring my notes with me.
You did not?
I did not.
Would you put up 1001-78?
Is it in evidence?
This is in evidence, Your Honor. It's part of the All Children's Hospital record. And I'll ask you to put, it's not the page I was looking for. Go to the next page. There we go, okay. Let me ask you to take a quick look at what's on the screen before you and tell us whether this is the note of your taking over the care of Maya Kowalski on Monday morning, October 10th, 2016.
I don't see anything.
Is that your note?
I don't see anything.
Oh. No?
Your screen's not,
On the pause. Yeah. Try. Hey, I need a mic.
Oops.
Maybe that's signified.
There we go.
It's up. It's working now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our assistant IT.
Many thanks.
And Mike, if you're listening, you don't need to come right now.
Thank you, sir. So you came in that Monday morning, October 10th. Tell us a little bit about what your routine is when you take over a patient's care on a Monday morning like this.
Okay, so it's not unusual for us to start a service on a Monday. And so typically we would contact the physician who is on service prior to us, and we get sign out on all of our patients. So that usually would occur on a Sunday. So I spoke with Dr. Teppa on Sunday, and she would review all the patients that would be on my team the following day and review, the current plan of action and prepare me for taking over on Monday.
Okay. And was it your understanding this patient had been admitted over the weekend?
Correct.
And you were taking over from Dr. Teppa Sanchez?
Yes.
Okay. So when you took over, when you came in and saw the patient on Monday morning, what did you do? What did your routine consist of, and what did you do to assess this patient?
So our typical day starts with another handoff. So the person who's on call that evening in the hospital, the physician, provides a handoff to us. And so we meet and, again, get a handoff on all the patients in the ICU, what occurred overnight, so that then I have all the information from my handoff from Dr. Teppa. So what she may have not included in that handoff that she was unaware of. And then we would move from that to another huddle where we have a multidisciplinary huddle that involves our charge nurse, our respiratory therapist, both medical team physicians, residents, sometimes a social worker. And we kind of get a feel for what the ICU is like that day. It's kind of obtaining a shared mental model so that we know what patients in the unit are sick, who's going out of the unit, who will be discharged, what type of admissions we'll be getting. And it really just kind of brings us all together so that we're all aware of all of what's going on in the unit. It's a large ICU, and so it's important for all of us to know all of the, goings in and out of the unit.
Okay. In this particular case, what did you learn about Ms. Kowalski that morning?
Objection. Hearsay.
That's sustained.
Did you take a history regarding Maya Kowalski that morning?
We would, my first interaction with her would have been on rounds, and so after we finish our huddle, then we start rounding and we go through all of the patients on our team. And during that, the nurse would also give us another update of any issues that came up overnight, and then we would present all of the current data, including vital signs, laboratory studies, or anything that would be available for us to review. And at that point in time, we would interact with the family. Now, and let me just clarify with referring to my note.
Is there a particular part of your note you need to refer to, Doctor?
I was just looking to see whether or not where I discuss our discussions with the family.
Okay. Well, let me direct your attention to the paragraph at the bottom of the page you're looking at. I think it's 79. And it says social. Could I ask our support here to bring that paragraph up? And it continues over to the next page so you can see, you can refresh your recollection with what's there.
I remember that. So I did meet with the father. One of the pieces that was signed out to me by Dr. Teppa was the family's interest in potentially being transferred to Nemours Children's Hospital. And they had reached out to their ICU physicians over at Nemours about a transfer. And so I spoke to father and I told him that I would reach out to them. And I did speak to an ICU physician at Nemours who had reviewed the information that they had been provided over the weekend. They had discussed it with their pain team. And at that point in time, they did not feel like she was a candidate to be transferred to their hospital. That Dr. Santana, who is their pain specialist, felt that this would...
Objection. Hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. It's offered to prove what she was told.
Sustained.
What did you learn, if anything, from Dr. Santana about what they wanted to do or not do at the time?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So,
Your Honor, may we approach John?
Sustained.
Had Dr. Tepa Sanchez attempted to begin the process of transferring this patient to Nemours the previous day, to your understanding?
Correct.
And on the morning of October 10th, did you attempt to continue the process of arranging transfer?
It probably would have been in the afternoon after we concluded rounds, but yes.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with the father beyond what you have told us about regarding transferring the patient to Nemours at that time?
In regards to transfer, my conversation would have been relaying what I learned
Objection.
when I
Hearsay.
spoke.
With Mr. Kowalski?
Is it with Mr. Cole?
That's what I thought until I got interrupted.
I thought the question was Mr. Kowalski.
It was.
If it is,
You can continue, Mr.
I was told that the family wanted to be was interested in transfer to Nemours, so I spoke with Nemours, and then I went to Mr. Kowalski, who was present in the room, and I spoke to him about the potential of transfer, and that at this point in time she was not a candidate for transfer.
Did you have any conversations with Mrs. Kowalski, the mother?
The father had requested that I call Mrs. Kowalski, and I did call her and left her a message, but I did not speak to her that day.
Okay. On that Monday, what did the treatment plan for Maya Kowalski consist of?
So the treatment plan was brought together with our pain team. They were helping coordinate the care of the management of her pain infusions. And so if you could just please go back to the neurologic section. So Dr. Elliott was the pain team physician that was on that day. And so every day we met with him and we coordinated our care together and developed our plan, and then we discussed it with the family. And so that day we had discussed with the father the weaning plan for the ketamine and the dexmedetomidine infusions that she was on.
Okay. And did you conduct an examination of Maya Kowalski that day?
Yes.
And what were the results?
Everything, she that day did not really want to be examined. And so I was able to get some exam, but she, because of her discomfort, did not want a complete exam. So it was a limited exam, and it's documented in my note.
Let's go back for a moment to the transfer issue. What did you tell Mr. Kowalski about why the transfer was not being approved by Nemours at the time?
So as I documented in my note, Dr. Santana wanted to have her on an outpatient basis. Her treatment plan is an outpatient treatment plan, and that they really wanted us to wean her off of the medications. And then
objection, motion strike. It's not the record.
Sustained.
Instruction to the jury, please. Your Honor.
You'll disregard the comment as to what the doctor in Orlando allegedly said.
Well, let's continue. Can you recall any other interactions that you had with the Kowalskis on Monday, October 10th?
no.
Okay. And then did you also take care of Maya Kowalski on that Tuesday, October 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you arrive at the hospital that morning?
We typically arrive at 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. And did you conduct rounds that morning in much the same way you've described before?
Our day would be the same.
Okay. Did you have occasion on that Tuesday, October 11th, to speak with Mrs. Kowalski?
Yes.
And what did your conversation with Mrs. Kowalski consist of?
Mrs. Kowalski was concerned that the information was not appropriately provided to Nemours, and that there was potentially, facts of Maya's history that were not provided. And so she really wanted to arrange a conversation with them so that she could tell Maya's story.
Okay. And were there some particular therapies that Mrs. Kowalski expressed to you that she wanted to obtain at Nemours?
Yes, she wanted an intrathecal infusion pump.
And what was after you had this discussion with Ms. Kowalski about her concerns, what did you do?
I then reached out to Nemours and spoke with the physicians there and organized a meeting with Dr. Santana and the ICU physician. I'm not sure what their name was.
Okay. And do you have a note of that date, October
Yes.
11th?
Yes.
And that would be, I believe, starting on page 100176. That's in evidence, Your Honor, as per the All Children's Hospital record. And I would direct attention to the last paragraph on that page that begins with, I contacted Nemours. And did you, in fact, contact Nemours and arrange for a telephone conference?
Yes.
And who was a party to that telephone conversation?
It was Dr. Santana and Dr. Torres. We also had Mrs. Kowalski present and the bedside nurse. We met in the ICU physician office.
Okay. And before we go into those details about the conversation, tell the jury what an intrathecal pain pump is.
So an intrathecal pain pump is a pump that is inserted underneath the skin, and there's a catheter that goes into the space around the spinal cord. And it can infuse various medications, usually pain medications, to help treat and manage chronic pain.
To your knowledge, was that something that was recommended at All Children's?
No.
Why?
From the literature on CRPS,
Objection.
Sustained.
Don't talk about the literature.
Okay.
Just tell what your experience is.
the only time that I have ever had patients with intrathecal pain pumps are usually patients in compassionate care, usually with significant pain from cancer.
Are there risks to a pain pump of this nature?
There are definitely risks to having a pain pump.
Tell us, if you would, what you learned from the discussion that took place that you arranged with Nemours.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, I'll try again. That was probably a bad question. Was there a conversation, a telephone conference that occurred involving Mrs. Kowalski, yourself, and some folks from Nemours Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And who was on the phone to your knowledge?
Dr. Santana, Dr. Torres, and then also present in the room with me was the bedside nurse.
And what was Mrs. Kowalski told during that conversation?
Mrs. Kowalski told her story, and then Dr. Santana told her that she has a lot of experience with CRPS. She trained in Boston, and that was where she had learned her management and was reproducing that down in the Orlando area in her own clinic, and that she had very good success with treating patients with this diagnosis using physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Was there an indication that this outpatient program would be available?
Yes, yes.
And did you have a discussion subsequently with Mrs. Kowalski about that program and about transferring her child to Nemours for this outpatient program?
I did. I actually was very encouraged after speaking with Dr. Santana and thought that she was very well educated, very well experienced, and had good success. So I was actually really optimistic and excited that we would be able to make the connection for the Kowalski family to get care there.
Did you have an impression regarding whether Mrs. Kowalski would agree to such an outpatient transfer?
Initially, yes, I thought that she would be interested in it. She expressed that she was interested in pursuing it.
Okay. Now, your note that we have up here, which we're going to publish to the jury when we finish this, your note seems to make reference to continuing into the next day. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, where are you referring?
Well, let me just ask this. When you left the hospital on October 11th, did you have any impression regarding whether or not this outpatient transfer would be workable?
Soon after our conversation with the physicians at Nemours and my understanding that we were going to hope to get her there as an outpatient, the mom told me that she really wasn't interested and wanted an intrathecal pump and wanted to explore other places to have this, and I believe it was Cleveland Clinic that she thought that they could potentially be transferred to get an intrathecal pump.
Okay. And did you attempt to arrange that, or did you attempt to contact Cleveland?
I did not. I told her that we needed to have somebody to reach out to and put that kind of on her to let us know who to reach out to.
Okay. And then was the last day that you cared for Maya Kowalski on October the 12th?
Wednesday, yes.
Okay. And did you have any further conversations with Mrs. Kowalski that day?
I did have conversations with her. We, again, every morning we met with the pain team and we discussed what our plan for the day would be and how we would wean, progress with our weaning. And so we reviewed that with her and she agreed with our weaning plan. We also, at that point in time, the GI team had looked at Maya. They had also looked at the CT scan that had been done over the weekend, and they felt that because of this abdominal pain that she had presented with, that it was worth doing an endoscopy. They had reviewed her records and did not feel she had ever had any endoscopy performed, and so this was discussed with Mom, and she agreed with having that, which was scheduled for Friday. She'd require a Go Lightly clean out in preparation to have the endoscopy on Friday.
And during this 3-day period that you were taking care of Maya Kowalski, was the pain team also involved in her care?
Every single day.
And what was the weaning plan, if you can describe that briefly? We'll hear from Dr. Elliott about that, but what was your perspective on it?
It was, in reference to ketamine, it was a gradual wean in the ketamine where we were going down like a milligram per kilo a day. I think maybe towards the end it was a little bit faster. And then with the dexmedetomidine infusion, that's given to an IV. Clonidine is an oral medication that acts very similarly, and so we had transitioned her to a clonidine patch. And when we put the patch on, often we'll give some oral doses of clonidine because it takes the patch a little bit of time to absorb and get to steady state drug levels in the body. So we'll use oral doses of the medication to help get to that level in the body where she's actually getting the full effects.
Okay. And over this period of 3 days and this weaning process, you used a drug term that I can't pronounce, and I'd like to get you to explain. Dexamethasone?
Oh, dexmedetomidine, Precedex.
Okay. And what is that?
It is alpha agonist, and so we use it often in the ICU as a sedative and also an analgesic. It is actually a really nice medication because it has less respiratory depression, and so we can provide sedation to patients that aren't on any respiratory support and not have as much concern that they would stop breathing.
And during this 3-day period that you took care of Maya Kowalski, did it appear to you that the weaning process was going smoothly?
It seemed to be going smoothly. We weren't having discussions about stopping the wean every day. We were progressing with our wean. I wasn't called frequently to the room, that there were breakthrough episodes of pain that weren't being controlled. So it seemed like we were being successful in weaning her off.
And did it appear that she was generally comfortable during this process?
I think intermittently she probably had complaints of pain, but we were, I think, well controlled.
And did you ever have any contact with the Kowalskis after you went off duty, so to speak, on October 12th,
No.
2016?
No.
Okay. Come on. Did you ever hear from the Kowalskis during the time that you were taking care of them that they wanted to leave the hospital against medical advice?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation about that with Mrs. Kowalski?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. Your witness.
Thank you.
So you're aware then that the Kowalskis were told not 2 days prior that if they left, security would come and escort them back into the hospital and call the police. You were aware of that, right?
No.
Nobody ever told you that?
I was told on the morning, on Monday morning, that they wanted to go out of the hospital, and there was conversations in regards to leaving against medical advice.
AMA, right?
Correct.
And is it, to your knowledge, AMA a force of law? I mean, do doctors through AMA, are they able to retain people and hold people in their rooms just because they disagree with the diagnosis?
It's the same.
Hey,
Ma'am, Mr. Anderson, it's the same.
I'm going to change. So was the reason AMA
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
against medical advice?
Against medical advice is AMA.
And doesn't that mean that you disagreed with the treatment that the non-Johns Hopkins doctors had for Maya?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation in the testimony.
I think you need to identify the doctors to which you refer.
Hannah, Kirkpatrick, Chopra, Wassenauer, Barr, Spiegel.
Can you rephrase the question, please? The
Yes.
beginning of it, not the names, but if you could please rephrase the beginning of the question.
Against medical advice talks about your medical advice. The Kowalskis disagreeing with your medical advice.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And to that point, they had been counseled by multiple experts in CRPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had no CRPS program at the hospital, did you?
Correct.
So you said that when you spoke to Beata, she was cooperative and knowledgeable, right?
Yes.
And you explained your plan about weaning off and the dosages, and she was agreeable, right?
Correct.
And throughout the entire conversation, she was polite and, although expressed her opinion, was acting fairly normally for a parent of a sick child. True?
She was polite to me. She did ask for therapies that were unusual for families to ask for, but she was always polite to me.
So isn't the reason that, not necessarily you, but the hospital were keeping them there, was that there was a belief that somehow Beata was a harm to her child?
Objection to the characterization.
Isn't that true?
Overruled.
So I think that there were red flags in her history.
I'm not talking about that, ma'am. I'm just asking you a simple question. Was the reason that you were keeping her there because you and other doctors feared what Beata Kowalski would do?
I don't
Is that
think-
true?
That is not true.
So they could have left at any time without any problem. And Johns Hopkins would have let them just walk. Sorry. They could have left at any time with no problem. Is that right?
We have a process for against medical advice, and so we would have followed that process.
And what would that entail?
So when a family asks to leave against medical advice, we contact the nursing supervisor and we contact social work. We go and we talk to the family. We explain to them why we feel like it is not in the child's best interest to be discharged. And in this case, she was still on significant doses of sedation. And we would have that conversation if we couldn't come to an agreement with the family. Then if we felt that it was an unsafe situation, then we would contact the Department of Child and Family Services. But at no point in time would we restrain the family or force them to stay.
So it would be against your policy, for instance, to tell the Kowalskis that if they did try to leave, security would be called to keep them there.
If a child is under DCF custody, then I'm just explaining the policy.
Go ahead,
If-
please.
If the patient is under a shelter, then we would call security, but we would not intervene. We would, if the family was leaving, we would call the Department of Child and Family Services.
But from October 7th, 2016 to October 13th, 2016, there was no DCF hold,
Correct.
was there?
Correct.
And so, to your knowledge, did anybody ever go to the Kowalskis and say, remember when we told you that if you tried to walk off, we were going to have the guys from security come here and force you to stay?
I never said that to the family.
Okay.
Overruled.
And your reason medically was she needed to be weaned off of ketamine. Is that right?
She was on several medications that we were weaning her off of, yes.
Well, wasn't the primary one you were worried about the ketamine?
We were worried about ketamine, but she also was on dexmedetomidine, which was also a different medication than she had been on before. We had not resolved the concerns of abdominal pain, and at that point in time, she was not eating and drinking enough to sustain her hydration level and was requiring IV fluids. And so we would not typically discharge a patient that we were uncertain of their ability to maintain their hydration status. And so typically we would discontinue our therapies and make sure that the patient was in a state where they would be able to maintain themselves without needing all these things that were being done in the hospital.
Anything else? Was it or was it not the ketamine that was one of your primary concerns?
I think that there was a concern of the ketamine as an outpatient, and that's why other people were involved, but my concern was what I was being faced with at that moment in time when I was taking care of Maya.
So now, how much experience do you have with ketamine infusion?
I have a lot of experience with ketamine infusion.
Okay. Are you an anesthesiologist?
I'm not an anesthesiologist.
Psychopharmacologist?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Psychopharmacologist?
No,
Psychologist?
no.
Did you prescribe for Maya during this time, by the way, an antipsychotic? Haloperidol?
Haloperidol?
Yeah.
Haloperidol is an antipsychotic, and it was a recommendation that was provided by the pain team with mom in agreement.
So you wanted to take her off the ketamine and put her on an antipsychotic. Is that
It was
right?
as a PRN as an as needed to help transition her off of the infusions.
All right. And your belief about the weaning of the ketamine was you thought, I don't know if it's just you, but you thought that ketamine had physical withdrawal symptoms. Is that right?
When you review ketamine, it's uncertain, but we do know that it does have psychological withdrawal. And so patients who are abruptly taken off of ketamine, who have been exposed to it over time, can have a psychological withdrawal, like other psychedelic medications.
Psychedelic medications, right. Okay, so now, during this time, in reviewing your records, I don't see a single note, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is not a single note about any physiological signs of withdrawal by Maya Kowalski. True?
Again, usually you do not see physiological withdrawal with ketamine, and she was still on the infusions, and so usually you will see withdrawal once you have removed the medications from the patient.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was eventually removed, right?
She was off of the ketamine on Wednesday, which was my last day taking care of her.
Do you know how many times she had been on and off ketamine in the preceding year?
I know that she was receiving ketamine infusions on a regular basis, yes.
And did you go back before testifying here and review any of the records going back the past year?
Not in regards to how often she was getting ketamine, but I knew that she was getting it on a regular basis.
Was it true that they had been seeking, the Kowalskis had been seeking advice and treatment from Johns Hopkins going back to even before the July 4th onset of the CRPS?
I know from reviewing the medical records that are in our electronic medical record that she had been seen at our hospital, yes.
And through that period of time, after Dr. Kirkpatrick's diagnosis in September of 2015, Johns Hopkins records uniformly stated CRPS as a primary diagnosis. Up until this point, anyway. True?
What's the legal basis of the objection?
Foundation argument.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. After Dr. Kirkpatrick first identified this as CRPS, September 23rd of 2016, in every visit after that, up to this point, Johns Hopkins physicians had identified this CRPS as the primary diagnosis for Maya Kowalski. True?
The mother provided that as a diagnosis, and so when we take a history, we ask families about their past medical history, and when a family member tells you that their child has something, we believe them. We don't, on every diagnosis, go back and re-diagnose it.
Well,
There's a trust within a relationship that you develop with a family and a physician.
I thought my question was simply that, was that the primary diagnosis over that period of time? Is that true or false?
It was one of her diagnoses.
Well, if the jury were to look at these records, would they not find out that CRPS was the number one diagnosis by each and every doctor over that period of time?
I don't know how everybody writes their list of diagnoses.
And so you went back through the records, so certainly you must have seen that she'd been to Dr. Kirkpatrick, and that Dr. Wassenauer was her treating, ongoing, I guess you all call it, attending pediatrician?
It's a primary care provider.
Primary care provider. And then she'd been to Dr. Hanna, right? Or what in-depth conversations did you have with any of them about the need for the ketamine to treat CRPS?
I did not have any conversations with them.
I'd like to talk for a moment about intrathecal pump. By the way, is that FDA approved, intrathecal pump?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And isn't it true that Beata Kowalski learned about intrathecal pumps in a CRPS chat room as a possible alternative? Didn't she tell you that?
I don't believe she told me that.
Did she?
Overall.
Did she tell you that she was looking for ways to reduce the amount of medications in Maya?
She did not say that specifically.
Isn't it true that an intrathecal pump, one of the main advantages of it is that it reduces the amount of medication in the child's system?
It can.
Well, isn't it just the idea here putting a tiny amount into the spinal cord as opposed to having it run through the whole body?
Again, I'm not an expert in intrathecal pain pumps. I'm not a chronic pain physician. I'm a critical care physician. But the hope is that it would provide better control of the pain at lower doses. Correct.
Okay. And you'd had parents with children in extreme pain ask you about that previously, had you?
No.
But you weren't a pain management specialist, right?
No, I'm a critical care physician.
And so I want to talk for a moment about Nemours, if we could. Did you ever get a chance to look at the form that the Kowalskis were asked to sign in order to transfer Maya to Nemours?
No.
Is it true that Beata Kowalski wanted an inpatient CRPS program?
I was just told that she was interested in Nemours. The difference between inpatient and outpatient, I don't know the specifics of what she was.
It turns out that Nemours, after you talked to him, you found out that Nemours did not have an inpatient CRPS program. It was outpatient, true?
Correct.
But they did have an inpatient pediatric psychiatric program, didn't they?
I do not know.
Do you know whether the codes on the release authorization the Kowalskis were asked to sign were coded for psychiatric problems such as Munchausen by proxy?
No, I don't know.
If they had signed on to that, wouldn't they have been agreeing that, A, their daughter had psychiatric problems?
Objection, Your Honor. False legal conclusion.
Sustained.
If they had signed on to that and it said psychiatric problems, do you think that would have posed problems?
Same objection, Your Honor. All speculation.
Overruled on that one.
I'm not aware of the form that you're speaking to, and so I don't feel like I can answer the question appropriately without understanding the form that you're referencing.
Mm-hmm. Do you know whether a nurse who agrees that she was involved with abuse of her own child, Munchausen by proxy, would be able to stay in that profession?
Objection, Your Honor. That's false speculation.
If you don't know, she doesn't know.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
I've never been involved in a case of Munchausen by proxy. I've never met any families like that, so I can't speculate on how they would feel or how a nurse would feel.
But a pediatrician wouldn't be able to continue to practice if there was a record of child abuse, would they?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So, again, what steps, strike it. You had also said on intrathecal pumps that you mostly knew of them for children with cancer, pain from cancer, right?
Correct.
Do you know any of the pain scales, such as the McGill pain scale?
I'm familiar with pain scales that we use in the hospital, and off the top of my head, I don't remember the name of the pain scale.
What is the disease, maybe disorder, that ranks above cancer and at the top of the McGill pain scale?
I don't know.
Is it CRPS? If you know.
I'm not sure. I've not seen a listing of diseases based on a pain scale.
I know you're not. I understand, but you understand you did understand that CRPS was one of the most painful conditions known to medicine, did you not?
Yes.
And again, did Johns Hopkins have an inpatient CRPS pain treatment program?
We do not have an inpatient CRPS pain program.
Mm-hmm. So again, if there was no hold and Beata Kowalski to you was acting like any other concerned mother, why not just let him go?
She never asked me to leave. That was never brought up to me.
But had it been brought up to you, you would have said, fine, go ahead, walk out of here.
I would have had a conversation with him that I did not think that she was ready for discharge.
Okay?
And because there was a current DCF involvement, we would contact them to let them know. But if I felt that she was safe to be discharged, I would have discharged her.
If you felt she was safe,
Correct.
you as a doctor felt she was safe.
As the person that's currently in charge of her medical care, yes.
Well, at this point, you had absolutely no indications that Maya was, strike it. At this point, you had not done an extensive review of Maya's records, had you?
I had reviewed what was in our,
Back then, did you review? At this point, as of October 10th.
Dr. Teppa had done a very thorough review in her H&P, and I had read her H&P, which summarized all of the encounters that she had had when she was at All Children's Hospital.
I simply asked whether you had.
And I told you what I reviewed.
Okay. And is it true that while you were weaning Maya off of ketamine, you also were giving her or putting her back on certain narcotics?
There were medications that the pain team was using and had recommended with discussions with the family to use as an as-needed basis.
What is butorphanol?
Butorphanol.
Butorphanol. Sorry about the pronunciations, but what is butorphanol a narcotic medication?
It is a opiate agonist and antagonist, I believe.
And from your admittedly a brief review, did it come to your attention that narcotics had never worked for Maya previously?
I wasn't aware of it, but all of our plan with pain management was discussed with the family, and so there would have been an opportunity for them to tell us that they did not work. But they agreed with what our plan was.
And who all else was on the pain team? You testified to on direct examination that there was a team that were making these decisions. Who all was on that team, if you could name them for us?
The individual that I interacted with at that time was Dr. Elliott.
Okay.
And then there is a nurse practitioner that is usually rounding with them during the day, and I do not remember who that was back then.
Just Dr. Elliott?
And his nurse practitioner, but I'm not sure who that would have been back then. But Dr. Elliott would be the physician who was rounding those 3 days in the ICU.
So the team was 3 people.
There are several pain team doctors at the hospital. Back then, I believe the pain team was Dr. Elliott, Dr. Dolan, Dr. Patel, and I think Dr. I'm totally blanking on the other person's name. I apologize.
But in this meeting,
But usually one of them is on service at a time, and they're the one who is rounding and seeing the patient on that day. So they all the physicians would not come on every single day. They'd be the person who was taking care of the pain team.
anything else you'd like to add? Just on that day, the people we're talking about that you testified to on direct, were there just 3 people?
I told you it was Dr. Elliott and his nurse practitioner, then I don't remember her name.
I understand.
So
And you?
2. I'm not sure where
1, 2, 3. You, the nurse practitioner,
I'm
and Dr.
not on the
Elliott.
pain team. I'm the critical care physician.
Getting argumentative with the witness.
Sustained.
Well, who was the leader of the team?
As the critical care physician for a patient that's in the ICU, we are the one that directs their care and coordinates with all of the consultants. The person who was on the pain team that day was Dr. Elliott, and he would have been the leader of the pain team rounding on Maya that day.
In that little team you had put together, who was the leader of the team? Who made the ultimate decisions?
The ultimate decisions are made as a team. So as the team leader, the critical care physician coordinates that care, but I do depend and rely on my experts. And so when it comes to pain management in a chronic pain patient, Dr. Elliott, who is our pain team doctor that day, would have led that care.
So he would have made the decisions.
He would make the pain care decisions.
All right. Now, are you in any, or at this point, at that point back then, were you in any executive position at the hospital?
At that point in time, I was the chair of the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee.
I'm sorry, Chair of.
Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee?
Okay. So based on everything you saw about Beata Kowalski, there was no need. I'm just talking about what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
There was no need to consider keeping Maya there.
Jack, I felt the conclusion.
Overruled.
Like I explained to you, she was cooperative with our plan of care. She did ask for things that I did not feel were indicated, and we would have a discussion about that.
You've had multiple parents, maybe every day, ask you for different treatments for their children that you may not agree with. Is that true?
Correct, yes.
That in and of itself would not be a basis to take her away from her little girl, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Sergeant Sanders.
Sustained.
Would that be enough to keep them there?
Can I see the attorneys, please? Okay, members of the jury, please disregard the last question that was asked. Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor, based on that.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
You were asked, Doctor, if all children had a CRPS program at the time of this in 2016. They did not, correct?
Correct.
And was the reason you were attempting to facilitate transfer to Nemours was because they did?
It was both because the family had requested to transfer to the Moors, and they have a program that could actually take care of Maya and her CRPS, yes.
No further questions.
Anything further? No, Your Honor. Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? Members of the jury, I guess. Go back to your room. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation receiving.
All rise. Jury exit.
Out of our presence, Dr. Smith, if I could have you wait outside as we go over these questions outside your presence.
Okay, Dr. Michelle Smith is outside of our presence. The first question, at the time you saw Maya, you just testified there, quote, red flag, end quote, did, quote, you, end quote, call the child abuse hotline to report your, quote, red flags, end quote, or did the hospital just reach out to Sally Smith off the record first to come in and give guidance on the case first as an expert? Here's the page.
This one's fraught with.
Sorry, the effort, Judge, that's got.
Howard, can you speak up for me?
I'm sorry, I'm there.
I don't have my headphones on.
Oh, okay. Judge, we object. That's got more landmine hit than the Normandy beaches.
As much as I hate to agree with counsel, it would be difficult to read that question.
Court sustains the objection. I will not ask that question. Read page number 2. As the treating physician in the PICU, what diagnosis were you treating Maya for? We have seen her admitting and discharge diagnosis on her discharge paperwork as conversion or factitious disorder, or question mark. Can you tell us what your diagnosis was as the treating physician? If you meet as a team to hear about the weekend to take over, would the physician you are taking over for tell you they considered leaving AMA?
I can't object. I think those are questions.
Thank you.
Okay, court will ask them. Read page number 3. When signing discharge papers, does that admit the patient to agreeing with the diagnosis, or does it only acknowledge receiving the discharge information? Next question. Do the same answers apply with transfer orders?
Conclusion.
I think, the problem is it's stepping across the line into legal.
I just need whether someone's objecting or not.
Where you check it out?
To the first one? And your position, I guess it would be with both. Do you object or not object? Okay.
So I
You object as well?
yeah.
I agree. I sustain the objection that those won't be asked. Next question, red number 4. How much IV hydration was Maya receiving at the time in the PICU? Was she taking any oral intake? When Maya stopped ketamine in your hospital, did Maya show any withdrawal symptoms in your hospital?
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, red page number 5. Dr. Smith, you referred to ketamine as being like a psychotropic medication. This, to my knowledge and remembrance of testimony heard in these proceedings, is the first time the words ketamine and psychotropic drug have been used in the same sentence. Is ketamine in a medical prescription description listed as a psychotropic drug, or is ketamine listed as a drug and only the or possible temporary side effects could be brain fog or hallucinations?
Medical guide is a medical prescription description.
Oh, she said psychic. I think she made reference to psychedelic. I'm not sure she said psychotropic, but she can correct me.
Hospital.
That's a good question. Yeah. Okay. Did I bump?
Yeah.
Sorry. Step back.
It's, we don't want the juries to be in the camera.
I'm gonna. I'll object to number 1, but not to.
Overruled. I'll ask it. Okay. Anything else? Or can we bring in the jury?
Nothing.
Let me ask you this. Since they're on a break and we're going an hour now, do you want to just take a 5-minute and then as soon as this witness is over, call the next witness?
I can do that, I guess.
Whatever the judge would like.
Well, I'm just trying to think from an efficiency standpoint, so we don't have to take a break in 10 or 15. Let's take 5 minutes and then we'll bring the jury in. Let the jury know we'll be back. Okay, please be seated.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And while you were on break, did anyone approach you about this case? Did anyone review any media accounts of this case while on break? And members of the jury, I have reviewed the questions outside the presence of Dr. Michelle Smith with the attorneys. I'm going to be able to ask some, but not all of them. Dr. Smith, as the treating physician in the PICU, what diagnosis were you treating Maya for?
So we were treating her for an acute pain exacerbation, and we, at that point in time, had the CRPS diagnosis, but this was an acute pain exacerbation that we were treating and managing with the pain team. We also were evaluating her for the abdominal pain that she came in, and so the GI service was also evaluating her at the same time.
We have seen her, meaning Maya Kowalski's, admitting and discharge diagnosis on her discharge paperwork as conversion or factitious disorder. Can you tell us what your diagnosis was as the treating physician?
I took care of Maya for the 3 days, and that was my only time with her. And at that point in time, we were treating her for an acute pain exacerbation and abdominal pain with the diagnosis of CRPS.
Next question. If you meet as a team to hear about the weekend to take over care, would the physician you are taking over for tell you that they, meaning the Kowalskis, are considering leaving AMA?
Yes, that would have been discussed with me during any handoff.
Next question. How much IV hydration was Maya receiving at the time in the PICU?
The exact amount I'm not certain, but what we would normally do is put them on normal maintenance fluids. That would be the requirement for a person who's not eating or drinking anything at that time.
Was Maya taking any oral intake in the PICU?
I think she was drinking a little bit and not eating much solids.
When Maya stopped ketamine in your hospital, did Maya show any withdrawal symptoms in your hospital?
We discontinued the ketamine on Wednesday, and that was my last day taking care of her, so I would have only been involved with her for several hours while she was off the ketamine.
Next question. You referred to ketamine as being like a psychotropic medication. This, to my knowledge and remembrance of testimony heard in these proceedings, is the first time the word ketamine and psychotropic drug have been used in the same sentence. Is ketamine in a medical diagnosis description listed as a psychotropic drug, or is ketamine listed as a drug and only the or possible temporary side effects could be brain fog or hallucinations?
Ketamine is a dissociative agent, and so that is what we typically talk about it as, a dissociative agent, and it's used for anesthesia. When I use it, it's used for sedation. I'm not sure if that exactly addressed that question.
I'm sure if there's further follow-ups, they will ask.
Please.
Defense, do you have any further follow-up?
Just a couple, Your Honor, I think. I might. First of all, to be clear, Dr. Smith, you were taking care of this patient in the time frames we just talked about, October 10th through 12th of 2016.
Yes, Monday through Wednesday.
And the only transfer effort made at that time was to Nemours, correct?
Correct.
And that transfer was based on the diagnosis you folks had at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an understanding, or did you have an understanding as to why the family did not wish to have the transfer done at that time?
Nemours wouldn't accept her in transfer. So the plan with Nemours was that she would be enrolled in their outpatient program.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding as to why, if they did, the family did not wish to transfer to the outpatient program?
Mom wanted to go somewhere where she could get an intrathecal pump, and Dr. Santana had explained that that was not part of their program.
Objection, hearsay.
Gonna let it stay.
You were asked some questions about the extent to which Maya was getting IV fluid.
Yes.
On the unit. I'm going to ask that 1001-73 and 74, that's an evidence, Judge, as part of the joint exhibit.
If it's in, you can put it.
I'd ask that it be put up, and there's a section there on the second page of that note entitled Fluids, Electrolytes, and Nutrition. Would that indicate, well, first of all, were you folks tracking Maya's intake and output?
Yes, every patient that is in the intensive care unit, everything that goes in them, whether it be through their mouth or through an IV, gets recorded, and anything that goes out also gets recorded.
Okay. And was the patient at the time, at the end of your tenure here, had the patient been placed on something called TPN?
Yes, the mother had asked for her to be put on TPN. TPN is IV formulation of nutrition that includes the basic requirements for nutrition. My initial conversations with Mom was that typically we do not use TPN in patients when we can use their GI tract. So if you can tolerate enteral feedings, that's the most natural way to be fed. Mom raised concerns that the placing of a nasogastric tube to give her the feedings would be distressful for Maya, and she requested TPN. We also don't usually start TPN for short-term nutrition, and so we would not be providing it at the time of discharge. Mom had instructed me that she would be able to find somebody that would be able to prescribe the TPN as an outpatient. Once we had GI involved and we knew that she was not going to be eating for probably several more days, we did start her on some TPN, but not with the plan of discharging her on the TPN.
Right. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Plaintiff?
No questions.
Members of the jury, anything further? And may Dr. Michelle Smith be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness, please.
I'd like to call Dr. Beatrice Tepa-Sanchez.
Thank you, Dr. Absolutely.
I swear, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us your name, please, ma'am?
Beatriz Tepa-Sanchez.
Okay. Dr. Tepa-Sanchez, where are you from?
I'm from Venezuela.
What is your job today?
I'm a critical care physician at All Children's.
Okay. And how long have you been at All Children's Hospital?
Probably close to 8 years. I started in 2016.
Would you tell the jury how you received or where you received your education and training?
Sure. I went to medical school in Venezuela, and then right after medical school, I did all my requirements, testing, and everything to be able to come to the United States to do my residency. So I got married, left the country because of the situation of Venezuela, and came to Texas, where I did my pediatric residency at Driscoll Children's Hospital. That was for 3 years, and then I was accepted at Emory University in Atlanta for my critical care fellowship. After that, I was able to find my dream job. Also, my husband's a physician, so that's at St. Petersburg, All Children's, and that was my first job as an attending.
Okay. And you've been, you said, with All Children since 2016?
16, yes.
Okay. And are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Would you tell the jury what you're board certified in?
I am board certified in pediatrics and also in pediatric critical care medicine.
I keep trying to remember to ask this question, and I haven't done it, so I'm going to ask you. What does board certification mean? What do you have to do to be board certified?
So basically, you have to study a lot and present the exam. So the boards, the pediatric, American Academy of Pediatrics, have boards for general pediatricians, and then they also have boards. The American Board of Pediatrics also has boards, which is just a big test that goes, it's like 4 hours or sometimes even more, through all the general requirements that a person that is trained on that profession should be able to, pass those testings.
Okay. And you've maintained your board certifications?
Yeah, and it also includes not just the test for that. You have to do maintenance of certification. So basically, throughout those years, you have to accumulate points with going to conferences, taking extra trainings, like 2 or 3 days seminars and things like that. And each of those have specific points. So you have to reach a certain amount of points to be board certified.
Now, have you brought your notes from your care of Maya Kowalski with you today?
Yes, I have them in front of me.
I need to know that so I know what what you got there.
I have my HMP, which is my history and physical on the day of admission on the 7th. I have my progress note from the 8th and my progress note from the 9th.
Okay. So let's start by your telling the jury, if you would, when it was that you were involved with Maya Kowalski's care.
So my involvement with her care was basically on the day of admission to the ICU. That is on the 7th, that during the afternoon. So I understand she came to the ER first and was there for several hours as, the evaluations were being done. But then she actually arrived to our ICU that afternoon. I believe it was somewhere probably around 4 p.m. or so. It's kind of my recollection, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And did you just happen to be the pediatric ICU intensivist on duty that day?
Yeah, there's usually 2 of us during the day and 1 at night. So during the day, the call about presenting the patient was given to Dr. Farhan Malik because he was the admitting doctor that was taking care of all those admissions that were coming. And then he would be the person that would assign either to his team or to my team, and based on number of patients and acuity. And at that moment, it came to my team.
Okay. And had you ever met or heard of the Kowalskis before?
No.
Okay. Had you ever had any contact with them?
No.
Okay. And just for purposes of clarification, when we refer to the pediatric ICU, that's frequently referred to as the PICU, right?
Yes, the PICU.
So I'll try to remember.
Easier.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you first encountered the Kowalskis.
So as usual, my usual practice is in the unit, they'll let us know when the patient arrives. Of course, it's an ICU, so the first thing we do is actually go to the patient to make sure that to make sure that the patient's stable and doesn't need anything right and then. At that moment, I recall the nurses were, as usual, as our usual practice, putting like the stickers for the monitors, checking the IV. That's our usual practice, getting another weight on our patient and things like that. But it was very chaotic at the time. There was, the nurses were trying to put their stickers and put it on the monitors. And there was just a lot of very loud environment and a lot of screaming. So my initial encounter was to just try to calm everything and try to take what I was seeing and see if I needed to do something right and then, or if the patient needed anything. I needed vital signs. I needed to make sure I could examine her. So there was a lot of screaming from Maya, and then there was a lot of kind of loud discussions between mom and the nurses.
Okay. And what was the source of all the hubbub, if I can use that?
Sure. I think at that moment, as the nurses were trying to put the monitors in Maya, the concern was that she was in pain, and that everything that was being done was causing pain. So Maya was saying that, you know, she was hurting and there was a lot of pain, that she needed her anesthesia medications. I remember her saying those words. And then mom also saying, you're hurting her, you don't know how to treat these patients, you know, you need to listen to me. And it was kind of like a, you know, discussion between them.
So were you able to take a history of what was going on here?
I eventually was. At the beginning, I think, you know, my interaction was more, okay, let's calm down. We really need to get her vital signs. I wanna, you know, Maya was clearly suffering. So I wanted to make sure I had at least the minimal information I needed so I could choose the right interventions for her.
Okay. And what interventions did you choose? What did you do?
So at that moment, after at least we had some basic vital signs, I recall that we did give her a benzodiazepine to try to just kind of get the anxiety and the nervousness and stress kind of calm down, so we can at least do a physical exam and have more effective communication between the family and me.
Okay. What's a benzodiazepine?
It's a medication that's a sedative. Mostly it doesn't really take care of pain. Depending on the dose, you can do it more for like anxiolysis, may take the anxiety down, but if you do enough of it, you can make somebody just kind of go to sleep.
Okay. What diagnostic studies, if any, did you consider conducting at that time?
So at that time, I knew that the ER had done some basic laboratory studies, blood work, and they had suggested doing some type of imaging studies to the belly, to the abdomen. And at that time, on my limited physical exam, the family's main concern was not only like pain everywhere, but mostly abdominal pain. That's what she was brought to the hospital. So after obtaining just very basic information, I did consider that, you know, kind of discussing how we can get some type of imaging to her belly. My concern was, even though, you know, we have a reported chronic pain diagnosis, that you could still have a pathology that is causing the abdominal pain that might be exacerbating the pain, like, you know, appendicitis or something else. And I didn't want to miss that. I wanted to make sure that while honoring all of her history, that we still also look to see if there is something else going on, which might need different interventions.
So let's make sure we're clear on this. What complaints did you hear Maya voicing at this time?
So she just kept saying it's hurting. She would call out like any other kid to her mother, "Mom, please, I'm hurting." The things that developmentally, you know, kind of stuck to me, and still after all these years, is she was saying things like, "I need my anesthesia medication. I need my medications." She would tell the nurses, "Give me my medicine." She would say, "I need you to push the medicine." I mean, those are things that I have heard between us, you know, in the medical field. And that kind of stuck in my head as a 10-year-old, you know, kind of requesting very specific things. She would say the names of the medications. That also kind of stuck in my head a little bit. But, you know, we had the pain team had already been contacted in the ER, and I had also put another call that let them know that she was in the ICU. So I really, you know, they came very promptly. So I really she was suffering. She was clearly suffering. And, you know, while we were getting all our information, I wanted to get her in a place that she was at least a little bit alleviated from that suffering.
Who was the pain, when you say the pain team, who was
Yeah.
the pain team that responded?
Sure, yeah. It's anesthesiologist, as you've heard. That day, I'm pretty sure it was Dr. Jenny Dolan, who was the anesthesiologist covering, representing the pain team.
Now, let me go back for just a minute. You've talked about abdominal pain and you're concerned about that. What other sources of pain were you hearing expressed?
Yes. At that moment, you know, Maya, like what I was seeing, Maya saying it was hurting. And it was mostly related to, like I said, the nurses trying to put the stickers on the chest so we can get the telemetry, which is that monitoring, and also evaluate the respiratory rate and things like that. Mom was on and off, kind of like on the bed with her or off, talking to me. And it really struck me that the stimulus to the pain, where she like, I was trying to kind of gather what was making her hurt. You know, it deferred to whoever was doing it. So it was the nurse putting the stickers. It was like, oh, that hurts so much. Please don't do that. But you know, mom would hug her and, you know, rub her back, but that didn't seem to be hurting. So at the time I was trying to just gather what was hurting, in the kind of chaotic moment. And it just, to me, was hard, obviously, doing a physical exam with me putting my hands on her. I tried to kind of defer to where she was a little bit more calm to try to see exactly what was hurting. So it wasn't terribly clear what specifically was causing her the most pain.
So did you have the opportunity to gather a history from the patient or from her mother about what brought them to the hospital and what had gone before?
Yeah, I think once, you know, we gave her the benzodiazepine, the pain team came, we started talking about a plan. Things kind of simmered down. She was already on some of the monitors. And then I did, you know, our rooms have the bed for the patient and then there's a couch. Where usually the family sits a little bit on the side. So I tried to, Maya seemed to be a little bit calmer, and I did sit down on the couch and just kind of like my usual technique in any patient is, you know, we work in a high stress environment, so there's not uncommon that families sometimes there's a lot going on. So I let the families kind of just vent out, talk, and that way, you know, they can get out of the way anything that they want to say, and then we can actually have a more effective communication. So at that time, yes, we started going back, like, let's just go back from the beginning. Tell me, you know, what her admissions have been in the past. Has she ever had surgery? You know, the usual questions. And we went through as much as she told me, and as I was taking notes, all of like probably the prior year is where most of the focus was on all her ER presentations and admissions.
Okay. Now, when she came to the PICU from the ER, had you had the opportunity to speak with anyone from the ER?
Not personally, no. The call was directly from the ER to the admitting physician in the PICU, which at that day was Dr. Farhan Malik.
I see. And did you have any understanding about whether the patient had already received any kind of pain medication?
Yes. When Dr. Farhan told me this patient...
Did you receive any information regarding whether or not the patient had had pain medication in the ER?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding?
That she had received a ketamine dose, and I believe a benzodiazepine and magnesium, I think.
And did you administer any additional pain medication?
I did.
And
later.
What did you get?
So after discussing with the pain team, we did start her on a Precedex infusion, which is the dexmedetomidine, even it's hard for me to say it, so I say Precedex. We started a ketamine infusion with a specific dose of 3 milligrams per kilo per hour. And then we prescribed a benzodiazepine volume just as a PRN, just as needed basis.
And were there any diagnostic studies that you were attempting to get at that time?
Yeah, and sorry, I forgot to mention, on propofol, we did prescribe that for the evening time so she could sleep. Okay. Your question was based on diagnostic studies. The order had already been placed for a abdominal CT scan, But at the time, we still kind of kept that within our plan of what we wanted to achieve. But the family at the time, specifically mom, said that we could not do the study unless she was completely sedated. So we had kind of held on performing the study.
Okay. And was that study eventually performed?
Yes, that was performed. I believe it was Saturday night. So the admission was a Friday afternoon.
So let me clarify that. You saw her on a Friday afternoon. What did your shift, excuse me, I'm sorry. What did your shift consist of on that Friday?
So my shift on the Friday, usually I end at 5 p.m. is when we do our sign up for the night team. So if you can say she got to our unit about 3 or 4 p.m. So it's towards the end of my shift. My shift consisted of coordinating, getting as much information as we could, coordinating and making sure that the right people were involved in her care, and created a plan for specifically the most immediate plan, which would be that evening and night, to get her stable during that time.
And when you say you developed a plan, who did you develop it with?
The pain team, which was Dr. Jenny Dolan, and the ICU team. I believe Dr. Dolan spoke with other members of the pain team during that time as well.
And what was the plan at that?
So the plan was to stabilize Maya and make sure that she wasn't at the level of suffering that we were seeing, and included the medications that I just stated, which are the infusions of ketamine and Precedex, propofol during that first night for a specific amount of time. I believe we said 4 to 6 hours. And then if there's still significant concerns of her abdomen, at some point getting the CT scan.
Okay. During all this discussion with the mother and review of what had gone on, did you receive any information regarding what ketamine or what other drugs the patient had been taking?
Yes. The mom informed me of the medications that she was taking outpatient. Not all of them. There was like vitamins and things like that, but mostly the ketamine treatments that she was receiving. She did mention that she was a patient of Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hannah, and that she would go regularly to get, depending on where her, exacerbation of her pain was, to get these infusions of high doses. She told me all the doses of the ketamine, to kind of, in her, kind of explanation was to try to break that pain. She also mentioned that she had been to Mexico for I believe was a week, where they did an infusion of high-dose ketamine, and that she was intubated during the time. And that at this, on our admission, she was asking me to please start those medications, the ketamine at those doses, and that I needed to intubate her. That we had to intubate her and do the whole, kind of a week or whatever, how many days it would require, because that's the only thing that would take her pain away.
During all this exchange, were you given any indication of what the diagnosis of this patient had been at Lurie Children's Hospital?
No, she did mention that she went to Lurie's at some point within the last year, to Chicago, for a second opinion, and I believe it's in my HMP as I try to summarize everything. But that she went there, she didn't really tell me what the diagnosis was.
Okay. And with respect to Tampa General Hospital, were you told of her being evaluated there, or what the diagnosis may have been?
She also said that she went to Tampa General. I don't believe she told me in details. I don't recall that, and it's not in my records.
What were you told regarding what the patient's diagnosis was?
She said that her diagnosis was CRPS, but that it was all in her entire body. Manifestations were in her entire body. And then she also said that she had a history of asthma, for what she went into all the details of prior asthma or coughing visits to the ER, to the pulmonologist. Which I then went to the records to, because some of them were in our institution.
Were there, now this was in addition to the abdominal pain that she was...
In addition, yes, sorry.
And did you arrive at any well, let me back up and just ask a question this way. Who was it that was undertaking to manage the patient's pain medications?
During our admission or before? During our admission?
At this point in time?
It was, I seek guidance from the pain team, and they would tell me the plan with the medications. And then my job is making sure like the rest of her organs and everything else is stable. So I would look at their plan from the pain standpoint and just make sure that I was monitoring the right things for the medications that were being utilized.
Did you call for any other consultations besides just the pain team?
That first day?
Yes, ma'am.
Consultations, I don't believe. Oh, yes, we did. I talked to mom about, she expressed a lot of level of stress. And, as part of my basic knowledge of chronic pain, we always know that there's a psychological stress that probably needs support with counseling. And so I did offer and told her that we were going to consult our psychiatrist.
Okay. And were there other consultations ordered as well?
Not that. That day, we did not communicate to the family of any other consultations.
And was the psychiatric consultation conducted?
Conducted? No.
Why?
The mom didn't feel like she needed that.
Okay. So when
I believe actually the psychiatrist came. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
But the mom didn't want it.
Okay. So what was the diagnosis upon admission to the PICU as far as you were concerned?
Yes. Let me just refer to my notes for a second. So in the ICU, we have chronic diagnosis and acute diagnosis. The chronic is pretty much relating to the history. So it's complex regional pain syndrome, and the second one is mild persistent asthma. But our acute diagnosis at the time were acute generalized pain exacerbation and abdominal pain. And there was a notation of constipation seen in the X-ray that was obtained for the belly.
Okay. And did you, let me direct your attention to your note. Mm-hmm. Now, instantly, you wrote what's called a history and physical?
Yes.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury what that is?
So that is basically the initial note that does a summary of the presenting, like the HPI, which is the story of the acute event that brought the patient to the hospital. And then it goes very systematically and organized into all the elements of the history, being processed as hospitalizations, surgeries, any medications that the patient usually takes, any prior diagnoses, any social exposures, developmental, especially in pediatrics, we like to talk about, where they are developmentally. Then we go into the review of systems. Then we go into any labs that are available that are pertinent to that admission, any imaging studies, and then we go into our assessment, which include our, we call it problem list, like our diagnoses, and then our plan by systems as well.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that 1001 dash 31 to 38 be put up. And Your Honor, that's in evidence as part of the All Children's Hospital chart, and that begins on the bottom of this page, I believe. And let me ask to scroll over to the, and we're going to publish this along with the Dr. Smith's records in a few moments here, but I'd ask for this to scroll over to the plan portion of this. And I'll ask you, Dr. Tepa-Sanchez, what was the plan for this patient upon the patient's admission?
So the plan was to closely monitor, as we do on all our patients in the ICU, that we had consulted the pain team and we continued communication with them based on the complaints of pain. we created that plan, which is detailed there in number 3 of the medications that we were going to utilize and what doses we were going to start the medication on. And later in that paragraph, we had already discussed that treatment would go over for at least 3 days to make sure that we have her under, a much better control of her pain for those 3 days before considering any type of weaning. We explain all this to the family as well. I do put a notation in there. We like to anticipate in the ICU so that if for some reason she required higher doses and that our team decided to do higher doses, that we express to the family that at that point the risk of respiratory failure or any type of cardiac pathology could arise and that she might need to be intubated. Then I did consult social work. I also consulted psychiatrists, so that's part of the plan. As a multidisciplinary team, we wanted to evaluate all the possible causes of suffering for Maya. And at some point, mom, had kind of agreed, but then once the physician came, she denied it. We will continue to do neurological checks based on her mental status, depending on the doses of the medications. For that night, we did not want to let her eat. We did put her on IV fluids to make sure she was hydrated. And the reason was because we don't ever want to, if we have to intubate a patient, we don't want any food in their belly because they can vomit and then aspirate. And then we did prescribe things like Zofran, which is for nausea. We knew that there was a concern of constipation, so we were just going to closely monitor that for now. We didn't want to give any medications for that because we didn't want to put anything in her belly just in case. I have the abdominal CT still within my plan to be performed at some point to obtain a urine analysis to make sure she wasn't having like a UTI that was causing her the pain. SCDs that basically are like these compression devices on the legs to prevent any type of clots. We do that a lot in our ICU. And I think that's it.
Okay. Now, before formulating that plan, had you gone back and looked at the records of All Children's Hospital for the patient's previous admissions and encounters?
Yes, as much as with the time, that I was there, I did as much as I could to look at notes from before, especially to create this document because I wanted to make sure everything was coherent.
Okay, and in doing that, how many records did you review? It looks like there's several pages here.
Yes, I went through, mostly what I recall is going through like the prior ER visits to our ER. There were notes from consultations and follow-up visits with the pulmonologist as well. Those are the ones that I recall the most.
Okay. Now, was there any issues that you had with Mrs. Kowalski regarding the amount of medication that was being given?
Her initial requests were of really high doses. So I don't know if when you mean issues, like more of that discussion that we had, that I was not comfortable given those amount of doses. I had never, gotten anywhere close, and that was definitely out of my wheelhouse. So I did mention to her that I did not feel comfortable doing that I was consulting with the pain team as the anesthesiologists that deal with this type of kind of chronic pain type of patients. So it was a back and forth on the dosing. Like we would come and create a plan, like we're going to start the ketamine at, I usually start at like 0.5 milligrams per kilo or 1 milligram per kilo, but for different reasons, not specifically for pain. With the pain team, we came up to 3 milligrams per kilo is where we were going to start. The doses that we requested were more like 10 milligrams per kilo. So there was a back and forth on the dosing of what we were going to do.
Was the pain team taking primary responsibility for taking care of the pain medication and
Yes.
pain management? Okay. And did you have any exchange with Mrs. Kowalski about her level of stress and Maya's level of stress at that time?
Yes, I recall during that time when we sat down and kind of were able to have more effective communication. She did express how stressed she had been. I believe I also note that on my HMP, on the HPI part. She was saying that this had been, a really rough year for them, and that she had been very stressed. She did mention that at times she just felt like she just couldn't do it anymore, and that either her and Maya as well were very stressed and thought that, that at times she just wanted to die. She also said, and I put it in quotes, that she just wanted to go to heaven.
Okay. Now, did you offer to assist Mrs. Kowalski about that?
Yes. After that was said, and, we continue our discussion, I asked her if she had a support system that, that we could definitely consult our psychiatry department for Maya, and that with the social work we can get counseling for her and kind of get her resources at this moment. And she, when I said that, she said, no, well, I'm okay now. I'm not thinking about that right now. So then I told her, I offered, like, if she ever needed, help to try to find resources, or if she needed, if she was having more trouble, that we could help try to find people that could take care of her. But definitely for Maya, that even more reason to get psychiatry involved.
So you couldn't take care of Mrs. Kowalski, but you were offering to do so for Maya.
Yes, but I did offer to get her resources and, kind of names of where to go for her.
Do you have any other recollection of what occurred on this Friday, October 7th, 2016?
No, my recollection is more of personally, I wanted to make sure that there was a consistent plan that we would all follow with all of our team. I usually, like I said, I usually sign out to the night team about 5 p.m. We start our sign up process is about like an hour because it's about all the patients in the ICU. But that day, because of all the coordination, I actually probably end up leaving the unit or the hospital about 8:30 p.m., which is way past the usual time.
At the time, now you were seeing the Kowalskis the following day, is that right?
Yes, so then I took care of them for Saturday during the day. Usually a day starts at 7:30, and then ends at 5, and Saturday and Sunday. I believe on Sunday, because it's a weekend, sometimes if there's not like a lot of like critical patients or we're not getting a lot of admissions, during the weekend sometimes one of us leaves early. So I believe I left a little bit earlier than 5 on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
What about on Saturday? Were there any new developments on Saturday when you took care of it?
Yeah, so during the Saturday, we basically just continued our plan. At that point, I had kind of like the sign up from the night team and some of the more events from the exposure of taking care of Maya from nurses. And after reviewing the all the notes that I had, I had some questions in my mind that were not clear. I had questions about a lot of like the home therapies that Mrs. Kowalski had mentioned that she was doing like IV fluid infusions at home, that she would do them herself, and also IVIG. And so when I went into a lot of
39.
You may continue, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did there come a point on that Saturday, well, we approached on, so.
You may continue, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. On Saturday, October 8th, did there come a point in time at which you called Dr. Sally Smith?
Yes.
And did you call Dr. Sally Smith as a consultant?
Yes, I called her to ask her questions.
Okay. Thank you. You had questions, just answer this question yes or no. You had questions in your mind, so you called her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to see the Kowalskis on that Sunday, October the 9th?
Yes, mainly Saturday and Sunday, it was Dad that was there mostly. I did communicate with Mom over the phone.
Okay. And what, if anything, about the treatment plan changed on Saturday and Sunday?
Not much, to be honest. During the night, we did the propofol only the first night. So the only thing, we continued the ketamine infusion. It had gone up on the dose a little bit by that Saturday, from 3 milligrams per kilo to 5. It's my understanding after reviewing my records. We did not do any more propofol during the nights. And I believe that Saturday night she got the CT scan, which we didn't have the results yet by the time I was there during the morning on Sunday.
So by Sunday, was there a plan made to wean Maya off these medications?
So there was starting the discussions that on Monday we would start the wean process, I believe.
During that weekend, were the pain team continued to see Maya?
The pain team continued to see Maya, yes.
And did they continue to monitor her pain medications and her pain level?
Yes.
Did it appear to you over that weekend that you were able to make Maya comfortable?
Yes. She was not anywhere near the state that she had been on that Friday when she came to us. And then I believe on my note from the Sunday, the 9th, after a sit down with Dad and then Mom was on the phone, Dad did express that she was at a better state that Sunday and at a better control of her pain. Okay. And I documented that on my notes from Sunday.
Okay. On Sunday, did it come to your attention that the family wanted to transfer Maya?
No. Up to the time I was in the unit, they did not tell me. Oh, transfer, yes. Sorry. Transfer, yes. They didn't say that they wanted to leave, but yes, transfer.
What did you attempt to facilitate a transfer?
Yes. The process, especially during the weekend, can be a little bit, kind of complicated, but I did call Nemours and started that process to be able to get connected to the physicians that would be able to accept Maya and transfer.
Okay, were you able to reach anybody on that Sunday?
Not just the transfer center from Nemours. I did not personally speak with any of the physicians at Nemours.
So were you able to do anything in terms of facilitating the transfer that weekend?
I just initiated the process, but I personally wasn't able to do anything past that.
Okay. Now, you were on, we've talked about October 7th, the Friday, October 8th, the Saturday, October 9th, the Sunday. Who did you hand over to, so to speak?
So that Sunday evening or early nighttime, I contacted Dr. Michelle Smith, who was taking over for that Monday. And then at whatever time I left the hospital, I signed out to the doctor that was staying.
And who was the pain team that you worked with over that weekend?
Mostly Dr. Jenny Dolan is who I recall, with her nurse practitioner. It's who I had my direct interactions that I recall.
Give us something on.
Mix.
Two other matters. During the weekend, during this weekend, was the diagnosis CRPS from an outside physician?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had concern about pain all over and abdominal pain? Correct?
Yes.
So, the protocol that was being used for pain control over the weekend, did you and the pain team discuss that with the parents?
Yes, several times.
And did they indicate to you they were in agreement?
Yeah.
After October 9th, did you have any further contact with the Kowalski family?
No.
Were you ever involved in Maya's care after that date?
No.
Thank you.
No questions.
Members of the jury, if any of you have. Friday.
I need to go.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation or receive information.
All right.
You can step outside as well.
The jury's out of our presence. Dr. Tepa Sanchez is out of our presence. First question. in your testimony, you mentioned, quote, die, end quote, and, quote, go to heaven, end quote. One, may you please clarify who made these statements? Two, said within the same interview or over different meetings / conversations? Three, are these observations clearly recorded in the J. Hatch medical records? Four, are the records that would document these statements entered in evidence? Four, you testified you communicated with Dr. Sally Smith. What date and time? What documentation of, quote, contact? Was it in an email or medical notation in paper files or verbal with a written follow-up?
It's narrow enough.
Yeah, we're fine.
Any objections from anyone?
The 4 on the back is fine, and then there's the 4 up here. I don't think we can answer that.
So all those are okay? Next one, red number 2, Dr. Tepa Sanchez. To a patient entering the ER can appear confusing when in fact it can be a highly orchestrated flow of events by many staff members to assist in the best care for the patient. 1, how long did Maya spend in the ER before being transferred to the PICU unit? 2, when Maya was transferred to the PICU unit, was the mood of Maya and parents a more even / calm level, or was there still a flurry of confusion?
No objection.
No objection.
Oh. So, yeah, we don't object to the 2 questions, Judge, to the input.
Yeah.
My partner says we agree.
That sounds like I think that's what, 2 agreements today? 3?
Unbelievable.
So I will not ask the introduction. Okay, red number 3. Did you discuss with Dr. Michelle Smith that the family wanted to leave AMA? Why was the family not able to leave AMA? Isn't it protocol to chart in your charting the end of your chart being discussed with family or parents?
No objection.
Objection.
Red number 4. If someone tells you they want to go to, quote, heaven, end quote, or, quote, die, end quote, did you report that to anyone to see if she needed to be placed on a psych hold if she is threatening that she wants to die? Could you have not called the police or security if you had concerns she was going to harm herself? That's red number 4.
Okay.
Objection.
Red number 5. Did the ER Dr. Behar Posey doctor mention to you or the admitting doctor her concerns of possible child abuse that she testified about in her testimony? Do you have that documented of the back and forth of the ketamine dosages of
compromising the 1 milligram per kilogram to the 3 milligram kilogram, will the jury get to see that?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first question is dangerous. It invites a child to leave in response.
I think, yeah, we're gonna have to object to number 1, 2.
I think you're safe on number 1, but I don't want to tell you that.
Number 2 seems okay to me. But number 1 is gonna get us into, it's gonna open up me having to ask questions.
Do we have immunity for this call, Your Honor? Because if we do, I think it obviates the question. If we don't have immunity for this call, it might be something that needs.
Well, the first question is the statement by the ER doc to the PICU. And so it's just a question of knowledge. If
I don't have any problem with it. I don't think we're going to get in trouble with it, but I don't want to be held to that. I think I know what you're going to
Nice. That ain't my problem.
Is this something that I could preface it with a yes or no answer?
Sure.
Did the ER doctor?
The safest thing to do.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And otherwise, we're okay?
I guess so.
Red number 6. On October 8th, why did you call Dr. Sally Smith as a consultant and not call the child abuse hotline? Did you not feel you had enough evidence for child abuse? Correct me if I am not correct. You could have just made a call to the child abuse hotline and not call Sally Smith to get started with CPI.
Yikes.
We all know that the reason is that there was a previous call screened on October 7th. So, again, it's a dangerous question.
She knew that a call had been made. She didn't know the outcome.
Oh, okay. Well, inviting her to speculate what the outcome would also be.
No, she doesn't know. She'll say she doesn't.
Okay, so she doesn't know what the status was. I just think it's dangerous.
I think Danger Will Robinson is in order here. Not that we're lost in space, but there's a brand new episode about 5 years ago on Netflix.
I just told you about that. The robot.
Yeah. What do you watch on Netflix?
Take care of Maya.
Actually, I watched Darkest Fellows.
No, it's the robot. It's the International Sign for Flailing.
So I hear there's an objection to this this set of questions. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I think.
Okay, I'm going to sustain. So we'll not ask that one. Next question, red number 7. Was Maya dehydrated prior to arrival? Did you identify her nourishment level? Please describe, quote, SCD, end quote, for prevention of blood clotting. Was this from Beata or without Beata's mentions? Your administration of ketamine sounds incremental, moving slowly and methodically up from there. Yeah, methodically up from there, period. Identical to Dr. Cantu in his, what is the reason dosing of ketamine is done this way?
Titration. No objection.
Well, other than comment about Dr. Cantu.
fair. She raised it with the Mexico stuff.
It's one juror informing the other jurors with their understanding of the testimonies.
Yeah, but it derives from the actual note where the Mexico treatment is discussed twice.
It's still an editorial comment.
Well, I think the phrase identical to Dr. Cantu and his, I can strike that out, but then leave in the question, what is the reason of dosing of ketamine is done this way? So I will strike that clause and then ask the question. Okay. From a timing perspective, we're at 11:30. Remember, I've got to...
Probably 10 minutes for this.
I'm sorry?
Probably got 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so do you want to just take lunch when we finish, Doctor?
Bring in the jury, please. Okay, welcome. Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And while you were away, you watched all sorts of media accounts about this case. Isn't that correct? And did you talk, or did anyone approach you about this case? Okay. And just to let you know, as you saw Dr. Tepes Sanchez walking in, I went over these questions outside of her presence with the lawyers. We're going to be able to ask most, but not all of them, but most of the questions we can. Dr. Tepes Sanchez, in your testimony, you mentioned, quote, die, end quote, and, quote, go to heaven, end quote. May you please clarify who made these statements?
The mother.
Were these statements said within the same interview or over different meetings/conversations?
That was on the first day, on the 7th, when I sat down with her on the couch to get all the history and just kind of try to bond with her.
Are these observations clearly recorded in the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital medical records?
I'm going to quote my note and read. Mother states that she is extremely tired and is very stressed and at times feels like she wants to die, unquote. She also expressed that when Maya is in so much pain, she has also expressed she wants to go to heaven, unquote.
The next question, are the records that would document these statements entered into evidence? And the answer to that is yes. The next question, you testified you communicated with Dr. Sally Smith. What date and time?
I communicated with Dr. Sally Smith on the Saturday, I believe was the 8th. And that was, I don't recall exactly the time, but it was probably after my morning rounds, after seeing all the patients.
Okay. What documentation of this contact? Was it in an email or medical notation in the paper file or verbal with a written follow-up?
It was a phone communication.
The next question. How long did Maya spend in the emergency room before being transferred to the PICU?
I honestly don't know.
When Maya was transferred to the PICU, was the mood of Maya and her parents on a more even/calmer level, or was there still a flurry of confusion?
It was, the mood in the room was very chaotic in the PICU. There was a lot of screaming, and words that I won't say here, but just very kind of aggressive at some point.
Okay. Now, this next question changes this, Dr. Smith. Did you discuss with Dr. Michelle Smith that the family wanted to leave against medical advice?
No, because up to the time I was there on that Sunday, that was never brought up. The transfer to Nemours was what we were focused on, but I was never told by the family that they wanted to leave the hospital. So I didn't communicate that to Dr. Smith. Michelle.
So the next question, if you know, why was the family not able to leave AMA?
I don't know because I wasn't there.
The next question, isn't it protocol to chart in your charting at the end of your charting discussions with family or parents?
Yes, usually if there's a sit down, we do a little bit more detailed charting, and it's on my note from the 9th, my progress note from the 9th. There is a summary of my discussion that we had. We call it family meetings, where we sat with Mr. Kowalski. Ms. Kowalski was in the meeting over the phone on a conference call type of thing. The pain team was there and all the ICU team, and it's recorded in my note.
If someone tells you they want to go to, quote, heaven, end quote, or, quote, die, end quote, did you report that to anyone to see if she needed to be placed on a psych hold if she is threatening that she wants to die?
So I definitely consulted the psychiatry that we have available at All Children's for Maya. And when I started going into with mom about, you know, a little bit more questions of how she was, she said, right now I'm okay. I have my family. I'm okay. I don't have those thoughts right now. So I said, you know, we have counseling. Please communicate to any of us if you're struggling. So I did. That's what I did.
Could you have not called the police or security if you had a concern she was going to harm herself?
At that point, I would have probably contacted our social worker and kind of asked what the proceedings would be if we had significant concerns on mom, if she needed to be Baker acted, which is what usually we would do. But she was not my patient. She was the mother of my patient. So, you know, my involvement on how to proceed with that, I would have to seek guidance.
Now, this next question, if you can answer with a yes or no answer.
Sure.
Did the emergency room doctor, Dr. Behar Posey, mention to you or the admitting doctor her concerns of possible child abuse that she testified about in her testimony?
No.
Next question. Do you have the document or that documented of the back and forth of the ketamine dosages of comprising the 1 milligram per kilogram to the 3 milligram per kilogram?
I'm going to check my records. From my HPI, I do say she states that at this point she's having a crisis and needs to be placed on an induced medical coma in order to break the pain. And then on my plan, I just state the final doses of what we had agreed on to actually give Maya.
And for the attorneys, these records are in evidence, right?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was a next question is, are the jury going to be able to see it? Yes, these are in evidence. Okay. Next question.
Was Maya dehydrated prior to arrival?
By the time I saw her, she had already received some therapies in the ER, so I did not appreciate like severe dehydration.
Did you identify Maya's nourishment level?
I did see kind of on my initial impression that she looked very thin. And, you know, we kind of follow the weight. I did consult, I believe, well, it's standard of care. All of our patients get a nutrition evaluation. I honestly don't recall if that was done that day or the next several days.
Okay. Please describe, quote, SCD, end quote, for preservation of blood clotting. Was this from Beata or without Beata's mentions?
Most of our patients that are a significant size can get this. They're like a pneumatic, almost like socks. They compress your legs to prevent blood clots. So almost all of our patients that are in the ICU, we discuss every day if they need any type of blood clot prevention. These are the least invasive. There are medications that you can get for preventing. These are the least invasive that are most effective. And some patients actually like them because it's like a massage on their legs, especially for the patients that are immobile and things like high risk, like having a central line or a port. Would put you at a higher risk. So we have our quality list that we go through every patient when we do rounds in the morning. And we go through all of this list to make sure that we discuss this with every patient that we round. And then her, you would see that that was initiated because she was at a higher risk.
Your administration of ketamine sounds incrementally moving slowly and methodically up. What is the reason of dosing of ketamine is done this way?
So initially, like I said, what I'm used to prescribing ketamine are lower doses. So we started at the 3 milligrams per kilo per hour. Overnight, the night team, because of whatever concerns and pain, they actually did go up to 5 milligrams per kilo per hour. So usually we go by how the patient's responding. As we had gone up, make sure the vital signs and everything, all the organs are stable. And I believe that was the highest dose we provided her, at least during the weekend.
Okay. That completes the jury's questions. Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir. You, Dr. Chapa-Sanchez. Let's start with the last one. You said that you had gone up, that's over the night, they had gone up to 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour. How long was that in place? Do you remember?
The 5?
Yes.
I believe by the time I got there in the morning, that Saturday it was still at 5.
Okay.
And I did not titrate it lower or higher for that Saturday and the Sunday. So the whole continuous time.
Okay. And did you have an understanding about whether they were weaning down after that, from that point?
I have an understanding that after that point, we agreed, and it's on my notes, that would be the max we would do. And then by Monday, it was going to start being weaned.
Why was that the max?
Well, it was at least way above what I was comfortable. We were really concerned about any side effects. And at the time, she seemed to be calmer. So we didn't feel like there was a necessity to go up and get closer to that risk zone if she was calmer.
You mentioned that there was that there were SCDs, and I can't remember what the acronym means.
Honestly, I can't either.
Something compression something.
Dressing.
These are basically compression socks.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're mechanical.
Okay.
So they compress.
And tell us why that was necessary, or why you did that.
Like I said, you have like a scale that we evaluate for risk, and because she's in bed, not really walking, that's what they do. Our muscles make sure that the vessels are always being squeezed, and she's not walking. She's been in bed, she's sedated, and the fact that she had a central line, all of that adds up into the risk of having clots. So we start that routinely on a lot of our ICU patients.
Is that because of the risk of deep vein thrombosis
Yes.
or pulmonary embolus?
Yes.
Okay.
to prevent.
There was mention made of the exchange you had with Mrs. Kowalski regarding suicide and her feeling. Did you question her about that?
Yes. I asked her, a little bit, like if she can elaborate more, if she was in distress right now, that we could help her. And then she said, no, I've had these thoughts kind of on and off. Right now, I'm okay.
Okay. And did she express to you that she had a support system available?
Yes, she talked a lot about her family and her church, that she had a lot of friends that were, supportive for them.
Okay. So did you have any concerns at that moment in time about her mental well-being?
Not at that moment.
Okay. There was a question asked about the patient, the family's behavior when they came up to pick you.
Yes.
And you mentioned some aggressive speech. What are you talking about?
It was Maya being 10. It just really stuck with me because she would curse, saying the F word, and just kind of towards me or the nurses, screaming. At one point, she actually was spitting. So that was not something that we see in pediatrics.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Anderson?
That must have been pretty amazing to you that a 10-year-old would drop an F-bomb and other things, right?
I mean, it was surprising, yes.
Okay. How come you didn't put down any of the specifics of that in any of your notes?
I don't tend to put curse words in my notes. I do think at some point, I don't recall where, probably in my H&P, I did say that there was aggressive language.
Well, now you're saying that it involves a 10-year-old little girl talking about F-bombs and so forth. You didn't think that was significant enough to describe in your notes?
Can I have a moment to find it? Because might be in my physical exam. Okay. It's after the abdomen on the physical exam. Very difficult to examine as patient refuses to be touched and mother does not want us to evaluate further unless she's placed on anesthesia medication. Then neurologic. She's very agitated. Eyes are open with intact extraocular movements. No focal weakness. The next period. Very aggressive with staff. Not able to evaluate deep reflexes. I think I just kind of summarized it on very aggressive with staff, just because I don't.
But you said nothing about what you testified here in front of this jury, did you?
I just said very aggressive to staff. And to summarize all that, I don't tend to put specific bad language on my notes.
Really?
It's a document, so I don't.
That's like offensive to you.
It is offensive to me.
Can we? Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you finish your answer?
Did you finish your answer about it being offensive to you?
It is offensive to me.
Okay, can we bring up 2175-004?
Is this in evidence?
Yes.
It's in evidence. It's an exchange of texts.
Object beyond scope and relevance, Your Honor. We do our objection to the relevance of this.
Overruled.
Okay. If we could, you had just found out in this. Can you see it there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And you just found out that Ketamine Girl's mom committed suicide, right?
Yeah, I believe that was a text that let me know about that months later.
And then you say, I know we did the right thing, but this is really F, and then
yes,
ellipsis, or star, whatever you call it, up. I feel bad.
Yes, I put the little star. It's going to put in really text that.
But isn't it true? You testified you don't have any remorse for any of this.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection. The jury is to disregard the question.
All right, but you seem to be okay with texting the F word.
To a
Is that
friend.
right?
To a friend. I even put the little stars because I don't like to.
Well, and you talked about venous thrombosis. That's a blood clot in the legs?
Yes. Where they usually initiate in the legs, so that's why we target.
And these are like the silent killer that can, in children, break free and travel to the heart?
So actually in children, there's a lot of, kind of studies going on, but there is blood clots do originate in legs, adults or children, but we have had patients that they can break and go to the lungs. The lungs are like sponges, and a lot of the children actually tolerate that, but we still don't want that happening. We try to prevent them.
But they can, if they go to the wrong place, be fatal. Can they not?
They can.
So if Beata Kowalski was concerned about her daughter staying in a laying down, supine, I guess you call it laying down situation, and blood clots going to Maya's heart, that would be medical knowledge you would agree with?
Anybody, including us, would be concerned, yes. And the protocol includes SCDs, we do physical therapy, anything that encourages movement prevents.
Okay. And insofar as the amounts of ketamine involved, you have no particular expertise in ketamine, especially at that time, right?
I had expertise, but for different indications. We used it a lot.
Mm-hmm. How many years were you in practice as of this date, October of 2016?
For critical care. So pediatrics, by then I had probably been off residency for about 4 years.
Off residency?
For pediatrics, yes. And then for critical care, that was a year. But I did 3 years of fellowship.
Mm-hmm. All right. Nothing further this time.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
Very briefly, the
Text messages that counsel showed, were those from your private phone
Yes.
as opposed to the medical record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
Judge, I'm sorry.
You have another question?
One.
Okay.
Further reference to text messages we talked about. Were those about 3 months after you had last seen this patient?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Any further jury questions? Okay. Dr. Tepa Sanchez, is it normal between coworkers at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to discuss patients as nicknames such as ketamine girl or other nicknames?
We don't, if we're doing it over our personal phones, if we have to, or we do, we don't like to put their names. It's an identifier. So, we would maybe use a diagnosis, or something that would make sure that the other person receiving the text, could recall who the patient is without having to go into much detail.
Next question. Did you observe dystonia in Maya's feet?
To be honest with you, I don't recall seeing dystonia. It was a lot of movement of her legs, and maybe there was some inward deviation that I might have kind of described on the physical exam, but it was very hard to do a full physical detail exam. So I can't tell you with certainty if I recall exactly what I saw.
Did you apply SCD?
Yes, I ordered them, and the nurses is actually the ones that apply it.
What date and time?
Let me recall. I'm sure you can go back and see at some point in the records what the orders were, but I believe it was on the 8th.
This sounds excruciating for CRPS. What was Maya's reaction?
I don't recall if they were actually placed, and I didn't recall having a discussion of how that she was feeling with them. It was ordered.
Next question. Did you document Beata's comments of death and going to heaven? Or sorry, you did document Beata's comments of death and going to heaven. Did you also point this out clearly to Dr. Sally Smith during your October 8th after your rounds phone call to Dr. Sally Smith?
I don't recall talking to Sally Smith about that specific point.
Okay. Are you the one that said, quote, learned today, end quote? If not, do you know now who said it?
On the text messages, I'm assuming?
I believe that's what it's referring to, yes.
No, I didn't. I received that text.
You testified after Maya left your care about October 8th, you had no further contact, but it appears by private text messages you were, quote, keeping up, end quote, on patient Maya. Is that correct?
No, first of all, I took care of her until the 9th. That's a Sunday. And I would have to see the messages because I never took care of her, and I don't think on the messages it says anything of that sort.
Would seeing the messages help?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and put it up, please.
So I'm the one on blue if you guys are seeing it. So I don't say anything there that I saw her again.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Very brief, Your Honor. About to have the text message up again.
Is this going to go more than like a minute?
1 minute.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find the text message.
The entry learned today is not you, is that correct?
Learned it? No, that's not me.
That came to you.
That came to me.
Okay.
I am on blue.
Very good. Thank you.
Any follow-ups? Did you say that doctors at Johns Hopkins are not allowed to use the patient's name outside to protect their identities?
We don't like to use our patients, like, at least me.
Well, I think you said doctors, didn't you?
I don't like to.
There?
I think, I'm trying to use my common practice and say, I can try to generalize, but I don't know what others do. I'm saying the reasons of why.
I'm sorry. Can we bring up 2116001? Do you know Dr. Dees?
I do know Dr. Dees.
And she was
Your Honor, I object to him asking this witness about what other doctors are doing.
Sustained.
I'm not a judge, it's just for the use of the name.
Well, Dr. Tepa Sanchez isn't a part of this text exchange, right?
No, it was directed towards all doctors.
Sustained. Anything further from the jury? Okay, seeing none, members of the jury, I hope you have a wonderful lunch. I'm going to ask that they be back at 1:30. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay, the jury is out of our presence. We'll be in recess until 1:15. 1:15.
With the recess.
Everyone's back from lunch. What's the next issue?
Your Honor, we need to make a motion based on the question from plaintiff's counsel through the last witness. Question from Mr. Anderson was, isn't it true you testified you don't have any remorse for any of this? The question was timely objected to. According to the law in the state of Florida.
Mr. Hunter asked me to instruct the jury to disregard the last question, which is what I did.
Yes, Your Honor. We appreciate the instruction. The law requires us to make the timely motion for mistrial at the time of the statement, which we would have done after lunch, but I know Your Honor had to go. Just to make the record on this, Your Honor, State Farm Auto versus Thorne at 110 Southern 3rd 66, a Florida 2nd District case, held that it was improper and mandated reversal for new trial, where plaintiff's counsel suggested in closing argument that the defense was never taking responsibility, and shame on these defendants. Again, in Intramed v. Guider at 93 Southern 3rd 503, the 4th District found the plaintiff's argument that the defendants never took responsibility and never apologized was grounds for a new trial. And again, in Cohen versus Philip Morris at 203 Southern 3rd 942, the Florida 4th District also said that counsel's comment during closing argument that the defense never took responsibility and failed to apologize were egregious, unacceptable, and grounds for a new trial. Based on the comment made from plaintiff's counsel and the prevailing case law in Florida, we believe we're entitled to a new trial. We're moving for a mistrial on that basis at this time.
Plaintiffs, what do you want to say?
This is a punitive damages case, and the issue of whether or not the defendants are ratifying the behavior, approve of the behavior, and otherwise have decided that, and actually what her statement was, I was getting to, was at the end she says, I did everything fine. I don't believe I did anything wrong to that. To my question about have you checked back with her, and then do you have any remorse over this? And so in a punitive damages case, it's a little different situation. I haven't studied the defense's case to see whether any of them were punitive damages cases, but the court made an instruction at that time, and we certainly don't believe that it rises in any, I'm not sure it's error on my part. From what I've read, I would have to study it, but it certainly doesn't rise to the level of a mistrial.
Well, one, the court already instructed the jury to disregard the question. There wasn't an answer to the question. The court has previously and will in the future again instruct the jury that that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is not responsible for the call it the Chapter 39 stuff, just because it's probably the easiest shorthand to say at this time. So, I don't think that there's any need at this point for a mistrial on a question that was asked that was never answered.
Your Honor, the second issue we would like to address briefly is we prepared a special instruction that we'd like the court to deliver now regarding suicide. May I approach with it?
Sure. Has this gone to Mr. Elegant?
It's gone to Mr. Anderson today. It was based on the jury's questioning today, and it goes to the fact that the court has already dismissed on summary judgment the duty owed to Beata Kowalski to prevent her suicide. There were a number of questions from this jury, and I thought it would be the defense is requesting, based on the timeliness of that a short statement be read to the jury to make it clear that we do not have a duty to prevent Beata's suicide based on the questions that they're asking.
Your Honor, this is kind of, if anything, I guess I would characterize it as a self-inflicted wound. We asked no questions on cross-examination of Dr. Teta Sanchez before the jury's questions. The defense brought out from her several statements allegedly made by Beata Kowalski to Dr. Teta Sanchez about being exhausted, being overwhelmed, and then further statements that later on she stated she was okay with the family. And then stepping into territory we've been prohibited from entering. Then there was discussion on direct regarding the propriety of Baker acting someone and those types of issues. So to give an instruction based on their own questioning, we feel would be unnecessary and improper.
I agree that Mr. Hunter asked a question that elicited this issue, and I don't think there was an objection because I was thinking there would be because this is not an issue in the case because it's already been summary judgmented out. I don't think there's a need for a jury instruction at this time. There you go. What's next?
You want to talk about Mr. Brand?
Well, Mr. Anson brings up, we learned just before lunch that the defense plans on calling Detective Graham tomorrow. I think Ms. Crawls and I discussed this briefly. We'd like to discuss this after the jury's gone for the day. Our objection to having Detective Graham testify. We do have a motion for a curative instruction as well that was filed yesterday. And it deals with the... It's within the motion you looked at earlier, so there were two proposed curative instructions in there. And the one that we'd like to discuss now had to do with the argument concerning Dr. Richard's testimony and the suggestion that the Kowalskis, suggestion by defense counsel, that the Kowalskis had moved for a continuance of the dependency proceeding. And for that reason, and then that there was a final hearing scheduled in February.
Does this have anything to do with the witnesses this happened?
It does not.
We can wait find out that this evening. Anything else about what's going to happen over the next few hours?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. We have 5 minutes. Why don't we use that for exhibits?
Um, 3040, Judge, second page.
What is this?
Pediatric Pulmonary Associates telephone documentation. From June of 2015. That's just one page.
Okay, can someone help me out? Let's said maybe make it larger.
Says new to office, recent admit, new cough, cough constant.
New what?
Cough.
New cough?
Cough. Cough constant, albuterol, or something just given.
It gets into the medication action plan for, it's got to be Ms. Crow.
Yeah, it says, it gives the medication, the prednisone, when to give it. And the emergency action plan for her asthma. And it's in June of 2015.
I think this is a legal objection, but it's indecipherable. And
also, Dr. Gondor is one of Johnson.
Can we just have one per?
Yeah.
I didn't hear a legal objection.
Okay.
objection, relevance, hearsay. I'm not even sure who wrote this note, and we can't read it. And that doesn't mean the defense can either.
Well, it's coming from a doctor's office.
Yes, it's Dr. Gondor.
Court's going to overrule the relevance, and I don't think legibility is a basis to keep something out when we're talking about doctor's handwriting.
3041 is the...
Or my handwriting, for that matter.
Sorry. 3041 is the surgery center for the pinky fracture that's been discussed.
For the pinky fracture, okay.
The one in
This is
2020.
Now, how many pages is this one?
It's 26 pages, but I don't know what the objection is. I don't know how they can say it's not relevant. There's been testimony about her visit, when she went, when she delayed, complaints.
Seems like maybe perhaps the amount should be redacted, but no objection otherwise.
The amount?
The bill? I mean the bill?
Yeah, the $10,200.
We can.
I'm not sure if that's reflected on other pages here.
Can you scroll through the other pages real quick? Keep going. Keep going. These are just normal medical records?
Yeah, that's my understanding. But I haven't personally looked at each page, but not my.
If the parties agree to take out the
Sure.
money, that's fine, but otherwise, the court will receive
All right, so-
3041, and I'm assuming it's pages 1 through 26 is the complete.
Right, I believe page 1 was the bill, so it'll be 30412 to 26 then.
Okay, what Ms. Carlos just said.
Okay. 3042.
This looks like Dr. Kirkpatrick stuff.
It is.
Why don't we,
Want to delay that?
yeah, and
Sure.
we're now at 1:30, so.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, so you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And did anyone approach you while you were away? And did you see any media coverage about this case while you were away? Did you have a good lunch? Okay, good deal. Did I hear always? I'm glad. That's a very strong statement. I was like, I just want to know what plan that is on, because I don't always get that, so.
I'm sorry, who was the defense calling? Defense calls nurse practitioner Joanna Klink.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right this way. Yeah, good morning. I see you in that witness stand.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name?
Johanna Klink.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a nurse practitioner.
Can you please give the jury the benefit of your education and training, beginning with college, and any degrees or licenses you obtained over the years, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. And then I went on to become a nurse, so I have a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing. Then I was a nurse for some years, and then I went back several years ago and became a nurse practitioner, and I'm a family nurse practitioner.
When did you first become a registered nurse?
2001.
When did you become an advanced practice registered nurse?
2021.
Can you explain the difference between a registered nurse and an advanced practice registered nurse?
Yeah, so a registered nurse is most typically a bachelor's degree. Sometimes it's an associate degree, but for the most part, it's a bachelor's degree. The nursing, with a registered nurse does is follows the orders that would be given by a nurse practitioner, which was considered a mid-level, or a physician. So we follow the orders. We monitor vital signs. We monitor the patient, and then we report to the physician. A nurse practitioner is one who works between, is like considered a mid-level, and will write orders and make a diagnosis. And registered nurses don't make diagnosis. They follow the orders of a physician or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant.
Now, before you became an APRN, can you describe your work history as a pediatric intensive care nurse?
As a pediatric intensive care nurse, I started in Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. I was there for 2 years, and I was in the pediatric intensive care. I was for several months in a respiratory care floor in the acute care, and then I went straight to the pediatric ICU. After that, my family and I moved to Seattle, and I worked in the pediatric intensive care in Seattle. While I was in the pediatric intensive care in Seattle, I also had experience in cardiac ICU, some in the neonatal ICU, but predominantly it was in the pediatric ICU in Seattle. And then my family and I moved from Seattle to Florida, and then I worked at Johns Hopkins starting 2010 until I believe it was 2020, something like that.
And when we say PICU today, you understand that to be the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit?
Right, we call it PICU, but it's PICU, Pediatric Intensive Care Unit, yep.
Can you give the jury an idea of what a PICU nurse at All Children's Hospital, or anywhere for that matter, does on a daily basis?
Well, the pediatric ICU, like I said, we follow the orders of the doctor, nurse practitioner. We're there for monitoring vital signs, patient status changes. We report to them when we see changes in status. We administer in the pediatric ICU and in the ICUs very specialized drugs that are not given on like acute care floor. So patients come there for those specialized drugs. They come for advanced therapies. They come to be, if they're on ventilators, they have to be in the ICU. That's pretty much what we do. We take care of the patient. We give them, we look after their skin. We turn them. We help them. We give them their medications.
Did there come a point in time that you came to be involved with the care of Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
And am I correct that you served as Maya's bedside PICU nurse on October 7 of 2016?
Yes, I did.
And in addition, I believe that you also served as a PICU charge nurse at All Children's Hospital at a few points in Maya's admission as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Can you please describe for the jury what role a PICU charge nurse serves?
Well, the PICU charge is more of a supervisory role. We control kind of the flow in and out of the ICUs via admissions, transfers, discharges. We're there for staffing. We assign patient assignments to the bedside nurse. We also go to rapid responses on the floor, and that's where in another unit outside of an ICU, if a patient is having some type of a respiratory or cardiac decompensation, the charge nurse will go there and assess the patient if they need advanced treatment, if they need any kind of CPR. We're also there for the code blue. If y'all know, the code blue is when somebody's in a cardiac respiratory arrest. We're there for that. And we monitor patient flow. We keep an eye to make sure that the nurses have what they need for their job that day. We go to the staff meetings, and we also go to like care conference meetings to oversee what's happening with each patient in a big picture.
When you encountered Maya Kowalski at All Children's Hospital on October 7 of 2016, how many years of nursing experience did you have to that point, approximately?
I had about 16 years of pediatric intensive care. No, yeah, it was about 16 years. It was in 2006, yeah.
I'd like to take you back in time to the afternoon of October 7 of 2016 and PICU at All Children's Hospital. On that date, you served as Maya's bedside PICU nurse, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember the afternoon of October 7th?
I do.
And why is it that you remember that afternoon?
It was an unusual day. It was a very stressful day. I remember distinctly when the admission came in. It was challenging. There were many things that had happened that day that stay in my mind as the day progressed.
We'll talk a little bit more about that, but do you have anything else you remember specifically about that day you want to tell the jury about?
I got the report from the ER nurse and said that this patient was coming to me in the pediatric ICU. She gave me a brief history of Maya's medical history, what was most likely the plan was for her that she was needing to have. They said that she was having pain and that she had a pain diagnosis, and that she was going to come to the ICU.
And am I correct that when you first encountered Maya and her family, you performed an admission assessment in the PICU?
I did.
And can you please tell the jury what an admission assessment is?
An admission assessment is it's a profile of the potential needs that the patient is going to have when they're in the ICU. The admission assessment will be things about pain history, if there's any spiritual needs that they may have, their regular diet, any safety issues, who lives with them, their whole background. We do and keep that profile of the admission assessment.
And part of that assessment is obtaining a history?
Yes.
And who was it that provided you with Maya Kowalski's medical history during your admission assessment that day?
Mrs. Kowalski was at my side right here. I was at the computer right here, and Mrs. Kowalski was reading the computer with me, and she was giving me all the information, answering the information with me.
Did you observe any language barriers when communicating with Beata Kowalski?
No, there was none. Mrs. Kowalski was a nurse herself. She knew medical terminology. There was no. She was proficient in English. There wasn't any communication.
Now, moving a little past the admission assessment, do you have any recollection about difficulties with obtaining vital signs for Maya Kowalski on October 7th?
Yes. When a patient comes into the ICU, we get a full set of vital signs. We get their height, we get their weight. If it wasn't done in the ER, sometimes we'll do it again. But Mrs. Kowalski would not let me take a blood pressure on Maya. She said it was going to cause her pain. And I said, well, we need to have a blood pressure done on her. And she said, well, if she has blood pressure taken, that she needs to be pre-medicated for the blood pressure. I'd never heard that in all those years. I'd never heard of it. And I knew that they said that she had pain, but I'd never heard, and I've had patients with pain issues, kids with cancer and things, but she needed to be pre-medicated. And so we held off on it for a little bit. I was able to put her on the monitor. I was able to see her heart rate and her respiratory rate, her oxygen saturations, that's how much oxygen her blood had. Those were really, that was critical to have that part. And we deferred the blood pressure for a little bit until I can talk to the doctors and see what do we do to give her pain medication for the blood pressure. So we held off on that for a little bit, and we're going to revisit that.
Now, am I correct that you had the opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski at various points on October 7th?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection about Maya's mobility within her bed while she was in the PICU?
Mrs. Kowalski told me that Maya can't walk because of her CRPS, and I took her at her word for that. I mean, that was okay. I understood she had some issues, medical issues in the past and now. Except then I saw Maya was on her knees on the bed, and she was moving around on the bed on her knees. And I was like, Maya, you're moving on the bed. And in the hospital, it's hard to move on your knees on a bed, on any bed. It takes a lot of strength to do that on a bed. But this was an ICU bed that had an air mattress. So with these air mattresses, you sink into the bed. And to be able to move like that while you're sinking, I thought was a little bit suspect. Like, how did you do that when you can't walk? You had your legs were so profoundly weak, but she was able to do that. It's like walking on a moon bounce on your knees. It's hard. So I did mention to Maya, like, Maya, look at it, you're doing good. You're doing good. Maybe you could do something. You could walk. Maybe you can try. So I did notice that was unusual.
And at various times from your vantage point while observing Maya Kowalski, were there times that she appeared agitated?
Yes.
Or were there times that she appeared upset?
I'm sorry?
Were there times that she seemed upset?
Yes.
Did she appear withdrawn at times?
Yes.
Were there times, though, that you observed her that she didn't appear upset, agitated, or withdrawn?
This happened most often. It happened very often. And this was strange, too, is because Maya's behavior did change when she was alone with me, or even as I was charged and the nurses would give me reports, they would say the same thing. And I saw this, that when Maya was with her mother, she was a different girl. When she was alone, she could be very sweet, age appropriate, 10-year-old. And she would be a nice little kid. And when Maya's mother came in, the whole demeanor changed. Things changed. And she shut down. She became withdrawn. And that happened consistently.
When you say consistently, can you approximate how many times over the afternoon of October 7th you observed this change in demeanor based on who was present?
So on October 7th, when that happened a couple times. There was one time when I was having a conversation with Maya, and she was talking to me, and then her mother came back in the room, and everything just stopped. She shut down, and it happened then. I don't remember how many times that day that happened, but I remember distinctly that happened, and it happened again on other days in the ICU.
And did you have the opportunity to observe Beata Kowalski's demeanor and behavior in the PICU on that day, October 7th?
Yes.
And how did Beata Kowalski behave in the PICU?
Mrs. Kowalski, when she came in from the beginning, I don't know why, Mrs. Kowalski was very agitated as soon as she came in. I felt like I was starting to walk on eggshells. Like she was demanding. She wanted this. She wanted it. Even when I was doing that medical assessment or the hospital intake and assessment, she was right there answering the questions. And I was thinking, okay, maybe that's all right. People don't usually do that, but okay. But she did control the whole thing as I'm going through checking, and it was, I could have said, hey, why don't you just answer all of this? So she was very demanding, and I just felt like she became agitated, and if I didn't do what she wanted, then she would be agitated.
At any point, do you recall any swearing or yelling in the PICU that day on October 7th?
There were a lot of F-bombs that had happened in that day. I don't remember all the specifics, but I remember the swearing started. Yeah, I do. I remember actually with both of them, with Maya and her mother, that there were a few F-bombs.
Do you recall at any point Maya using profanity directed at any of the staff members at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I do.
Why don't you tell the jury about what you recall?
So I was charge nurse on that day when it was directed at the staff that I witnessed. So in the hospital, in the ICU, we have like a morning rounds, and you have the team together, and there's the residents, and dietary is there, pharmacy's there, nursing's there, everybody is there. And we go to the patient, into the room, and then talk about what happened that night, and then what the plan is for the day. And I was the charge, so I go along with the rounds to each patient. And we walked into Maya's room, and Bea Tepa, Dr. Tepa, was the attending that day. So we had just walked in, and I think she says something like, "Hi, good morning," and she's like, "Well, we're something along the lines of like, we're have a new day, or we're gonna, talk about your plan of care," which is what she normally says. And then, Your Honor, is it all right if I say it?
First, objection, hearsay. Second, narrative. Sustained and not responsive to the question. Let's strike the last 10 lines.
Just ask your next question.
Why don't you tell the jury about the incident where Maya Kowalski used profanity in your presence?
Well, in my presence, so she was saying the F-bomb. I want my effing sedation. I want my effing sedation. Then she called Dr. Tepa. I was there, and she called Dr. Tepa an FNAH. She said, "Shut up, you FNAH."
Was that something that you found unusual in your experience as a PICU nurse?
Yes.
And why was that?
Well, here's this 10-year-old little girl, and it was unprovoked. Like, it was a morning, we just walked in. I don't know why that happened. I don't know where that came from, but she said the whole word, and we were shocked. I was shocked. I saw Dr. Tepa's face. It was like, I don't think anybody had ever said that to her. She gasped, and we all looked at each other and were in shock.
Objection, non-responsive to the question.
Overruled.
Ms. Klink, I'd like to now go through a few of the entries that you made in Maya Kowalski's medical chart the afternoon and evening of October 7th. Okay, Clay, can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001 2722? It is in evidence. And I'd like to draw your attention specifically to the note here from 1700. It's under the text note T900. It says, "I want my sedation. I want to eat. I feel like I'm having a heart attack." Mom replied, "Well, honey, if you have a heart attack, at least the doctors will treat you." Do you see that, Nurse Klink?
Yes, I do.
And is that a note that you entered on October 7th?
Yes.
Why is it that you put that entry into Maya Kowalski's medical chart?
Well, there were a couple reasons why I put that in. First of all, she said that, and that's why I put it in quotes that way. Secondly, I thought it was unusual that she said, I want my sedation. She didn't say, I'm in pain, nurse, my arm hurts, mom, my leg hurts, my back hurts, I'm in pain, I have an owie, somebody help me because it hurts. She said, I want my sedation. And I thought that was unusual for a 10-year-old. Kids don't ask to be sedated. They ask for something because they have something hurts, they have an owie, they have something bothers them. They'll say that, but they don't ask for sedation. So that I thought was very strange. So I put that in. And then the other thing is,
and I was going to get to the next one. There's a second note here, T901 from 5 p.m. on the 7th. It says, well, can you see it? We've got it highlighted here for you, I believe.
Yeah.
Quote, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie, end quote. Clay,
Yes.
Can you highlight that, please?
Objection made on the record. Strikes.
Let's try not to read the records.
Nurse Klink, do you see the entry here that's highlighted
Yes.
before you? Can you tell me, or describe for the jury rather, what was going on around the time that this statement that you quoted from Maya occurred?
I was alone with Maya in the room in her hospital room when this happened. She was saying that she was hungry and she wanted a donut, but she said about the sedation part, and then she said, I'm tired of all these lies, my life is a lie. That struck me very hard. I don't know how to explain it. When she said that, it sounded to me like it was a cry for help. Like there was she was desperate. She said those words to me, and I said, Maya, what do you mean by that? And Maya's, before that happened, Maya said to me, where's my mother? And I said, well, I think your mom is with the doctors. They're having a meeting. And then she was saying, I want my donut, I want my sedation. And then she said that. So Mrs. Kowalski and I believe Mr. Kowalski were in a meeting with the doctors. This was right after she was admitted. I think this was like soon after she was admitted. I didn't have any background. I didn't really know that much about Maya. I certainly didn't know anything along, like now that I look back on this. But that struck me as very, very unusual. It was like a cry for help. I don't know. So I put it in there. And as soon as it looked like she was about to answer me, and I remember distinctly, she paused when I asked her, Ryan, what do you mean by that? She paused, and then she looked like she was about to answer, and then Mrs. Kowalski came in the room, back from the meeting with the doctors, and then that was the end of it. And this was the first day. This was right after she was admitted to the ICU, and I thought it was unusual for a 10-year-old to say, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie.
What do you mean that this was the end of it? I think you just told the jury that when Ms. Kowalski came back in.
Well, that was the end. Maya became withdrawn again and kind of shut down. And I went back and did the rest of my work, checking on meds or whatever. But that was the end of it. That was the end of the conversation. She said that. I asked her to explain more. It looked like she was about to, and then her mom came back.
In your almost 20 years of nursing experience now, have you ever had a child tell you that their life was a lie?
Never.
Were you concerned by that statement?
Yes, I was very concerned. I mean, I don't know anybody, any kid, any child that would say such a thing. And she said that, exactly that. And that did strike me as, why would you say that? What does that mean? That meant something, and I could see she said it.
Going back to your entry here about Maya requesting sedation, do you recall the tone of her voice when she was asking for sedation?
Maya was agitated. She was angry. She was yelling. She would say, "I want my effing sedation." She was upset. She was agitated.
In your years of nursing experience, have you ever had a 10-year-old ask you for sedation?
I've never had any child ask me for sedation, to say, "I want to be sedated."
Now moving forward, after you were the bedside PICU nurse on October 7th, am I correct? You were the charge nurse on the PICU for a series of days after October 7th?
Yes.
And you were charge nurse for a few days while Maya Kowalski was in the PICU, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you please describe for the jury some of the recollections you have serving as a charge nurse during those days while Maya was in the PICU?
Objection calls for narrative answer specifically.
Sustained.
Okay. During the period of time that you were a charge nurse on the PICU, did you have any interactions with Maya Kowalski or her parents?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what you recall about those?
Objection again. Narrative.
Overall big time.
You can answer.
Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah. So during the period of time that you were a charge nurse in October in the PICU, can you please describe some of your interactions with Maya and her parents?
I was in one of the care conferences.
And let me stop you there. I'll represent you. There was a care conference on October 11 of 2016. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't you explain for the jury what a family care conference is?
A family care conference is when you get the different teams together, and sometimes there's discharge planning. You get the different teams. Sometimes if it's a child with lung issues, then the pulmonologist would be there. The charge nurse is there. The physicians are there. The parents are there. And that's a care conference is where you get everybody together all on the same page at the same time and figure out a plan of care.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
I remember it was in the morning. I was charge nurse that day. I was there as an observational. It was the physicians were there with Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski, and I remember that the ICU team were talking with the parents about the plan of care, what they're going to do with Maya's care. And I know that they were working towards trying to get Maya into some type of a stable medication or stable regimen where she wasn't on a lot of these ICU meds. Some of these meds are dangerous meds, and to try to wean her off those meds and get her into some other type of like a therapy, cognitive therapy, maybe just some physical therapy, occupational therapy, and try to get her stabilized on that and take her down from a lot of these ICU meds that were like ramping up.
And what do you recall about Mr. Kowalski and his position about what the doctors were requesting and recommending during that care conference?
Mr. Kowalski and Mrs. Kowalski were sitting kind of on this corner. I was right here. And he said to her, he's like, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think we should do it. I think it's reasonable. Why don't we give it a try? It's what they're saying. It's okay. We should just try it and just see it. They seem like it seems like it's a reasonable plan.
Narrative now. Objection, motion to strike.
Okay. During this conversation, the care plan conference, what do you recall Ms. Kowalski saying in response to Mr. Kowalski's request to stay at the hospital?
Say that again?
At this care conference we've been discussing, what do you recall about what Beata Kowalski was saying in response to Mr. Kowalski's suggestion that we listen to what the doctors at All Children's wanted to do?
Mrs. Kowalski did not want to entertain any other plan other than continuing with the ketamine and the propofol and the ICU drugs.
Did it appear to you as though Mr. Kowalski wanted to have Maya Kowalski stay at Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
And at the end of the care conference, do you recall if the Kowalskis agreed to stay or not?
I believe they did. That would, you'd have to check on with the physicians to find out the final, but I believe that, yeah, they stayed. They chose to stay.
Do you recall during this family care conference on October 11 of 2016 any threats to the Kowalskis that they would be arrested if they didn't stay at All Children's Hospital?
No.
Have you ever, in 20 years of nursing, heard any hospital staff member threaten a parent with arrest if they wanted to leave against medical advice?
Objection, foundation, predicate, and
Sustained hearsay. And welcome on board.
Was there ever a time that you saw Mrs. Beata Kowalski request the anesthetic propofol?
Yes.
Okay, what is propofol?
Propofol is it's a sedation agent. It's used usually for procedures. It gives it's a deep sedation, and it's used in ICUs. It's used in ORs. We'll use it. Not really. Sometimes in an ICU for procedures, for doing a procedure at the bedside, a significant procedure.
And what do you recall about this incident where Mrs. Kowalski was requesting propofol?
I don't remember all the specifics. I know that she wanted propofol. I don't know why. It's usually a sedating agent, and I remember thinking it's for sedation, and I don't know why Maya would be sedated, but she kept insisting she wanted propofol. And I thought that was unusual to have for propofol in that situation.
Were there ever times that you recalled Mrs. Beata Kowalski requesting sedative drugs around the time that Maya was about to go to sleep?
Yes.
And did that strike you as unusual?
Yes. And there was a couple.
Foundation predicate knowledge.
You may answer.
So there was a couple times when Mrs. Kowalski wanted me to give Maya some pain medicine. And one time she said to me, she's like, one time Maya was almost asleep. Her eyes were drifting off. She was resting comfortably. And Mrs. Kowalski went to Maya but to wake her up and said, Maya, are you in pain? And I thought, oh, you don't wake her up. She's sleeping. And that was one time that she did it. Another time she was saying, she's in pain. She's in pain. You need to give her pain medicine. And normally, I will work with the parents 100%. I had been in ICU for a long time, pediatric ICU for a long time. And I work with the parents if they think that. But this time this was different. She was saying she's in pain, and I really didn't want to get involved. I didn't want to answer because I just thought she was not in pain. And then Mrs. Kowalski said to me, "Don't you see she's in pain?" And then I thought, okay, she actually asked me then, and then I looked at Maya. Maya was completely calm. She was quiet. She was laying in bed comfortably. And then I looked up at the monitor, and I see she has the low resting heart rate. She had a low respiratory rate. And I said, no, I don't see she's in pain. And that was unusual for me because, like I said, I don't want to be stingy. I treat pain very seriously. I especially treat children's pain very seriously. But it was obvious that Maya was comfortable, and I could tell not only was she resting, but you can see on the monitor her heart rate and her respiratory rate were low. And if I give her pain medicine, that can bring her respiratory rate down too low. And yeah, that struck me as very, very odd. I was nervous to even go ahead and do that because if somebody's really in pain and their heart rate comes down from 150 to 120, that's okay. But if the heart rate is 70, 80, and now I'm bringing that heart rate down because of the pain medicine or the respiratory rate, now we're in trouble. So yeah, that kind of stuff was happening. And then, yeah, that was distinctive to me. That stuck out.
Nurse Klink, from your vantage point as a PICU nurse, were you concerned for Maya's care and well-being when she came into the hospital on October 7th?
Of course.
Your witness.
Wow, with all that experience, you must have been really good at charting everything that was important, right?
I chart what I can get in there, yes.
And what's important, right? Mm-hmm. Really, if something astonishing happens, you're going to put it in there, right?
Nurses chart as much as they can get, as much as they can chart, as long as they're doing their patient care as well.
Well, why is it that, and I can approach and show the witness, from in all of your charting here over a few days, most of what you said about all the words and all the actions is never charted. Why is that?
Well, first of all, we do chart all the vital signs. We chart the meds. We chart what goes in the patient. We chart what comes out of the patient. Those are things that we for sure we chart. We get in there from the medical point of view. The other stuff, if we can get some time to put the things that some of them are glaring. The incident with Dr. Tepa, where she called her that name and she said the whole words, the whole thing. I only gave the initials, but she said everything. The reason I didn't chart that is because most of our charting that we do for that is a communication tool in the hospital. Like I wanted, if we chart that the patient got out of bed, because when physical therapy comes, they will look at the child's chart and says, oh, okay, the kid was out of bed today. So something like that is what I would convey to the ICU team, specifically to the attending that's there. And Dr. Tepa was in the room. So this was during rounds. Everybody was there. Anybody that needed to know about what that kind of those expletives, anyone was already there. There would be no reason for me to chart it. If I had thought that I was going to be here where I am now, yeah, maybe I would have charted it. But Dr. Tepa knew. We all knew. I'm not going to. It's more that kind of stuff is for the purposes of communication in the hospital. I didn't think I'd be here.
Anything else?
That's it.
On your explanation. Sir?
Yeah, I chart what I can chart. I mean, there's 12 and a half hours that we are there on the bedside. We are running. We're monitoring the patient. These kids are critically ill. We don't chart everything that's a communication that comes out like that. And like I said, the thing with Dr. Tepa, yeah, maybe I should have, in retrospect, if I knew I was going to be here, but at the time, anyone who needed to know was there.
Aren't you allowed to have either your phone or a cell phone from the floor on you as you make your rounds?
I believe we are, or we were.
Why is it, after 12 hours of all of this, there isn't a single photo or video or surveillance or anything else that confirms what you're saying?
Well, there's no cameras in the room. This happened in the patient's room, right? They don't have, unless they need to put it up for a specific reason, but there's cameras in the halls, and we're not allowed, I don't take pictures of any patients. We're not allowed to take pictures of the patients. I don't videotape the patients. I don't do that. That's it.
So you nurses are not allowed to take pictures of the patients, right? Isn't that what you just testified to?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess taking her into a room and stripping her down to her bra and her shorts and taking about 8 to 10 pictures of her, that would not be appropriate, would it?
Objection form, overall foundation. You can answer.
There are times when there are pictures taken, absolutely. They are taken for purposes, for medical purposes, 100%. And that's undeniable. But for me to just do it on my phone, to take a picture of the patient, I don't have any reason to do that. If it was a medical reason that somebody needed to do that, that does happen. That I know happens. People do that. I know different entities will do that. But as the nurses, no, I don't take a picture of a patient on my phone. Maybe unless somebody else has a reason to do that, possibly, but I don't. I'm answering for myself. What other people do is you'd have to ask them.
Anybody, anything else?
No.
You'd like to add? Okay. So if somebody were, say, to take a child and put them in a room and videotape them without their parents' consent or their consent, that would also be something that would be against your policies. Agreed?
I disagree.
So it's okay to videotape children without the parents' consent or anyone's consent but you, correct?
That's not what I said.
Well, if it's not the parents' consent and it's not consent from another authoritative source, that leaves you. right?
No.
So,
Sustained.
so do you or do you not have the authority to do what I just described? Take a child into a room under false pretenses of an EEG and put her in that room, video her without her knowledge. Oh, put a commode just out of reach to see if you can tempt her to get over there. So who gives the authority to do something like that?
Objection, argumentative, compound, foundation.
Sustained.
Are you, do you work with Kathy Beatty at all, ever?
I did in the past.
Not anymore.
Correct.
Not since she left, right?
Correct.
And before that, though, was she a PICU social worker?
Yes.
Were you a PICU nurse?
Yes.
So you saw her about every day, right?
No.
How often?
Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks. And if she had a patient that involved me, we had the same patient at the same time, then I would. But if I had a patient that Kathy Beatty wasn't working with, then...
Okay. So with as stunning as all of this is, I mean, with a 10-year-old Maya Kowalski throwing around words like this, you would have mentioned that to Kathy Beatty, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Parole.
You can answer.
No, not necessarily.
Well, wasn't she assigned to Maya and to move between floors with Maya?
I'm not sure what happened on the floor. I don't know if she was assigned on the floor. I don't have no knowledge of what happens on the floor. I don't know. I didn't recall. I don't recall telling her that. I don't recall. You mean when Maya was swearing?
Yeah, any of that stuff.
I don't recall telling Kathy. I don't know why I would tell Kathy. I would tell Kathy if there was a need for maybe some social services, but to go around and no, I didn't see her. I don't remember seeing her to do it. Maybe if something came up in conversation, but I don't recall telling Kathy Beatty. And like I said, the people, the people that were there knew, and that was kind of it. I didn't start telling everybody what happened.
How many nurses and social workers worked in that PICU at that time? We're talking about the fall of 2016.
Oh, I don't know. Probably 40 nurses.
And there are nursing stations at different points, or just one nursing station?
There's different points. We're spread out.
Okay. On the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're telling the jury, after all of this astonishing behavior, it did not spread to every single nurse and social worker on that floor?
Not only do I say I'm not surprised that it did not. It should not have spread to everybody on the floor.
Okay. So you don't think anybody else on the floor heard about it?
I didn't say that. You said everyone on the floor. No, I don't. The ICU is like a dumbbell. There's an area here, and then there's an area here, and then there's like a long hallway. This side doesn't really communicate. This is the east side, this is the west side, and then there's a few rooms down in the middle. No, we don't communicate. So the half of the unit is not going to hear what's going on in this unit, on this side. And no, there's a lot going on. People have a lot of their patients. They have these sick patients. Some kids are very sick. It's hard to explain unless you're there. I mean, some kids are on ventilators. Some kids are dying. Some kids are close to that. And yeah, maybe people over here would have heard it, but it doesn't mean that everybody there. No, and as a matter of fact, it's something that should not happen. That everybody goes and starts telling everybody what's going on in another patient's room. That's really frowned on, and we try not to do that.
Who did know? Say after your care conference.
I don't know. I think the people who knew in the room knew. There was a few of us. There was like the residents were there. I was there. I know there was the dietitian, because after she said that, we looked at each other in shock. The whole room just went still. And then we moved on. It's an ICU. We moved on. And no, I don't think people told other people, a whole bunch of people, but everybody knew in that group, and Dr. Teppa heard it.
But no one out of that charted this afterwards. Okay, Dr. Teppa said something, but out of all those residents and everyone else in that room, no one else charted this in over 1,500 pages of medical records. Do you know why?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because everybody, it's a need to know basis. ICUs with hospital, it's from our point of view, it's a need to know basis. If they didn't need to know, it didn't need to go in there. The doctor knew, I knew, the charge nurse when I was charged that day. It didn't need to be told throughout the hospital and in the record. It's not something we would put in there. The things that we put in there, like I said, is more for communication back and forth, that the child ate this or whatever. And especially like in the beginning as well. Nobody knew that we would be here. And she most certainly said that. I mean, 100% she said that. But I wouldn't necessarily chart it. Not necessarily. There's no need for me to put that in there. Hindsight's 2020, and we look back and say, okay, now we're here. But at the time, nope, it was not something that would go in a chart.
Well, did you all tell risk management this, or was risk management already involved?
I don't know that. You would have to ask risk management. I don't know when risk management was called. I didn't call risk management.
Were you there when Ms. Teppa Sanchez called risk management?
I was not.
Did you talk to risk management at any point?
I don't believe so. I don't recall. I don't recall talking to risk management.
All right. So Ms. Winton came down, you never talked to her.
When who?
Wasn't it? Yeah. Ms. Winton.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Somehow, though, risk management found out. Did it come to your attention? All right. Well, you charted on numerous occasions that Maya was a 10 out of 10 on pain, did you not?
I would have to see the charting and see what that was.
Do you remember any of the scores you gave for that?
Not offhand. I'd have to see it.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to find the actual number, but you did you did charge grimace, frowned, withdrawn. That ring a bell. You did chart frequent chin quiver, clenched jaw, grimaces.
Your Honor, we'll object. We would appreciate it if the witness could see what this witness is reading from.
she wants it, I certainly will show it to her.
I do remember when I was doing the nursing admission, the admission assessment, and Mrs. Kowalski was at my side. And when we got to this part with the pain, Mrs. Kowalski is the one who told me, yes, that, and I remember that distinctly. So I don't know. So she told me when I first came in, like, how does, I mean, we asked all the, the parents, but this time Mrs. Kowalski was next to me. Usually the parents are like on the couch or something, but, and I'll ask the parent, how does the child convey pain? Some kids will, bite on their blankie or whatever. So we ask the parents so that we know what to look for. And that's where that originated. So Mrs. Kowalski told me when she first came in, we were checking which boxes to check.
Do what?
Which one?
Now, you've got, I believe, you've testified to about all of those. Is it your testimony now that Beata Kowalski told you to put all those down?
And Mrs. Kowalski told me when she first came in, when I asked how does Maya exhibit pain, and she went through each one and said, yes, this one, this one, this one, this one. And so then I continued on that that's how she exhibits pain. Yeah, I didn't see her frequent chink with it. But I know Mrs. Kowalski's like, yes, this is affirm yes. And so I did.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't say punch Josh. She told me that that's how Maya has those pain.
All right. So now you charted out, and if we can pull it up, 1001-1056, the nasogastric tube. Got it up?
What's a nasogastric tube?
It's a feeding tube that goes into the nasogastric, so naso's the nose, goes into the nose, and then it drops down into the stomach, and then you're fed formula through that.
Okay. So then what may have happened then is that when Mrs. Kowalski walked in, she was a nurse, right?
Correct.
You're a nurse, right?
Right.
Mrs. Kowalski was very dominant about what was best for her child, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Repeat that?
Mrs. Kowalski was very dominant about what she wanted for her child, right?
What she wanted for her child, yes.
Right. And she told you what she wanted for her child, right?
Mm-hmm.
She told you, a nurse, what she wanted for her child, right?
Yes.
But you didn't always agree, did you?
When Maya first came in...
I'm just asking you whether you agreed or didn't agree, ma'am.
Did I agree? What did I... Ask me the question again.
All right. At times, you disagreed with what Ms. Kowalski wanted to do, did you not?
Yes.
But she still insisted, right?
Yes.
And this was on the PICU floor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. During the care conference, was Ms. Bagby there?
Who?
Nina Bagby?
I don't know who that is.
Do you recall the security people outside the door during your care conference?
I don't recall security outside the door.
You don't recall two security guys standing on either side of the door during that care conference?
Well, I was inside, so if they came after I was inside, I didn't know. I didn't recall seeing that. No one told me it was security out there.
Actually, what happened was that Maya Kowalski was in extreme pain when she came in, wasn't she?
Mrs. Kowalski said that Maya was in extreme pain.
It was
Yes, but you're asking me if I thought Maya was in extreme pain. There were times when Maya's heart rate was so low, she was resting, she's half asleep, and the mother was yelling, actually in my face one time, saying she's in pain, she's in pain.
Right.
And no, I did not think she was in pain. She was quiet, she was half asleep, and her vital signs were showing on the monitor. So Mrs. Kowalski may have believed, I don't know what she believed, but she said her mind is in pain. And then she asked me, and she says, don't you see she's in pain? And I said to Mrs. Kowalski, no, I don't.
1001-2.
You just answered the question that's asked.
Yes.
Thank you.
1001-2326, please. Who's Elizabeth Sumner?
She was an ICU nurse.
Experienced nurse or not?
She was a charge nurse at one time, so yeah, I don't know her.
Yeah, you see her ranking it at 10 on the pain scale?
Yes.
And then you go down a little bit more, and there's another 10 on the next entry. One says, like, apparently she was asleep. But on the under over awake and alert, it says 10. See that? And then we go down to Elizabeth Sumner, a 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see under Kelly Thatcher, a 10? You see that?
Yes.
You see then under Kelly Thatcher, an 8.
Yes.
And I apologize. I said you were in the 10s too, but yours was a 7 and then a 6, right?
Yes.
And then a 7 and a 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So apparently she got in more pain during the time because Sumner and Thatcher were on the 8th the next day, right?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that many people felt Maya came in with a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale in pain? One 001-2450. Maya was also, when she came in, inconsolable, was she not?
I wouldn't say she was. Maya was yelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Doesn't it say inconsolable?
Well, those are the options they give us.
I see. And then I believe you gave Maya, or excuse me, not you necessarily, but the care team there gave Maya a number of different medications, right?
Yeah.
And those medications included not only the ketamine, but you also gave her tramadol, is that right? And then, where's the meds page? Okay. If I can find it, I'll show it. He'll find it. All right. In the interim, let's pull up 2045-024. Well, hold on for that. What actually happened was Maya received some medications, right? Then you tried to snake a nasogastric tube down her nose, right?
I don't recall that.
And once you tried to snake a tube down her nose, she rebelled, right?
Objection to the extent counsel is testifying and not showing the witness the records.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall having to put somebody else having to help you hold her down while you snaked a tube down her nose? None of that comes back?
No, we do those a lot. I don't recall that. I don't.
And in fact, once people started to grab her and put something down her nose, she really went wild, didn't she?
I don't recall a feeding tube and putting a feeding tube in there.
She went wild because you were hurting her, correct?
I don't recall putting a feeding tube in Maya.
Okay, well. (1001-1056). No, that's not it. It's 1001-2722. I apologize.
I'll object that note has nothing to do with this witness.
Can you find that too? It's on the narrative on the top. Now, putting the tube down her nose. Did somebody else do that?
I don't know.
What actually happened here was that Beata Kowalski challenged you, right?
Objection, argument.
Oh, sorry. We're back. Okay. Please take a look on your screen. Does it say nasogastric tube?
Yes.
Objection again. This document has nothing to do with this witness.
And her name on the bottom?
Can we just go with legal objections?
Objection to the foundation.
And what's the time?
That's her name right there. You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it says I reviewed it.
Okay, so you stepped out while they were putting the tube down her nose?
I don't recall doing that. I don't know where the documentation is, who put it in. I mean, if I put it in, possibly, but I'd have to see the documentation because this just says I electronically signed it.
Well, how'd your name get on there?
Because the order came through, but it might not have been done. That if the order came through at 13, somebody put the order in at 13:04. At 13:19, I saw the order and signed it. But that doesn't mean that the tube went in at that time. That means, okay, yeah, I see that there's an order. I don't know when the tube went in. I don't remember doing it. Put hundreds of tubes in. But I don't know if I did that or not. I know I signed it, but that's it.
Anything else? All right. So once you or someone, while you stepped out momentarily, put the tube down her nose or tried to, and held her down to do it, Maya went wild. So when you came back in, you saw her flailing and screaming, right?
Objection. Argument.
Is that true or false?
Foundation.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then after that, there were some cursing in the room, but it wasn't Maya, was it? It was other people in the room trying to hold her down, wasn't it?
I don't recall any of that.
And after that, were you the one that started kind of the narrative that Beata was nuts?
No.
Weren't you and Kathy Beatty telling everyone on that floor, watch out for this mom, watch out for the kid, they're a little crazy?
No.
Sorry, Tom. You're right.
Nurse Klein, do you remember some questions about pain scores that were entered in the chart?
Yes.
If somebody puts a 10 down on a pain chart, is that something that the patient reports to the nurse?
No.
Okay. So.
Well, if you ask, it depends. If you ask the patient, and you could ask the patient on a scale of 1 to 10, and then they can tell you that it's a 10.
It depends if it's a small child, then you use different methods. Maya would know a scale of 1 to 10, so it's possible, most likely, that at her age she was asked on a scale of 1 to 10.
And I think you made it clear, but you don't have any recollection of placing a nasogastric tube down Maya Kowalski's nose.
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Jerry? I see you're already packing up, so do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. Mr. Klink, if you could wait outside while we review these questions, we'll call you back in. The jury is out of our presence.
Sorry, it took so long for the judge.
Ms. Klink's out of our... Just remember, this is not a deposition.
No, but there was a lot of stuff.
Okay, please be seated, members of the jury. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? You didn't see any sort of media accounts of this case. Is that correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? Oh, let's go get the witness. I just want to prove to you we're doing this outside the presence of the witness. Nurse Klink, there's several questions from the jury. Have you ever worked with CRPS?
No.
Do you know how to work with CRPS patients?
I can't just answer that in a yes or no.
Well, explain what the best of your ability.
As a bedside nurse, as a bedside RN, our job is to follow the physician orders, and we treat as per order. So I don't go out of my scope of practice and do anything differently. I see what the vital signs are. I administer the medications. I take care of the things like her skin and things like that. I don't have a special, you treat them this way or that way. My job is to treat the patient as per physician orders.
Was Maya in any pain when she was cussing?
Maya did not say she was in pain. She would get very angry. She would get agitated. And I know kids can get that way if they're in pain. However, Maya was 10, and 10-year-olds would tell us if they're in pain or if something hurts them. Even if I ask Maya, or if it's like the pain scale, you can ask her, Maya, what's your 10, pain? Are you in a pain of a 10? She would say, she can say I'm a 10 because she's 10 years old, but she never actually said, and I remember she never said, this hurts, I'm hurting, this hurts me, my arm hurts, my leg hurts. She didn't say that. And that's what I thought was so unusual, because a 10-year-old would tell you, younger kids would say, my leg hurts, my head hurts. But Maya never told me I'm in pain.
Okay. Did Maya calm down after she got her meds?
Yes, Maya would calm down after she got her meds. I remember she would go up and down a lot. Those meds are heavy duty. Those meds were strong meds. Anybody who is on propofol or ketamine is going to be pretty much knocked out. So, yeah, I mean, she would respond to pain meds.
Okay. As a nurse with 20 years experience, did you follow up with anyone if you had such a conviction that meant something, quote, my life is lies, end quote?
I think at that time I had moved from there. The physicians had known that because we had talked about that. Maya would shut down. I didn't have her again after that. It was hard to talk to Maya. Maya would kind of open up when she wanted to open up. I didn't ask her again. Things had started to become very difficult in the ICU. It became difficult. I didn't follow up, but I was hoping because she was still there and they knew that the rest of the team would take over, but I wasn't her bedside nurse. And the ICU started to escalate in tension and stress, and it was no way to go back and to do that. And I just couldn't.
The statement, "My life is lies," did you report that to a doctor to follow up on, or did you follow up at a later time?
I discussed that with the doctors. I think things were starting to, like I said, things were starting to escalate. Tension was starting to go up. They knew. And my job as a nurse is to report. That's what RNs do. We don't step out of that scope. But I did report. They knew. And everybody, I think that they started to see, well, yeah, couldn't move her legs, but she was all over the bed. So I think the pieces were starting to come together. But my job was to tell them that she said that, and I put it in the chart to make sure that it's in writing, that the team knows, and they were notified, and then they take over from there. As a nurse, I mean, that's not out of my scope, and I have to stay in my scope of practice, and the doctors take over from there for my reporting, and that's pretty much what nurses do. We are at the bedside the whole time, and we report changes because the doctors are in different places. We're assigned there, and we report things and then hand it off. But yeah, I mean, I wish she had finished that. That was shocking when she said that, and I wish I had the opportunity to do it, but there is nowhere for me to go from that, unfortunately.
Prior to working with Maya, how many children had you cared for with children with CRPS?
I don't know of any of them that had CRPS that would come into an ICU. I worked in ICUs, and so I don't know that they would probably be somewhere in the outpatient but I worked with kids that had pain, and that was my job, is to treat pain. So they could have neuropathy from chemo. They can be in car accidents and have trauma. So my job was to deal with the pain and not the diagnosis. They can have whatever diagnosis, but I'm there to take care of them holistically with their pain, whether or not they have leukemia, a car accident, or CRPS. If they have pain, then I'm there to help them with that.
In response to the term inconsolable, when you say these are various options, do you have the option to free text?
Yes, I do have the option to free text. At the time, that was the first day that she came in, and there was so much going on in the beginning with the medications and the yelling, and the tension was rising. I didn't go back and free text. That would have been a good idea if I did. In hindsight, yeah, I should have free text, but those were the options, and there was just so much coming at me that day. I couldn't go back and start changing things because the ICUs are stressful. They're intense. That's why they're intensive care units. There's alarms. There's all kinds of things going off, and we're used to that. This was way above and beyond in the level of stress and the yelling. They were swearing. I should have free texted and said what I meant. I didn't, but there was just so much coming at me. It was hard to even stay afloat.
Do you remember the position of Maya's feet on admission?
No.
How many residents were in the PICU on that night?
That night, I was working on the day shift. There would have been one resident that would have been assigned to her. I don't know which night they're referring to, but I worked on the day shift, And when there were the residents in the room when that incident happened where she cursed at Dr. Teppa, that's when there were multiple residents. There was probably 2 or 3 residents.
During your 12-hour shift, how much is rotation? How much is spent documenting?
We spend a lot of time documenting. The amount of documenting that we do on an admission, I mean, we are clicking through pages and pages and pages. It is a lot, and you just try to stay ahead of it. Meanwhile, you're getting orders that are coming in and they're changing. The orders are going up, they're going down, do this, you're doing that. So we spend in the beginning, there could be several, I would say 2 hours on an admission of just doing the whole admission profile. There's a lot of questions. Do you have a dog? Who lives with you? I mean, there's just so many, and I think that's where I got tripped up by not maybe going in and doing some more documentation, because I'm responsible for all just the basic stuff that comes in, and there's pages and pages and pages. And then I have to take care of the patient. So after the patient gets settled in, like that next night, that next day, it gets a little easier because all that intake stuff is very intensive to complete.
Have you ever had other kids in extreme pain use curse words?
Maybe it's not really, not that much, really. I think not that often. If they're in pain and I see that it's matching up with the monitor, and I could see that there's pain issues, I could see their heart rate is up, their respiratory rate is up. Like I said, I'm very serious about a child's pain. It doesn't go to the point where somebody's swearing that they want pain meds, because I see they're in pain and I act on that. That was always one of my things, is making sure that they're not in pain. I'm not going to wait and say, oh, I'm not going to give you the meds, wait until I'm done. I act on pain quickly, so it doesn't really happen, and it doesn't really escalate it to that point. And to swear, and it was more of, I wanted my effing sedation. That again is as a nurse, I'm looking at it like, she didn't say she was in pain, and she didn't look like so that's not, it doesn't typically happen that they swear when they're in pain. It could, but it doesn't typically happen. They get their pain meds when they say, I'm in pain.
In your experience, do medical staff have a general sensitivity to direct, opinionated parents?
I don't know what a direct sensitivity for direct opinionated parents, but I think all of us we have all kinds of parents that come in. Direct opinionated is completely fine. You are an advocate for your child, and I'm happy about that. I think a lot of us have that kind of personality where we have a strong personality. You have to be in an ICU, and I'm not upset over it. This was not that. This was way different. This was very demanding, and the curse words were kept coming. This was different. There's many parents. Parents are very protective of their children, and they advocate, and that's totally cool. That's great, and I'm there for that. This was not a direct opinionated. This was, the ICU had become toxic, and that's a lot for an ICU nurse who had been there 16 years in ICUs. This was not like other ICU admissions. And so, no, we don't have a problem with people who are direct.
As a nurse, would you not want to chart disruptive behavior that a patient was displaying in her chart?
I would chart disruptive behavior. It's now, when we're looking back, I had Maya just in the first, all this stuff was in like the first hours of admission, half hour. I had no preconceived notions. I didn't have any background to think, oh, well, wait a minute. There's patterns that's starting to form here. This was like completely a blank slate. I didn't know about any of this. Maybe after time would go on, I'd be like, I better put this down. When Maya said my life's a lie and I'm tired of all the lies, then I did start charting because I was like, whoa, there's something going on here that needs to be looked at. And I need to tell, and I did. And that is when it started. But in the beginning, I had no preconceived notions. I took everything at face value. And then things started to happen. And then you look and you're like, wait a minute, things are not what they seem to be. Something's going on here and it needs to be looked at.
Next question. As a rule, if it is not documented, it did not happen, ?
So in nursing school, and we are drilled on that, and that is true. But that really speaks to, did you hang this antibiotic? You can't say, oh yeah, I hung this antibiotic, but I didn't chart it. It's for the patient stuff that you do. If you didn't, like I said, give this med, if you didn't do this bath, that kind of stuff is there. If you didn't do it, it's not done because you didn't chart it. This is not the same. This is what somebody else is doing. We are not expected, and it's 12 and a half hours and all of this stuff is going on. I can't chart all of that. So it's not an expectation, at least it wasn't then. And it probably isn't now because it's 12 and a half hours to document what other people are saying. That's different. It's not like hanging the med. Did you give them a bath? Well, if you didn't chart, you gave them a bath, then you didn't do it. Those are two different things. That's what I'm responsible as a nurse to perform those duties. That's what that is. So that part is true. Documenting what other people say, that's not in that realm of my responsibility. When Maya said my life is a lie, I'm tired of all the lies, that I thought I needed to document that. Because that was something above and beyond. But typically, no, we don't. And like with Bea, no, I wouldn't put that in the chart. That's not what I did.
We heard earlier that all children's hospital staff had nicknames for their patients. Can you tell me the nickname you had for the plaintiff?
I can say absolutely that's not true. I've not heard of nicknames for patients. I've not heard of that. I did not hear any nickname for Maya at all. I don't even know. I don't know if I've ever even heard that people have nicknames for patients. At least not, I never hear that in the ICU, and I haven't heard it on any of the ICUs where I work where people's like, oh, I call them this thing, I call them this. It's usually somebody will say something, if there is, oh yeah, I have 554, meaning I have the kid in 554. But people don't, I've never heard people make up nicknames on patients.
Are you saying that either by mouth or by personal message group or by official medical records that for 3 months only a select few had knowledge of, quote, ketamine girl, end quote?
I don't know about what everybody else knew. I don't know. From hearing that, sometimes there's so many kids that come in, and if there's something that is very distinctive about a patient, somebody will refer and say something about, just so you can remember who this person is. I don't think it's done derogatory, but you have to have some way of remembering out of I mean, there's 29 bed ICU. Sometimes we float to the other units. It's hard to remember, oh, this is John Smith. And of course, now we remember Maya, but that's only because of all of this that happened. Sometimes you have to come up with some way to say, yeah, this was, whatever, to designate who that patient was, but not to be derogatory. It's just, somebody's not going to remember, Susie Smith. It's hard. Some kids have, similar names. So sometimes from hearing that, I think somebody may bring that up as a way to identify that person. But no, I don't think people don't have derogatory names for that, just so that I think that's what that is.
With all these, quote, team meetings, end quote, taking place to review patient treatment plans, no nurses or doctors commented on the possible validity of CRPS diagnosis and a serious effort to investigate Maya as having CRPS and treating her for CRPS.
Well, I think, actually, I know, the ICU have the diagnosis of CRPS. I think that they went with the diagnosis of CRPS. But the thing is that you have to treat this child. So if she's in pain, you have to treat her pain. And I think that that's what they were doing. I don't think that the ICU, because I can only speak for the ICU because I was there. I don't know about the floors. But the thing was to treat the patient. The meds, those drugs that were being demanded are heavy-duty drugs. Like, you don't see people on these drugs. That's a big deal. So I think they wanted to treat her CRPS in a different way so that it's safe for Maya and start to bring the drugs down. You can't have a 10-year-old in a ketamine coma and on propofol. I mean, that's the drug that Michael Jackson died with. I mean, it's a heavy-duty drug. It's complete sedation.
Your Honor, pure speculation and also not responsive to the question.
Sustain it's not responsive to the question.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Right, these comments.
I think the
jury's going to disregard the lengthy response that was not responsive to the question.
I'm sorry. I think the ICU was trying to do CRPS in a safe, in a safe manner for Maya, and treat her CRPS, or treat her whether it was CRPS, but do it safely.
Any follow-up from the defense?
Just one. Nurse Klink, have you ever told anybody that Beata Kowalski was crazy?
No.
Thank you.
Plaintiffs.
Can you see why your description might make some of your compatriots think that's what you meant? Now, could you see that?
No, I don't understand. No, I cannot.
You said, you quoted, my life is, what, full of lies, or my life is a lie? What is you saying?
I didn't say it. I put in a quote.
Right. Now, you're trying to interpret that here for the jury, are you not?
I put it in the quotes for a quote, so it's a quote.
Are you aware of the fact that CRPS patients constantly have their diagnosis challenged? Do you know that as a nurse?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
I would imagine so.
And that a 10-year-old child having a doctor, a nurse, a social worker, a doctor, a nurse at different places tell them that they don't believe her, she might actually say something like that?
I don't know what she was thinking.
Well, okay. But can you see how, from Maya's point of view, being told at another hospital, different hospitals, maybe at Johns Hopkins, that there's something wrong with her symptoms, she might in fact feel as though everyone was making out her life is a lie?
Objection, also speculation.
Sustained. No, I sustained it. You don't have to answer.
So now, you saw Maya for the first, I think you said 30 to 60 minutes she was in there?
Yes.
And not after that?
No,
Did you see her after that?
Yeah, I was with her that day.
So when you say there's a pattern forming, are you forming a pattern from the first 30 to 60 minutes of this girl's life?
I think as an ICU nurse and as people, we start to put pieces together for everything. So yes.
Where did you get your degree in psychology?
I think as...
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I sustain the objection. What's your next question?
Well, what I'm asking is, it's interesting, don't you think, that none of this ever happened again, that it was never documented again, despite a 3.5-month stay?
Objection, argumentative, and misstates the facts in the record.
Well, those objections I'm going to overrule.
So can you ask the question again?
It is unusual, is it not, that none of this type of behavior was ever documented by anyone else the rest of her 3.5-month time at Johns Hopkins?
Objection, foundation.
True?
Sustained.
Having not followed her, you would not know whether this ever happened again or not, would you?
I would not know.
And are you aware that, in fact, Maya was checked out after this by a pediatric psychologist at Johns Hopkins?
Objection, foundation.
Do you know?
No, I after she left, no, I don't know.
Okay.
Have you ever reviewed the Johns Hopkins Patient Bill of Rights?
I believe in the beginning, yes.
So when Beata Kowalski was telling you that she did not agree with your methodology of treatment, she was well within her rights?
I can't answer that.
And neither can you answer to know what you're describing means for Maya's overall psychological health or otherwise, correct?
Foundation, compound,
overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Based on your 30 to 60 minutes, you have no idea how anything you testified to really has anything to do with Maya's sociological or psychological makeup. True?
In those 60 to 90 minutes, I treated the patient based on physician order.
I'll take that as a yes.
Objection, argumentative.
You can answer the question.
If Maya had CRPS or anything, I would have treated her the same way. I would have, yeah, on physician order.
That's all I have to.
Anything further?
They are.
Anything further? Jury members? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, Nurse Klink. Next question from the jury. So instead of using her room number in a conversation, are you saying, quote, ketamine girl, end quote, is an appropriate way to describe Maya?
I can't say it's an appropriate way, no. I didn't use that term. I can't say it's an appropriate way. I don't know the context of it, and I don't know if it was to say, hey, this is the one I'm referring to. But no, it doesn't sound nice. Again, I don't know the context, and it probably should have been a different way of referring her, and maybe they get into the habit of trying to use that as identifiers, and they should probably move away from that. It's probably not very nice.
The next question from the jury. Do you think Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital should have trained all personnel working with Maya to give her proper care and help staff treat her?
I think that we were treating her, we were treating Maya with dignity. We were treating Maya with respect. We were trying to take care of her pain. That's absolutely true. Whether or not, I think they kept it open and accepted, okay, she has CRPS or any other differential diagnosis, but I think that in the ICU, at least I speak for that, we were treating Maya as treating Maya with her pain, whether it was CRPS or whether it was something else. If she's feeling pain, it needs to be treated. And I think that's what they did, what we're trying to do.
You had mentioned that you may not be well versed in CRPS back in 2016 during the Maya times. Is that correct?
Again, it's the same. Yes, I wasn't well versed in CRPS. I started reading about CRPS when she started coming through, and I was learning about it. But again, still, we're there to treat Maya. At least from my point of view, we're treating Maya for her pain and her taking care of her needs there, whether it was CRPS, whether it was like neuropathy, nerve pain, or leukemia. We treat Maya for her pain and go from there. But whether it doesn't matter, at least I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but we had to treat Maya for Maya. And if it was CRPS, then it was CRPS or neuropathy or whatever, but treating her pain. And that's what I think that they were trying to do.
The next question, did it ever cross your mind that because Maya was, parentheses, as said by past witnesses, in parentheses, more mature than a usual 10-year-old, or that having gone through this pain before, she would have expressed or handled her pain differently? Did that cross your mind?
Yeah, I think about that. And I think if kids know their medical conditions, and if you give a little kid a blue medicine and it tastes terrible, and the next time you come to them with that blue medicine, they're going to cover their mouths. They know what the deal is. And that's why it was unusual. It didn't make sense that Maya was saying, I want sedation. I want my effing sedation. Like, she didn't say, oh, here's where my pain is. This is where I normally have pain. And that's what kids will do when they come in. They'll say, yeah, they have issues with, head, or, yeah, my issues are really usually here. I usually have my back aches here. But that was never any of that. And that was very unusual. Kids know what has happened to them in the past. And then they tell you, I didn't have any of that. I didn't see any of that. And that was when I was surprised that she didn't convey, hey, my pain is here. Because that's what kids tell me.
The balance of that question I can't ask. Okay, that concludes the juror questions. Are there any more questions from the defense? From the plaintiffs?
No.
May this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, I think this is a good time for our afternoon break. Let's try to keep this to 10 minutes since you all have already had a stretched break. We really haven't, so let's try to keep this to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
Jury actually.
I just have a real quick question about a witness.
Sure.
This Masika is another DCF type employee. She has requested to appear by Zoom in the afternoon. The request has been presented. The side doesn't object. I just want to ask the court if that's
There is or is not an objection?
There's not.
And where is she located?
She's in Bradenton.
Okay. And what's the reason that
She advised that she has therapy patients and she would like to not have to rearrange all of them.
Then yes, but you need to get with Ms. Syback.
We did. The second half of that, Judge, is the DCF attorney would also like to appear by Zoom. Is that acceptable?
I don't think so. It's not acceptable to me to have somebody there where we can't keep an eye on what's going on.
They would be in different, they're not in the same room. They'd be in different offices. But I had to ask. They asked me to ask, Judge. So.
Well, if they're different locations.
They're different locations. They're not going to be in the same room.
Yeah, but I just think it's a little different than having your lawyer and the personal lawyer and the denier versus, I mean, out in the gallery rather than up there next to you.
They're not going to be in the same room. I think the DCF lawyer is actually in Tampa. They're not going to be in the same.
Is it a DCF lawyer?
DCF lawyer. That's what I'm saying. They're in Tampa. They're not even in the same city.
Let's just have come by Zoom.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I'll get that email to you.
Let's try to take less than 10 minutes.
Your Honor, I know we need to bring the jury in. I think they've got a change of plan, but
we did.
They're going to read Kornberg instead. We are wondering about Detective Graham tomorrow.
You're packing your bag.
Well, he doesn't want to stay for the presentation of Dr. Kornberg for reading.
He's about to abandon me, but before he does so, we'd like to have a discussion about one of their witnesses tomorrow so he can leave. Just what's going on.
And I thought we were going to do the discussion of Detective Graham after we let the jury go home for the day.
I think I'll stay, you know.
It's probably an hour. I'll read fast.
All right.
No, you won't.
Okay. I will read loud and slow.
Judge, to be clear for the record, we are not calling our next nurse just because of the time. So we're going to read the definition of Dr. Kornberg. Unfortunately, there's no video. So I'll play the part of the attorney and Mr. Shapiro will be Dr. Kornberg.
Okay, well, just remember, you got to do different voices.
We have different voices.
Wigs.
We
got the wigs.
Okay. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Next time, no taxi. Yeah, work out.
I was almost out of here.
That's okay. I was going to give Miss Lawrence your seat.
She's coming up.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And has anyone seen any media coverage about this case? Ms. Croyles, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to call Dr. Paul Kornberg, MD, by deposition.
No wigs, but different voices.
This deposition is taken on November 20th, 2019. The witness, after being first duly sworn on oath, was examined and deposed as follows. Could you tell us your name, please, sir?
Paul Brian Kornberg.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician. I specialize in physical medicine and rehabilitation.
Tell me, well, let me kind of ask you a few questions about your background and training. Where did you go to undergraduate school and medical school?
I graduated from the University of California at Berkeley in 1989, and then I attended medical school for a year at Albert Einstein College of Medicine. And then I trained at the University of Miami because my wife was a student down there, and I graduated with an MD in 1994.
And where did you go from there?
After medical school, I was in residency program at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. That was a combined residency of both pediatrics and physical medicine and rehabilitation, so a 5-year program. I completed that in 1999, and then I entered a master's degree while I was there in rehabilitation technology, and that's when I completed my training, and then I got a job after that.
And your job was here?
Actually, no. My first job was at Eastern Virginia Medical School as an assistant professor in the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, and that was in Norfolk, Virginia, and I was there for about 3 years. And then I came here in July 2002, and that's when I took a position with this group.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in physical medicine and rehabilitation.
Are you board certified in pediatrics?
I'm not anymore. When I was initially, but I didn't renew my certification when it expired after, I believe it was a 7-year certification.
And do you hold any academic appointments presently?
I'm officially an assistant professor of physical medicine and rehabilitation at the University of South Florida.
And what medical staffs are you a member of?
Which, like, hospitals am I at staff at?
Yes, sir.
I'm at medical staff at St. Joseph's and St. Joseph's Children's Hospital of Tampa, where I'm the medical director of pediatric and adult rehabilitation. I'm on staff at Tampa General Hospital, where I'm the medical director for pediatric rehabilitation, and I'm also on staff of what's now Advent Health Tampa, although without any fancy titles.
What is the scope of your practice here in Tampa?
Well, as a physiatrist or physical medicine and rehabilitation specialist, I work primarily with children and adults because of the nature of our group, with a focus on rehabilitation medicine, trying to help people be as independent as possible as they can be in their lives, trying to help reduce complications that we know they may be at risk for due to their underlying conditions. Trying to, in physiatry, there's a broad scope of things that we might also address other than function. Sometimes it has to do with musculoskeletal pain, injury, rehabilitation from injuries, or things of that sort. So I work with a variety of different types of diagnoses. And I work with, ages from infants to geriatrics in a variety of manners, seeing both patients in the outpatient setting here in this office, and I also have a clinic twice a week at St. Joseph's Hospital. And then I do inpatient care where I perform consultations at both St. Joe's and Tampa General Hospital, and sometimes at Advent Health. And I have a patient population at Tampa General Hospital that's admitted under my care for an inpatient intensive rehabilitation to oftentimes that's a child that's recovering from some sort of injury or illness, rendered them less independent than what they used to be at their baseline.
Do you have occasion to treat patients with chronic regional pain syndrome?
I do. It's not something that I see commonly, but I'd say it's something that I've seen over the course of my career, probably maybe on the average one to two patients a year, something like that.
You see that in the pediatric as well as the adult setting?
Yes. I do more work with children, so I would say I see that more with children.
Okay.
Because of the nature of that population. Of the nature of that population that I serve.
We're here today about a patient by the name of Maya Kowalski. Yes. Do you remember her?
I do. I do remember. It's been, I think, 4 years or so since I've seen her, but I do remember her case to a degree. I mean, I would obviously need to rely on her records to help me, but I do remember a bit of the time we spent together when she was at the hospital, at Tampa General Hospital, for inpatient rehabilitation.
What is your role at Tampa General Hospital I guess you work in the rehabilitation center?
Well, the rehab center. And let me know if I'm talking too fast because I have that habit. The rehab center is really geared towards adults. So for children that need inpatient rehabilitation, we do that within the General Pediatric Medical Center. So it's in the general pediatrics area of the hospital. Then we receive the same types of services, but it's in more of a family-oriented environment where we have pediatric nurses, child life and playrooms, and teachers and child psychology and things like that. So my role there, rehabilitation, is a team sport. There's a lot of different specialists that are involved. And part of that rehabilitation often, and it depends on the needs of the child or the adults in that case, but oftentimes there's a variety of team members that include physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, nurses, psychologists, social workers, child life therapeutic recreation, and sometimes there's also an additional medical specialist that are involved as well. So as a physiatrist, we're kind of like the team leader. We kind of look at the big picture and try to help out with the coordination of the care for the individual. In the hospital, I'd say that's the kind of role that I play. I mean, there's a lot of people that help to achieve our goals, and I try to help coordinate in that process. But at the same time, as a physician, I sometimes will do diagnostic testing or prescribe medications or prescribe specific treatments or consult other specialists or other physicians to help in the care of a child.
Page 13. Were you her admitting physician?
I was her admitting physician. At Tampa General Hospital, I have the benefit of working with a nurse practitioner. At the time, it looks like Bonnie Rice was the nurse practitioner on my service working with me closely. So as you see her name on here, Bonnie performed. Usually, the nurse practitioner performs the bulk of the documentation. Then I add into that. Sometimes, if I'm not around, my partners will cover for me. So there should be a physician involved every day. But I was involved in the admission process as reflected in the notes here from her admission history and physical dated July 30th of 2015.
So would you have gone over, well, let me back up. You said Ms. Rice is the ARNP. There's ARNPs on the service?
She is she's the ARNP that works directly with me in pediatric rehabilitation. So she would be, stationed at the hospital all day and seeing the patient as kind of like a frontline contact, where I'm there every day for portions of the day, but I'm also running to other hospitals and I'm usually doing clinics. Usually at that time, I was probably doing clinics 5 days a week. There were times, this was a little bit of there were other things. I'm not sure if I was around all of the time, but there were other things going on outside of my medical practice that took me away from work for a little bit. So I'm not sure if there were other doctors covering, but she was stationed there as a full-time job. So she was the most directly involved with the patients.
So she would have taken the history and done a physical, and then you would have replicated that? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I go through the same process. I review the records. I review information. If there's family that can provide additional information, I'll tend to go over those things as well. I'll review records before a child is admitted to understand what their situation is, to the best of my ability, and to see if they seem appropriate to even bring into an inpatient rehabilitation setting. So that's part of the history gathering, is both the review of records, communication with the family, communication with the child, if they're able to provide history. And then I perform my own physical exam as well. I don't document everything all over again in redundancy, but whatever I've commented here, you can see how well it correlates with what I've documented.
Well, let me just ask you, generally, what history you took when you admitted Maya on, I think it's July 30th, 2015.
Well, the history as reflected in her admission note that I signed off on and amended, reflected that she had previously been treated for asthma exacerbation, had been treated with several courses of steroids in the few months preceding her admission. She had multiple trips to the emergency room at All Children's Hospital, and she developed weakness subsequent to one of those treatments with steroids. And the symptoms resolved over a day or 24 hours. And then she was admitted to All Children's on July 7th for what appeared to be another asthma exacerbation and was treated again with steroids. And then she had increased weakness, had been evaluated by neurology, and had, this is a summary, of a lengthy hospital record and potentially other information, So I'm sure there's more to the story than all of this, but there was a diagnosis of steroid myopathy that was entertained. I don't know that was something I personally was able to confirm, but that was the history presented to me. She continued to have significant weakness and pain and was having difficulty, functioning, performing normal activities for a child her age, which eventually brought her into the hospital with me for rehabilitation. And then it looks like she was seen at some outlying hospitals too, up in Chicago, and was being treated with steroids due to adrenal insufficiency and hydrocortisone. So again, I'm just kind of referring to the documentation here.
The history suggests that she had a normal CPK. How is that significant, or is that significant in terms of a myopathy diagnosis?
I mean, usually I would anticipate CPK is an enzyme that's released from the muscles when they're inflamed or damaged. So I would think if you have an active myopathy, that you would see an elevated CPK. And I'm certainly not an expert in the diagnosis of myopathy, and I'm not sure what, the sensitivity or specificity of a normal CPK is, if that would exclude a diagnosis of steroid myopathy or not. I couldn't comment on that. But certainly, if we saw an abnormal CPK, it would raise my suspicion that there's some sort of muscular process going on, that this chemical is being released from those muscle cells.
Page 19. So if you'd like to take a minute and look at your note, that would be fine. But I was going to ask you next what your physical examination of Maya upon admission consisted of and what it revealed.
Well, the general examination that was documented by Dr. Rice, Bonnie Rice is a doctorate, was, fairly unremarkable in terms of like her heart, her lungs, her abdomen, her general appearance. She was having some distress. Bonnie documented here with any activity at the bedside and was crying and moaning through most of the exam. She was observed rolling from her back to her stomach without assistance, stretching her legs out fully. She would wipe away her tears with her right hand. She became very upset when asked to sit at the edge of the bed. And what else is going on here? She required assistance to get up to sitting at the edge of the bed. She was complaining of generalized pain and a headache. She was oriented to time, place, and person, but refused many activities that Bonnie had suggested to her. Her examination demonstrated some inconsistencies that suggested a psychological component to her current disability. I said she was observed to feed herself cookies independently, but then when asked to grasp an object, she could not demonstrate commensurate strength and started to cry and turn her head away.
I'm going to ask that it be marked as Exhibit 2 to the deposition. Does the history and physical accurately summarize the first encounter that you and Miss Rice had with Maya on admission to Tampa General?
To the best of my recollection, I don't have anything that would suggest otherwise.
Was there any indication that there were differences in skin temperature on one part of her body as opposed to others?
I don't think that was documented here, so I don't think I could comment on that.
Was there any indication of differences in color in one area of her body as opposed to others?
I don't see anything of that documented. I can, despite the fact that this is quite a few years ago, there was nothing of that nature that I appreciated in any of my examinations of her that I recalled. But I don't recall ever really appreciating any color differences or temperature differences. Those would have been something that would have been documented because that's an abnormal finding.
Were you able to appreciate any areas of alopecia or hair loss?
That I do not recall, and I don't have documentation to suggest that. Nothing that I appreciated significantly enough to document, but I wouldn't venture to say that it couldn't have been present.
After you and Miss Rice saw Maya and did your initial evaluation of her in terms of the history and the physical examination, did you arrive at some impression about what her diagnosis was and or what the plan of therapy might be?
Well, in terms of the findings and the diagnosis that I could ascribe at the time she appeared she had some weakness, listed in her diagnosis as quadriparesis, meaning weakness of all of her extremities, gait disorder, meaning an inability or an abnormal ability to walk, to ambulate, an impairment of her activities of daily living, things like dressing, bathing, hygiene, and grooming. I don't know that I had anything to actively say that she had muscle inflammation, like abnormal CPKs and things like that. And then possible adrenal insufficiency. Again, this was some information that had been provided to us and that she actually was being treated for. And then pain and anxiety. And I noted that there were some, in addition to whatever else was going on, some psychological component that was reflected in her, degree of distress and the inconsistencies in her performance of activities, depending on if, who was doing it, when it was, how much she wanted to cooperate, or the activity that was presented. That she was, for example, doing things on her own that she couldn't replicate for me when I asked to do them when she was more consciously thinking about them.
And what was your plan of therapy at that point?
Well, I mean, it says here to begin comprehensive rehabilitation, including neuropsychology, integrative medicine, physical and occupational therapy, kind of medical, just monitoring and making sure she was medically stable, nursing involvement for safety precautions, and medication administration and education. Social services and case management to help with basically discharge planning and any equipment needs. A dietitian to optimize her nutritional status, getting a hospital homebound teacher to help with school integration, and having the neuropsychiatrist work with her. In general, you know, with rehabilitation, the whole process of admission begins with evaluations by all these different specialists on the multidisciplinary team to assess where a patient is currently. You know, what's their level of function now, physically and emotionally and cognitively? And then moving forward from there, once we identify what their deficits are, then we establish goals to try to work towards those.
Did you entertain any suspicion that this patient had complex regional pain syndrome or reflex sympathetic dystrophy?
I don't recall that being on my diagnosis that was on my differential or on my radar at that time.
So my next question was, why would that be?
Why would that not be on my differential?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't identify any history or symptoms that I felt were consistent with that. I know it can present in a variety of different ways, but that was not something that seemed to be consistent, at least with the history that was available to me or her physical examination.
Do you recall what this patient's hospital course was?
Well, I mean, I had the benefit of reviewing discharge summary yesterday. I went back into the hospital notes just to help refresh myself because it had been a while. But I do recall, without having to look at that this was not an easily predictable course of recovery and that her performance continued to be variable throughout the stay. So that, you know, again, inconsistencies, I would say, were the most notable thing about her hospital course and in her response to therapy. Oftentimes, again, every child is different, every underlying problem is different, but it's a little bit easier for me to predict how someone's going to respond to an injury, let's say, if you have a fractured hip, or spinal cord injury, or even a brain injury, that they'd be quite diverse too, but there is a typical kind of course of recovery. Not everyone reads the book, so it's not always like that, and we deal with a lot of people that don't read the book and have atypical courses. But as I recall, her performance varied quite a bit from day to day, depending on the therapist, depending on her mood. I think there was some variability depending on family members being present or not present.
In the discharge summary on the next to last page, I note that there is an indication that the patient should stop taking certain medications, including acetaminophen, clonidine, diazepam, hydrocortisone, and oxycodone. Is that correct?
Yes, but again, the general idea, at least in my approach, is to minimize medications that aren't clearly of benefit. So if some of the medications that were discontinued by the time she was in discharge on the list of stop taking medications is diazepam, which is Valium, which is a sedative and reduces anxiety, but can have negative consequences, sedation, intolerance, and dependence, and addiction, and things like that. So when she came to the hospital, she was 2.5 milligrams every 6 hours, and by the time she left, she was off of that. We also had recommended stopping, well, Tylenol. That's more of an over-the-counter, though I think that's not really the case because I do start to see Tylenol. So she was allowed to take Tylenol as needed for pain. Maybe we changed the dose. We also had her off steroids. I believe we also had endocrinology see her, if I remember correctly. So when she was admitted to the hospital, she was taking, it looks like hydrocortisone, either 5 or 2.5 milligrams. It might have been on alternating days, but by the time she left, she was taken off that based on the endocrinologist's recommendation. What else? She was also stopped, taken off oxycodone, which is a narcotic pain medication. Obviously can help with pain, but can also have negative consequences. So those were the things that were discontinued. There were several medications that we started that we recommended to be continued after her discharge.
What medications did you continue?
Well, medications that she was not taking when she came in that were recommended when she left were baclofen, which is a medicine for muscle spasticity. It looks like 10 milligrams twice a day. And then she could take an extra 5 milligrams if she needed to, 3 times a day for muscle spasms. She was also recommended to take Pepcid, which is something she was admitted on. It's an acid blocker for the stomach. She was recommended to continue with Prozac, Fluoxetine, and was recommended by the physiatrist. And then ibuprofen, which is obviously Advil or Motrin, something for pain, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory.
So was there any by the time of discharge? Had she been weaned off of narcotics and similar medications?
Off both of the narcotics and the Valium, the benzodiazepines, yes.
And what was the discharge diagnosis at this point?
Again, one of the pluses and minuses of an electronic medical record system, this is populated list of problems in the hospital. So that lists the history of steroid-induced myopathy resolved by the time of admission was documented, gait disorder, impairment of daily living and mobility, asthma, psychological factors affecting physical condition, suspected conversion disorder versus factitious disorder versus others, anxiety disorder, and myalgia.
Was there a point in time in which the family or the mother was opposed to discharging Maya?
Well, I do remember a little bit about this, and I recall reading about it at the very end of this day. She was complaining of some headaches, and the mother wanted her to undergo more testing at the time. And I think that maybe vision was a concern about her eye. We actually had an eye doctor, an ophthalmologist, evaluate her. And her neurological exam and her symptoms at that time, I didn't feel warranted further imaging studies of her brain. So we had recommended an outpatient MRI of her brain, but I think that there was a little bit of a holdup. I don't know if I kept her in the hospital an extra day or not, where the mother wanted to keep her some more testing after she'd already undergone, extensive testing, both diagnostic testing, imaging, but also a lot of the clinical testing by all members of the team that were caring for her. But
That's right. But there's a sentence in here that says, quote, inpatient psychiatric care recommended to mother when we spoke earlier this week, but unfortunately there are no programs near her home, so this was not felt to be feasible, unquote. What was the purpose of that recommendation?
Well, it seemed to me like Maya's mental health was a primary issue that was impeding her progress and functional recovery. And as such, she didn't respond to the type of rehabilitation regimen, or at least she didn't respond as well as I would have liked, by any means, to the type of treatment that we could offer, and I felt like ongoing psychiatric care would be an important component.
Were there recommendations made for outpatient psychological or psychiatric care?
Certainly.
And did you have a specific recommendation in terms of how much or how frequently or from whom that should be gotten?
Well, in terms of how frequently, we recommend intensive, like an inpatient psychiatric program if that were available.
Was there also a recommendation for physical therapy?
I believe so. And given her ongoing limitations, when she left the hospital, she was still requiring a significant amount of assistance. We have here, she wasn't really able to walk. She needed assistance even moving around in bed for the most part. So yes, we recommended ongoing physical therapy after discharge, likely occupational therapy as well.
Was there any point at which you could identify an organic or physiologic reason for her muscle weakness and inability to walk?
I don't think I would defer to the documentation, and if you point me out to something, I can comment on it, but I don't recall identifying a specific physiologic, organic explanation for her functional limitations, no.
I can represent to you, I didn't see one in the chart, that's why I'm asking.
Right. I don't recall having a good explanation that I understood from a physiologic standpoint to explain her functional limitations.
At the time of discharge, did you consider the possibility of chronic regional pain syndrome or reflex sympathetic dystrophy?
I don't believe so.
And why was that?
Again, to the best of my recollection, I don't think I appreciated a history or symptomology that I would attribute to that diagnosis.
Okay.
And she didn't present in a manner, and I know that can be a different type of presentation depending on the individual, but it wasn't consistent with any presentation of CRPS that I'd seen or read about before.
Did you consider referring this patient to a CRPS specialist of any sort?
That was not in the recommendations listed on her discharge instructions, and again, without that being something that I considered to be an underlying diagnosis, I don't think I would have made a referral of that nature.
Crossed by Mr. Anderson. Dr. Kornborg, I have a timing issue, so counsel has been gracious enough to allow me to do a cross a little earlier. So I'm just going to be here for a little while and then I'm out. And I'm Greg Anderson, and I represent the Kowalski family, and I believe we've got a little bit of updating for you about what happened in this case. I've handed you Exhibit 4, which is an article called The Budapest Criteria for Complex Regional Pain Syndrome, The Diagnostic Challenge. And it's in the Journal of Anesthesiology and Clinical Science Research. And I'm asking you to turn to page 3 of that report. It is not Bates stamped. And the top, there's a listing of the Budapest criteria. Do you see that on table 1?
I do.
And are you familiar with the Budapest criteria for complex regional pain syndrome?
Not specifically, no.
How about the prior 1983 Orlando criteria for complex regional pain syndrome?
I'm not familiar with the name itself. I'm familiar with the symptoms that are listed here in the presentation, but I'm not familiar with them being attributed to the name Orlando or Budapest necessarily.
So you haven't made complex regional pain syndrome a focus of study. Would that be fair to say?
That's true.
Yes. And how about, about how many pediatric patients have you had with complex regional pain syndrome?
Well, I would say probably after completing my residency, and now it's been about 20 years, I would say probably in that time it's been, I said maybe 1 to 2 a year, but I think that's probably more like 15 to 20 patients in the course of 20 years, something like that, overall.
All right, so maybe 1 a year?
Something like that.
And it can be diffuse pain, it can be localized pain. There's a couple of different categories of CRPS, is there not?
I would have to, again, I'm not an expert in CRPS. I would defer to the literature about that. The only time I've been exposed to patients with an underlying problem has been a localized phenomenon, not a general one, not a generalized one. But again, that's just in my experience.
Page 45. Do you treat CRPS kids different when they come in with pain from somebody who, say, is recovering from a brain injury or recovering from something else?
Oh, certainly.
But in any event, you treat it different?
Yes.
From?
A physiatry point of view.
From a physiatry point of view or physical therapy point of view, I guess? Sure.
And again, it depends on how they're presenting and what their limitations are. I mean, if I have a patient with CRPS that was unable to perform, that was unable to function and to get dressed, then I might use many of the same principles we would use with a patient that had a different type of, let's say, injury to help them regain their independence. With physical therapy and occupational therapy and education, maybe equipment to help them function better, but at the same time trying to control their pain, trying to control the psychological symptoms that you would see with somebody that has severe pain, which is always an issue with people that have chronic pain and things like that.
Sure. And I can provide you with the documentation, the histories of ACH and Lurie's if it's necessary, but I advise you that this muscle weakness that eventually put her into the wheelchair, Maya into the wheelchair, came on very quickly in the space of a week or so. And that began, I think the date is July 3rd or 4th before you saw her. You saw her for the first time on what, July 30th?
Yes.
And at that time, she had already been to 2 different hospitals with concerns about this, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the doctors there, I think there were admissions involved, came away with this steroid myopathy related to the drugs she was getting for her asthma. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
So when she was presented to you, 2 hospitals had already, the doctors at 2 hospitals, had given you their thoughts of what it could probably be. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question is, by the time you saw her, or when you first saw her, you had 2 different hospitals that had given you an impression, a working diagnosis, I guess,
right,
of this steroid-induced myopathy, right?
Correct.
And complex regional pain syndrome is a disease that takes a little while to develop, does it not?
Yes, I would say it evolves. There's different stages of it, yes.
And so when you saw her, you were seeing her fairly, if it was, and for this purpose, we'll just say if it was CRPS, you were fairly early into the stages. Would you say that?
I guess if the onset was in the month of July, and then I saw her later at the end of July, then yes, that would be more in the early stages. I would think of the development of something like that.
Page 53. So did she have a decreased range of motion from whatever cause in any of her limbs?
I think I would have to look at the therapy assessments. One of the challenges in caring for Maya during her rehab stay is, again, I mentioned, her inconsistent manifestations and her inconsistent complaints.
Then you go down under, and so the symptoms must report at least symptoms in 3 of the 4 categories. Do we have that here? In that she had hyperesthesia, allodynia, and some, from whatever cause, decreased range of motion? if in fact there was a decreased range of motion?
I mean, this is a very concrete, specific question you're asking me. And, unfortunately, there was nothing concrete and clear about Maya. So I'm not sure how to answer that really. Because, if she had hyperesthesia or allodynia, it should have been something that was reproducible and consistent. But I don't recall anything about her presentation being consistent. I would have loved to have seen something specific like that I would have been able to say, hey, and again, temperature changes and color changes, those are the things that I look for. And the lack of their documentation kind of, I know they weren't there, otherwise I would have documented it. I certainly wouldn't interpret the findings that I recall and the findings that at least I've seen in the recent past and today to allow me to make the diagnosis of CRPS based on these criteria, because I don't think I ever saw a consistent. And that was one of the things, is there were many times I remember that we could do things with Maya and she would tolerate them just fine, and then there were times she wouldn't. So I didn't see a consistent allodynia or hyperesthesia or any recollection of temperature or color asymmetry or any consistency with range of motion limitations.
Page 60. This child had her feet turned in towards each other, did she not?
The documentation does reflect that when she was doing that, but there were times when she wasn't as well. But yes, I know there are. I'm just looking at a note that she would posture her foot into plantar flexion and inversion. Whether that's dystonia versus volitional, I couldn't separate the two. The fact that it wasn't consistent makes me, question whether it really was dystonia or not, but I couldn't exclude that.
Page 62. I'll represent to you, doctor, and this was taken off of a Facebook page. It's been produced to the defendant, and it is Maya under general anesthesia. Do you note there her feet turned in with two toes just about touching?
I mean, the picture demonstrates her foot and ankle in that position, yes.
Would that mitigate against this being a volitional thing as opposed to dystonia?
This is a static picture. This doesn't tell me anything about that really. So there's no way to look at a picture and say this is dystonia or this is a resting posture. Again, I can't interpret this to reveal one versus the other.
Well, if it's a resting posture, that means the child would be relaxed. Are you saying she would relax her feet into that position?
Well, I can't.
With the toes pointed towards each other?
I can't tell if she's relaxed or not relaxed by a photograph. When we sleep, all of us are, and when we're supine and relaxed, all of our feet will tend to go into an equinus position. Now, I don't know the specifics of what her ankle range of motion was at that time, but again, I can't interpret a photograph to reflect dystonia versus gravity versus just positioning. If someone's anesthetized, they're going to be in whatever position they're put in, and then gravity will encourage. So again, it could be dystonia. The only way to know would be to either have electrode sensing or muscle activity. Dystonia means a sustained muscle contraction. And even my patients with dystonia, when they're undergoing, I have patients that I treat for dystonia. When they have to undergo surgery, they're anesthetized and their dystonia is controlled. So I would think that if she was under general anesthesia, whether she had dystonia or not, she should be relaxed. But again, I can't interpret whether her muscle is contracting or forcing her into this position, or if it's just this position she's in based on a photograph. It's the muscle activity piece that doesn't tell us.
For lack of a better term, that level of pigeon-footedness with the two ankles turned to the point where the feet touch each other, that is not a natural position, is it?
But if someone has limited range of motion in their ankles, it certainly could be their natural position. But again, if someone is anesthetized, if they put you in a position that gravity will maintain, then the position that's the position you're going to be in. And I can't speak to this being, normal versus abnormal. There's a lot of different factors depending on her range of motion, the torsion of her ankles and her tibias.
The issue of her keeping her feet in that position volitionally was an ongoing issue, according to your records here, right?
Right. I think that was a recurrent thing that we saw, frequently.
Right.
And I didn't, again, have an understanding that the note that I just read to you expressed my opinion that it was more likely volitional than dystonia, based on the inconsistency and the fact that she was able to break it and reposition her foot when she was sitting in a wheelchair. And her feet would nicely be on the footrest and things like that. But it was happening on and off. Yes, I do recall that during our hospitalization.
Okay.
And that is a concern because, her examination it was very difficult because of her level of pain and her variability in presentation to try to come up with a great understanding of exactly what was going on.
Well, Jack Kowalski just gave a deposition and described an incident involving whether or not this was dystonia, in which you were working with her and with her ankles, and I guess there was some frustration there, and perhaps in jest or whatever, you had told her, look, you've got to straighten out. Words to the effect that you've got to straighten out these ankles or we're going to have to break your legs and straighten them out ourselves, or words to that effect. Did that ever happen?
I don't think I would ever tell a child I'm going to break their legs. I mean, I have said if there was a concern that I think that was documented, and I think her mother had stated about contractures or losing flexibility in your ankles. I mean, if you persistently posture any part of your body in a certain position, then you can get stiff in your joints. And again, that could result in a need for surgery to regain flexibility. Typically, it doesn't involve breaking anything. Usually it's a muscle surgery, a tendon surgery, things like that. So no, I would not have said anything about breaking legs. That wouldn't have come out of my mouth.
Page 69. Would you agree with me that under that description there, the Budapest criteria, as taken from this empirical study, I think would be the best way to put it, that under motor trophic, she did have some of the symptoms there, the decreased range of motion, motor dysfunction, weakness, tremor, and we'll just call it in dispute about dystonia.
Like you said, the dystonia, I'm not sure about. I can't comment about trophic changes because I didn't document that. I don't recall seeing them. If they consistently show weakness, then you know they're weak. But my recollection was that Maya's presentation was variable. And there are times that she could do things, and then there are times that she could, and then you'd go to ask her to do something, and then she couldn't do it. And that makes it very hard for me to interpret. Well, what's weak and what's volitional maybe even isn't the right word, because I think some people can't do things. I don't think they're necessarily doing it on purpose, but they can't do it for, other psychological reasons or manifestations.
Page 73. And then number 4 is that no other diagnosis can better explain the patient's signs and symptoms. Was there ever in any of the Tampa General records that you've been through or are familiar with, ever a differential diagnosis made of what exactly Maya had?
I think, the only thing that comes to mind is some of the psychological diagnoses that were documented. And I'm not sure that the psychiatry note and the neuropsychology note suggests. I think in the discharge summary, it comments on a question of conversion disorder or factitious disorder, those types of things, I think could present in that way. I don't think that's necessarily any better explanation than anything else. I don't think there's any way any other organic diagnosis could explain her symptoms. I don't have any organic diagnosis that would manifest so inconsistently where she would be able to do something at one moment and then not the next, or would go limp all of a sudden and then not. So I don't have any other medical diagnoses other than a psychological one that might explain her presentation.
77. Let me rephrase that. As a scientist, which doctors are in part and also artists in part, would you agree with me that it is at least a possibility that this child had complex regional pain syndrome, developing complex regional pain syndrome?
In my experience, I don't think her symptoms, you're saying is it possible? Gosh, a lot that's possible. I wouldn't say that it's impossible, but I think regional means regional. And I don't think there was any kind of region of her body that I could say that this is where her pain is. It was global, where she seemed to complain. It was her back, her arms, her legs. So at least to my understanding of the syndrome of CRPS, I don't think that her presentation was consistent with that.
Page 82. Nothing in your record indicated any signs of mental child abuse or neglect by the parent, did you?
I don't recall any observation consistent with that. I don't know if there's anything documented that would suggest that, because that would have been brought to my attention and something that we would have had to address. But I don't recall ever seeing anything of that nature, no.
And similarly, in this entire admission, there's no mention by anyone, including neurologists, psychologists, and yourself, of Munchausen by proxy or any fictitious disorder by proxy or anything like that.
I don't recall anything being documented of the nature or discussed during the admission. I know that the mention of factitious disorder by Maya, not by proxy, was a consideration that was documented, but I don't think anybody attributed something to another family member.
And doctor, I've noted in the take a look at, and here I've got them, I'll mark them as 6. I think we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Does this appear that this, I'm sorry, Ms. Sturgill. Does this appear that this was under the care of Marissa Higgins? This date here, August 7th, 2015 at 4:45?
Yes, she's the one who drafted the note.
And through the notes, there were some comments about whether or not the child made more effort with one parent or another parent, right?
I don't know if you're referring, at the very end of the note here, it says, patient demonstrates improved participation during today's treatments, but required frequent rest breaks and redirection due to increased pain. Patient was more willing to try standing with mother present in the room.
Does that indicate to you that Maya was willing to try more things with mom there?
That's what the physical therapist thought.
Let me show you what we'll mark as 7, and that's TGH 245 to 248. And this is again with Marissa Higgins.
Okay.
And this looks like physical therapy, or is it occupational? I can't tell. Which is it here?
This is Marissa, so it's physical therapy.
And it looks like it happened August 13th at 4:20 p.m. And under general observations there it says, patient's mother present for a second half of physical therapy. Center of the page.
Where does it say that here? On which page are we on?
The first one, page 244.
Oh, yes, I see. I'm sorry. Yes.
Says mom present for second half of PT, and then under other, what does it say?
Demonstrated improved motivation when mother was present in the room.
Page 91. And in particular, the dystonia, or the talk of the dystonia and the allodynia, those types of things that you were talking about today, against the backdrop of your familiarity with those things in your specialty. You still believe that the primary issue here with regard to Maya was a psychological or psychiatric or psychogenic feature, correct?
Yeah, that was the most significant manifestation of her symptoms or her clinical issues. There may have been something physiologic or something other than that, but that was the thing that really clouded the assessment of anything else. Because of her tolerance of activities and the variability in the tolerance of her activities and things like that, that I would say was the biggest part that I could identify.
And the variability that you just mentioned and the inconsistencies you talked about today, that was a key issue for you with regard to not being able to identify a physiologic source of Maya's pain, correct?
Sure. I mean, again, it's very challenging when we're trying to help Maya to, let's say, learn to stand and then to walk or to dress herself when we see her performing an activity on her own. And then when we ask her to do the same thing, then she demonstrates that she can't. When we just saw her doing, something very similar. So it makes it very hard to try to help her for whatever reason that may be. And that's why I felt that physiological and that's why I felt that psychological and
I'll start.
I'll show you.
Sorry.
Almost got it. So that makes it very hard to try to help her for whatever reason that it may be. And that's why I felt that psychological and psychiatry involvement was very, very important things in trying to improve her condition.
Page 98. And you mentioned the input from the various team members, the interdisciplinary team members. What team members were involved here?
Physical therapy, occupational therapy, psychology, child life, and social services.
And so not only you, doctor, but nobody on any of the other teams that we just talked about suspected or referenced a concern for CRPS, is that right?
Not to my recollection.
On page 11 of your discharge summary, again, it's page 12 on TGA Bates. It's about halfway down, maybe 2/3 of the way down. I'm sorry, maybe 1/3 of the way down. You reference, it says, Maya made significant functional improvements over the period. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so I'll read it. It says, quote, Maya made significant functional improvements over the period when she did not have a rooming in parent, end quote.
Yes.
What's the import or significance of that statement?
Well, I don't want to read too much into this, but I mean, the statement itself would suggest that Maya performed better when her family wasn't around.
Page 103. Would you mind just reading that into the record for us?
It says, quote, she had an episode of symptoms, drooping right eyelid, blurred vision, migraine-type headaches, and that prompted evaluation by a pediatric intensive care unit resident, as well as ophthalmology, close quote.
And if you would, just for my benefit, just read the next 2 sentences.
Okay, so, quote, neurology aware and did not recommend further diagnostic studies. Symptoms were resolved the following day and for the remainder of the stay. However, on the day of discharge, mother demanded further diagnostic studies, demanding a CT of her head for these persistent blurry vision and headaches, close quote.
Now, I lied to you, doctor. One more sentence.
Quote, Maya has not demonstrated nor complained of these symptoms over the past 72 hours, but reported these to mother at the time that she'd been having these, close quote.
And the same question as I asked you before about that first sentence we read on a little bit ago. What's the import or significance of documenting that in this portion of the discharge summary?
The information that was being offered to us, the subjective information about Maya's symptoms was, variable. And she was telling us one thing and telling her mom something different. And so it made, we tried to assess her. The neurologist, the ophthalmologist, and the ICU resident were responding to her. But the report of symptoms was challenging depending on,
I'm sorry, it was changing.
I'm sorry. But the report of symptoms was changing depending on, who she was talking to, things of that sort.
Inconsistencies are significant as far as when you're trying to approach, especially a team approach to treat a patient, correct?
Sure. I mean, just to make a diagnosis, a consistency of symptoms will certainly help us. And that inconsistency makes things a lot cloudier and also raises a lot of questions of, why are these inconsistencies there? And that led to the discussion we had earlier about my concerns for her mental health and the need for psychology and psychiatry to be further involved.
Doctor, I have a note here. It's page 335 of the hospital note, but it's TGH 336 though. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
It's a progress note from Dr. Kornberg dated 8/7/15 at 10:42 a.m.
Yes.
Do you have that?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Doctor, under subjective there, and I won't ask you to read any more, doctor, because it's only about a sentence, but you do, it's documented there, Maya's C/O. And I believe that C/O means complaints of.
Yes.
Maya's complaints of pain have escalated as well since her mother is at bedside. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there a reason that you would have made reference to that in this particular note?
And I would suspect that this portion of the note was again drafted by Dr. Rice, my nurse practitioner. Just that Maya would, complain more about pain when her mother was present, which, kids will perform differently where they may focus on a parent, and sometimes that's why we need to have parents away from them in therapy, so they focus on therapy and things like that. But it seems like this would suggest that she would complain more about pain when her mother was present.
Ms. Gross, let me, before you start the next question, are we close to the end or how much?
Just.
Because I need to take a break here very soon, so.
I would say 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, we're almost done.
Okay. I think we can make 5 or 10 minutes. Go.
We good? Okay. All right, I think your answer continues.
But yeah.
Page 107.
But it seems like that would suggest she would complain more about the pain when her mother was present.
And is that in isolation? Is that something that could be congruent or commensurate with a conversion disorder or a fictitious disorder from your experience?
I don't know that I would link those two. I would just say it's something that's a manifestation of a child and parent relationship. A child is often in this dependent position and the parent is there to help them. So it's not unusual. It's kind of what I was alluding to a second ago, is that when the parents are around, the children may be more focused on the parent, and they may be more likely to voice a complaint than when the parent is present. We see this in other cases, and that's why sometimes we need to keep the parents, out of the therapy gym so the kid ends up focusing better and accomplishing more in therapy. So it's not something I would specifically say, at least in my experience, would be, more consistent with any sort of mental health disorder or conversion disorder or factitious disorder, but rather something that we just see in a child-parent relationship.
Fair enough. Would it be fair to say that based upon what you just testified to, that might be one of the reasons why, if you can separate the parent and child, it allows you, as the attending physician or the provider, to test the consistencies and inconsistencies of the patient?
Yes, sometimes it gives us a better picture of what the patient is capable of, and that's not always the case.
Sure.
But, there are children that won't perform unless the parent is there, but it's something that we deal with often, that kind of the influence of the parent's presence as a positive or a negative, depending on the child.
Page 111. Doctor, let me harken to your discharge summary once again, and particularly page 11. It's TGA Bates stamp 12, but the discharge summary, page 11. There's a passage near the top of the page, third line down from that says, quote, The neurologist ordered an EMG/nerve conduction study that was normal. Of note, despite Maya's inability to tolerate tactile stimulation to her arms and legs throughout her stay, she had absolutely no difficulty tolerating the electrical stimulation and needle insertion into multiple muscles of arms and legs, end quote. How is that significant?
Again, that's another reflection of just the inconsistency in her presentation and her symptoms that were reported. That she could, tolerate something that would, typically be painful, uncomfortable procedure very well. Whereas there were times that she couldn't tolerate us, touching her or, certain activities with any therapy that wouldn't have been expected to elicit any pain.
Okay.
So that's just another documentation of that inconsistent presentation.
Could you describe for us what a nerve conduction study and EMG consists of?
Sure. A nerve conduction study involves putting electrodes, like little stickers, on the skin overlying certain nerves, and then with the device, you can apply an electrical stimulation, so it feels like a shock. And then you can measure through those electrodes the strength, the speed of the signals being sent through the nerves. So that's something that's, it depends on the person. It's not usually intolerable, but it's uncomfortable. And that's one of the parts of the test. Then the EMG, or the electromyography, involves putting needles into the muscles themselves and getting feedback on a screen and auditorily of the electrical activity within those muscles. So that's, as you can imagine, it feels like a needle being put into your arm or your leg or into a muscle.
And both of those things are inconsistent with the hyperesthesia?
Well, I would think that if somebody had hyperesthesia and hypersensitivity to pain, that, this would be even more painful rather than less,
And would tolerating those procedures, the EMG and nerve conduction study, would tolerating them without complaint also be inconsistent with allodynia?
It would be. Yes, I would expect, again, heightened pain response with the allodynia, with the hyperesthesias, rather than tolerating something like that easily.
And then the indication here is that there is volitional movement of all four extremities, but performance is highly variable, particularly when asked to move for a medical exam. Is that part of the inconsistency that you've been referring to?
Sure. Similarly, when I saw her, using her hands to do something with her phone or whatever I had, we talked about earlier, and then I asked her to squeeze my hand, and she couldn't demonstrate the strength she was using when she was playing when I asked her to specifically show me that. Just another, again, inconsistency in performance.
And the next sentence of that indicates, and quoting, quote, Maya was functionally worse across all domain with mother present and assisting, end quote. Does that go back once again to the question of Maya not performing as well when mother was present?
That is what that would suggest. Yes, I don't know specifically what Dr. Rice was referring to, but yes, it would suggest that Maya was more dependent and less capable when her mother was present and trying to help her.
Looking at your note of August 7th again.
Sorry.
Page 335, is there a reference in that note as well to Maya's pain complaints escalating since the mother was at bedside?
Yes, it says Maya's complaints of pain have escalated as well since her mother is at bedside. Mom requests oxycodone specifically. Discuss with mom that it's better to ignore Maya's moaning and only give her analgesics if she asks. We also want to encourage her to take ibuprofen and only resort to the oxycodone for severe pain.
You mentioned earlier that you're fairly conservative with pain medication. If this patient were, you mentioned also that you had a number of patients referred to you with CRPS.
I have, yes. In my experience with CRPS, it's always involved a limb, a single arm or a single leg or, hand or foot or something like that. So there's usually weakness, there's pain, there's often sleep disruption. So there's often an element of a mood disorder, whether it be anxiety because of pain or some degree of depression symptoms or a combination of the two. So pain control and using medication to help improve pain control, I think, is very important. And sometimes I also prescribe medication to help with sleep and pain. And there are some medications that can serve both purposes. And with the pain better controlled and the focus of my treatment approach involves rehabilitation interventions like physical therapy to perform stimulation to the extremity, weight bearing, range of motion, strengthening, using modalities like heat or ice or contrast baths, using electrical stimulation like a TENS unit or something different type of electrical stimulation. So there's a role for medication, but for me, I think the medications play a limited role, and it's really the other interventions with the use of the extremity and the weight bearing that tend to really help those symptoms resolve. But without the medications, sometimes the patient can't tolerate the therapy.
Page 120. So in your experience, is the treatment of CRPS in the pediatric setting a multidisciplinary activity?
Absolutely. And one thing I didn't include in my common recommendations is getting psychology involved, and it's not necessarily, it may be to help address symptoms of anxiety or depression, but it's also to teach the patient and the family methods to try to control pain without medication, non-pharmacologic managements of pain.
Going back to your notes for a moment, looking at your note of August 10th, there seems on page 310 let me just point it to you. Under the physiatry portion of the plan, the first sentence of that.
It says, quote, reports of mom being resistant to medication reduction. Dad states that he had discussions with mom and she's agreeable for now. Limit medical conversations in the room. Steroid wean completed. Further wean off Valium today. We'll discuss the necessity of repeat serum cortisol levels with Dr. Kornberg and continue plan of care. This centers on positive reinforcement, structure, and boundaries. Maya continues to make steady progress with this plan of care.
Page 124. Doctor, we've gone back and forth a lot today, but with everything you saw through this, would you agree that Mom and Dad Kowalski cared about their daughter and were doing everything possible to help her?
I think that requires me to take a step beyond what I'm able to say I know. I can say that I never got the impression in my interactions with the family that they were doing anything to the contrary of that. But I don't think I've had enough exposure to them or know them well enough to say that they were doing everything possible, to help them. Again, but I didn't see anything that would suggest that that was not the case.
So, Doctor, what can we say is you didn't see any indication that these parents were either one of them were trying to abuse this child, did you?
I didn't see any. I didn't see any evidence of that in my interactions with them, no.
That would conclude the deposition then.
Hey, members of the jury, this is a good place for us to stop today.
Gentlemen, we approach just very briefly.
We do it after we let the jury go. Yes. So, members of the jury, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. We are not doing an investigation and receive no information, and we'll see you tomorrow. We see that. Okay, the jury's out of our presence if y'all want to come up now.
Oh, it's not. I can say it. Look at God and listen. It was just, I was just looking for a similar instruction to Bonnie Rice about the dates of the TGH admission, just like we did yesterday, so they'd have some, they'd be oriented. And I think Ms. Crawls had the same plan, but that's okay.
Maybe we can publish records.
We can do that first thing tomorrow. Question, are we going to want to do, I know we got the Detective Graham issue. Are we going to do more exhibits tonight? Do you want us to come in, knowing that we're going to go until 6 tomorrow, do you also want to come in at 8:15 tomorrow, or do you want to work tonight?
Judge, well, I would only say that I think the medical records council was going to look at tonight to see if there were, as to which ones were not already in, and we wanted to look at that one medical record. I think tomorrow's better, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so tomorrow at 8:15, and then we'll get here at 8:15, we'll do records. Then after the jury leaves for the day, we'll keep doing records.
All right, so.
And exhibits.
Okay. I'm hearing your honor.
We're trimming the sails.
What's the Detective Graham issue?
Did you need to take a break, Your Honor, before we do the?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how long this is going to be.
I'm going to guess, I don't know, I'm going to guess it's a 10 to 15 minute argument, but that's just a flag.
What do we have?
They're objecting to the tactical.
Oh, so why don't we do the Detective Graham now? I'm just going to stand, because I've been sitting way too long. So,
Your Honor, think they told us just before lunch that they intend to call Detective Graham tomorrow. We previously filed a motion in limine to exclude her interview altogether for various reasons. At DIN 2531, the court entered an order limiting the use of Detective Graham's interview for really any purpose except for impeachment, which the defense attempted to use with Jack Kowalski. And then the order further stated that if they wanted to offer Detective Graham for any other purpose, they had to specifically seek permission outside the presence of the jury. I can continue with my argument against it, or we can give them an opportunity to.
Well, I mean, my order is at DIN 2531. So, I mean, I remember reviewing and listening to Detective Graham, and I think the issue is what they're going to seek to elicit from him. And I mean, I guess these are statements by Jack Kowalski, so we've got an exception to the hearsay, but otherwise it's a hearsay conversation.
Yes, Your Honor. I plan on calling Detective Graham, just briefly walking her through her education and training, and then establishing that she sat down for a conversation with Mr. Kowalski. And during that conversation, I intend to elicit about 6 to 8 statements that he made as admissions by party opponents. I have the audio that I'd also like to play in conjunction with. I'm happy to preview all of those with Your Honor, so you can, before we do it in front of the jury, so that way.
What are the statements that we're talking about?
If I can pull them out, I can tell you specifically if you'd like to know that. Almost there.
And Ms. Crowell's, was there a because it looks like we used about 55 minutes for that. Is there a percentage that you can give me?
I can count pages and we can divide it up. I think it's usually a minute for each kind of thing.
Well, I mean, is it like 2/3, 1/3, 75%, 25%? Just give me the rough approximate.
Yeah, I'll give you a rough draft. Just give me 1 second. It's highlighted different colors, so I can give you a quick.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have the exact transcript with me, but there was a statement about that Mr. Kowalski made where he told Detective Graham he did not think it was in Maya's best interest that Mrs. Kowalski was calling the hospital. The statement that he observed Maya's pain levels to be different depending on who was in the room. The statement about Mrs. Kowalski making inappropriate comments on the phone during supervised calls.
Wait a second, say that one more time?
Yeah, there was a statement that Mrs. Kowalski was talking about inappropriate subjects with Maya during the supervised calls, including talking about the medical care and the lawyers. This might be a little bit easier to do with the transcript, but that's the subject. And then a statement about that if Maya came home, he would have his wife move out. So there's about a half dozen.
If Maya came home, what?
That he would have his wife move out.
We don't believe that those statements are relevant to any pending claim in this lawsuit. The police interview, the detective's interview in the hospital was not part of our negligent infliction claim, which Jack no longer has. It's not part of our intentional infliction claim. It's not part of our medical malpractice claim, our battery claim, or our false imprisonment claim. So it doesn't go to any pending issue in this lawsuit. It's part and parcel of the Chapter 39 proceeding. So we object on all those bases. And 403, additionally, I don't believe Jack Kowalski representing what Beata Kowalski may or may not have done qualifies as a party admission. And I'll point out additionally that We did have at one time malicious prosecution claim, abusive process claim, and Chapter 39 false reporting, all of which were dismissed on summary judgment. So with those no longer in the case, we don't see how this is relevant.
Your Honor, I know you're looking. Some of this might be easier if I can give you the page lines, because none of this is a mystery. You can actually see what the audio is going to sound like.
Well, the audio is not in evidence, right?
No, and I don't plan on putting the whole audio in evidence, but I can do it either way. I think it is a statement by a party opponent. I did plan on playing the audio in conjunction with the answer. I'm obviously not going to move the audio in evidence, but I believe I can publish I do believe I can publish the audio and move it into evidence in that regard, yes.
Well, you're not publishing anything unless it's in evidence.
Right, I apologize for the statement. Yes, I do believe we can move the audio into evidence as a statement by a party opponent. Clips of the audio. I do not plan on putting in the 2-hour plus interview. I was going to select, like I said, somewhere between 5 to 7 clips in total. There was one other one in addition where, and it's very important to our case, where Mr. Kowalski had told Detective Graham that he was in favor of staying at All Children's Hospital after that team meeting that was described, I believe, by Nurse Klink and Dr. Teppa on October 11th, where he says, I was in support of staying. So that would be the other one that I would tend to elicit. I don't know if Your Honor wants to go through each one with page line. I can have someone try to pull it up, or what your preferences are to do it in the morning.
Anything else, Mr. Whitney?
Yeah, it's the signal of having a police officer come in. So
Well,
that adds to
it's
veneer.
additionally for to appear here on the stand to buttress this argument that Mr. Kowalski was doing something improper.
And we haven't not included yet the fines.
Surreptitiously recorded.
Well, here's where I'm at. The statements are statements against interest. They go to issues that remain in the case, and they are relevant. So certainly you're going to be able to call the detective and elicit those statements. We can talk about the clips in the morning, but the plaintiffs will be able to cross-examine as to, whether this was done covertly, not covertly, that she was wearing guns and all of that stuff on cross-examination. But yes, you will be able to elicit those statements. Anything else?
We may ask for a proffer because it's going to get very dangerously close to Chapter 39 dependency proceeding territory. And the dependency proceedings are full of party admissions by the hospital, which we haven't been allowed to explore. We think this is part of the Chapter 39 process.
Well, I am confident there's going to be very specific question and answer, page and line, or pieces of the clips that we'll be able to have in isolation, and then we can call it. But generally speaking, what Mr. Shapiro was describing will be allowed as statements against interest, and so it's an exception to the hearsay.
Yeah, that's a good question. Does the defense know if Detective Graham or Patrolman Graham will appear in uniform? If so, we'd object.
Oh, no, I don't think she is. She's retired since March of this year. I don't know if she sells uniform. I've seen her come dressed professionally. Well, I think she's coming in a blouse or something of that nature.
Okay. Anything else?
We had additionally the curative instruction I tried to bring up earlier regarding the.
Have it written out.
I'm sorry.
Have it written out, and we can.
It's in our motion. I'm sorry. We'll bring it in tomorrow.
Have it written out.
Will do.
Judge, I'm going to suggest that it was 80% defense and 20%. Are you guys good with that, Dr. Kohlberg?
80-20, fine.
Yeah.
Are you planning on playing tomorrow?
Walford? No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So for that 15 minutes and 40 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that 80-20?
I'm going to try to get out of here a little earlier tomorrow.
We'll do 10 and 45. How
Thank
about
you.
that?
Appreciate that.
We'll shave that 5 minutes there for you, Mr. Whitney.
We might need it.
Mike?
I was trying to pull the hook on Mr. Anderson several times, so we appreciate the 5 minutes.
Because I did not cross on the second witness.
So that means the timing today, plaintiffs used an hour, 40 minutes. That puts you at 48 hours, 15 minutes. Defense used 3 hours, 15 minutes, which places you at 22 hours, 22 hours, 5 minutes. Okay, and what was the next thing, Mr. Anderson?
I was going to try to get out of here early. It's my daughter's 12th birthday, and I haven't seen them in a very long time. So I was just trying to figure out what was going to happen in the afternoon. And was there any chance that Officer Graham can make it earlier? Or are we doomed to after lunch?
I don't know the answer to that. I was playing Dr. Kornberg, and as soon as I leave court, I will call her to see.
But as she's
I've got a
retired-
meeting at lunch, so we've got to take lunch tomorrow. But I'm serious, 8:15 tomorrow, and then we're going to go until 6 o'clock. And then we're going to start assessing as to whether we're going to be coming in early, whether we're going to do nights, weekends, but we've got to pick it up. And I know you all need time to prepare, but we made a commitment to this jury as to the last day, and we need to keep that.
One additional issue, if I may. The court pointed out that yesterday we displayed Exhibit 2571-005 and 2571-004. 005 at the time was not in evidence. I discussed this with defense counsel. It's really just a close-up of 004, but we'd like to move 005 into evidence to clean that up.
Was there any objection to that?
No objection.
So after the 45-second lineup, it's no objection. So what number are we admitting in?
257005.
Okay, so admitted.
Yes,
Make it
shot
so.
over wheelchair.
Anything else? I dare ask.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No.
Okay, 8:15 tomorrow morning. See you there.